Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
talent that has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him. Seeing this, but if he only has one lineup to check, there's no telling. You can feel it happening, right? You can feel it happening. Sander is certain. Be the tip of the spear. You haul Calamity the touchdown. I love the full angle. He does it again from behind Envy.
Well, folks, another day, another slay, and another day with Valina on the desk of VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Van Silly as well. It's like the va-va-boom desk, we can call it, you know? Like
that was not so happy for him. Yay, Valina and Vans.
It's normal. I accept it. It's all
Guys,
good.
Let me hear you get loud in chat for Van Silly. Let me hear you get loud. Woo! There we go. Exactly. Are you gonna be hype as well, Vans, or is it just gonna be us?
No, just you guys for today.
Well, folks,
Actually, how come you didn't get the memo of not wearing a hat today? What the hell?
Oh yeah, you didn't get our hat memo.
I don't have a hat actually, but I can. Yeah.
It's okay.
Didn't get the memo.
We'll work
Fired.
on that. It's only your second day here. You were here yesterday though with us,
That's
and what a day we had for you to join us yesterday because we had our Swiss stage kind of shake out in this way and looking, Energy Academy on top, but also seeing teams like EG and Pigeons at the bottom Vans, kind of those heavy hitters, those people we expect to do well, already losing a round in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, again, just to joke around here, the pattern of the colors are a little bit off as EG lost their opening game versus Energy Academy. I think the majority of us also predicted into EG winning yesterday, and there was only Zobi that went for Energy Academy, and we really saw the difference. I think we saw how much Pancakes and Zerona is kind of missed into the roster overall, but again, it's still very early in the stage so far. Only week one, day one happened yesterday, so there's still plenty of weeks left for EG Academy to be able to turn it around with Darkest and Recoil in the roster now.
Absolutely, something we expect to see. I think looking at Data's tweet, he was like, miscoms, nerves, etc., things you expect for your first game together. And I was talking to Moobs, and he mentioned yesterday, like, he has played with so many different people, right? And the thing that's just like emblematic of just how the roster changes have been so much for EG to deal with. Talking about staffing changes as well. We also had some off-stream games, as you can see, with teams that we did not talk about yesterday, like Invictix and Pigeons. But today, my friends, today's games, I'm so excited for these games today. We have a treat. I would say this is a pretty treatful day. I know, Valina, when I saw you were joining us on the desk, I was like, oh man, I hope the games are good. I hope we give her some good games to talk about. And we are starting with our first match of the day. It is going to be D1 versus Dynamo. I don't want to spoil our predictions, but I already have people yelling at us on Twitter about our predictions, saying
I'm
we don't
replying
know.
as we speak.
Well, I guess if we speak, we are in trouble always.
But I see you. I'm replying. No.
I mean,
a fun game today for sure between these two teams.
yes, I mean, talk about like D1, right? The premier team that came out of nowhere, Vansili, literally out of nowhere, proving so many people wrong and literally running on the power of friendship and vibes and doing so well.
That's what's the fun part, because Dynamo comes in from Premier, and then you also have D1 that came from Premier, so it's also like a Premier versus Premier, new head, old head kind of thing from stage to stage. So it's fun to see this little matchup. So I agree that maybe right now at the desk, for those that are not in tune with the community, they're not holding the scrims or whatnot, you would, based out of recency bias, just go for Division 1, because the roster themselves actually turn some heads around when you were able to witness these matches going through the regular stage over to playoffs as well. And now Dynamo has an opportunity to do the exact same thing, which could potentially open our eyes as well as fans of Valorant and into the tier 2 scene to see what these guys are made of.
Valina, how are the premier teams doing in LATAM? Because for those of you who don't know, that's where Valina comes from, the LATAM Challengers as well. Is it kind of similar where you see premier teams doing very, very well?
I mean, I actually don't think so. we usually in LATAM, like the North region, we have a team that always is really, really good. And in the South, it's usually the same. So Premier teams or like the teams that come from Premier Relegation 2, they usually don't have that narrative too. It's a little bit difficult, I think, also because of the region. So yeah, definitely now today Dynamo has the opportunity to prove everyone wrong, and also we get to meet them, right? Because we have never seen them on Challengers.
Well, first we have to meet Division 1. And you kind of reintroduce Division 1 for those of you who are just joining us and maybe aren't sure of who they are. Literally the power of friendships and vibes. And oh, what's that? Do my eyes deceive me, Valina? Is that Masters Reykjavik winner Dapper joining Division 1?
We have Dapper.
Wild? It's wild.
It's wild. I mean, it is really good to have someone with so much experience. I mean, Dapper, we were also seeing him as a coach, which was Kubert Academy. And now he was actually playing the off-season, right? Off-season tournament with Division 1. And I think he's in a good spot. I mean, we've always seen him playing with the Initiator too, when he was also in Sentinels, right? So, I mean, it is really, really good. I think that Mikey also coming out that he was playing the Initiator gives a good spot for Dapper, so he can like come in, play that Initiator, or maybe also flex.
Agreed. Even old school days too, from Sentinels, you were mentioning it, playing some Initiator. That was also depending on the maps, depending on the roster changes too. But I think also what Dapper was known for was how annoying he was on a Cypher back then as well. He was probably one of the best Cyphers that we had in North America. As soon as the circuit kind of started with the Ignition series, his lurk kills, his cameras, just trolling people, tagging, getting clutches, playing around his cages. So just in general, in the amount of years now, 6 years going into Valorant, he has that experience, knows the gameplay, got experience as a coach as well. So it's only natural now that you start off right now going into, or you continue your career now as an IGL, which is probably the same career as you see, for example, for Net from MTG Academy previously, who's now recently joined FlyQuest, which we'll see later today. So it's fun to see the evolution of Dapper as well. Mikey has left to IGL for AZG or Azure Dragon. So that's going to be another little one-off one-in for this roster as well.
The roster swaps go wild here, but we wanted to focus on Dynamic, one of the players of Division 1. Pull up those stats because making Chamber look good. Valina he always so much fun to talk to him as well as watch him play.
Yeah, not only having really, really good stats, he was also, so he plays as a Sentinel. Usually Sentinels do not get that first kill, right? But when it's a really aggro Senti, he can get that first kill. And that what also Chamber gives you, right? Because you have the TP, you can be really aggro, go back with your team, and do not risk your life to a certain extent, right? He was the second player with more first kills playing Sentinel on stage number 2. I just find that amazing. And we have seen a lot of Sentinels doing that, like even in tier 1, right? We have a lot of aggro Sentinels, and I think that's actually what gives also Division 1 a lot of air to play some rounds to get that first kill and be on the advantage.
Agreed. And also Dynamic kind of took like a 2-year hiatus after playing a little bit with T1 back when the game first started, and then was grinding a little bit, and now comes back with a vengeance. I think he's even streaming a lot now, right, on Twitch. You're seeing that he's grinding the ranked games a lot. He just said, I came back now. I'm able to just prove, or I want to prove that I have what it takes to continue forward, and he definitely does that very well. And I think not only do you see him on these important roles as that Chamber and Viper from the highlight reel, but he also plays some Jet too. For example, if you had to play some Breeze, he was also carrying that for the team too. So when you're looking overall from the introduction of the roster of Dynamic with Dapper coming in, there's still some flexibility. And if you still want to run this double duelist meta currently, that's still somewhat very common.
I mean, a dynamic agent pool, if you will. Oh, God, that's so good. Let's talk about Dynamo, the team that we are going to be introducing for today. Valina, don't look at me like that. It scares me. But here we are with the team that I think, again, talking about the predictions that a lot of people went, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know about Dynamo. In our defense, we literally don't know. In our defense, that recency bias Vince Lee was talking about, we literally don't know. But here's the thing I want to bring up right away. As you can see, Icy is subbing in for a player because he's 15. He'll be turning 16 in about 3 weeks. I asked Mikol. He said Zanks is be turning not turning 13, excuse me, turning 16 in a few weeks. So Icy will be taking his place while we're there. But I think there's a lot of questions, Valina, but you also have like a coach like Mikol. They come from Premier. So some questions, some answers, a lot of kind of just a gray area though.
Definitely. When you come from Premier, also, you don't have anything to lose. Like, it's 5 players that got together, played Premier, and now they're looking for their first victory in what could be also Challengers, right? We have a lot of examples, too. For example, Nongshin, they just won a Masters, and they come from Premier. So it's a good opportunity to get to know really, really young players and to just insert them in this community and Challengers, playing alongside with really, really good players. And yeah, definitely don't have anything to lose. So they've been playing a lot of off seasons. They have been also placing first on those off seasons. So just be careful with Dynamo and what they can do.
And part of that, we want to talk about Enzo as well. A fellow Italian name. I don't know if he's Italian, but we see Enzo with these stats, the stats that we can grab for you guys coming from Premier. Very impressive. I mean, that cast is something that stands out to me, Gansili, because that means he is just always there and involved in the game plan, which is, I feel like a very, like, correct me if I'm wrong, very Premier way of playing the game, kind of working together, staying together, and that kind of pack mentality.
You always want those numbers to be high for sure. All right. You want to be alive in your rounds. That's why as a Sentinel player too, it's very important for you to be able to understand where your weak points are, where you need to fall back, where you could really stay into your fight. So it's a big responsibility for Enzo. As you mentioned before too, it's very Italian name, but the last Enzo that we've actually heard here, at least for me on stream, was Firov, aka Enzo, that played for Fnatic in the past, and he's a French player. So the nickname doesn't mean much anymore these days.
But that said, that's true. There are a bunch of famous fictional Enzos out there, I think, that we could be giving. I think of the Vampire Diaries right away. That was like, okay, anyways, that's do you watch the Vampire Diaries, Valina? Does that ring a bell?
No, I haven't watched it.
Thank God we're out of this conversation. So let's continue on with the, yes, it is a huge unknown into Dynamo going into this series today, at least for tier 2. And it gives us an opportunity, again, for somebody who doesn't really have an opportunity to follow too much of what's going on with all the fun havers that's happening on monthlies, to give us a chance and open our eyes to the potential right now of this team. This could be another Sleepers, for example. This could be another Rankers as well. But the big test really comes down now to the quote unquote bigger stage. Now that the eyes are on you, can you actually follow up now with the numbers and the impact that you've put into these matches? I mean, you've already had good results against other tier 2 teams in the past here in the fun havers, but now when it really matters to try to qualify for champs, when the pressure is actually there and the eyes are there, can you put up those numbers as well?
And also, what a great opportunity, because like we don't have Ascension this year. We have the fact that players could go and play playoffs with tier 1 teams. But the preparation, like we have seen a lot of players that are today on that big stage that came from academies, that came from challengers. Like this is a great preparation for all those players also that want to be pro someday.
There is a world where Premier Team makes it to champs, and that is a crazy thing to think about, which is also just kind of the thesis of Valorant, exactly what we want to see. But for our Philips Mirelco head-to-head, I'm excited about this one because it's kind of the old guard versus the new guard, right? Like the old Premier Team that came in and made a name for themselves, and here is the new Premier Team coming in about to make a name for themselves. Focusing on Icy as well, subbing in until Zanks is 16, and Boomy, who is such a treat to watch, Belina, on the side of Division 1 for our head-to-head today.
Definitely. Well, we have Icy that he actually played the league in 2024. He just played 2 matches, but since then he has gone through a lot of teams, a lot of different also teammates. He was with Blue Otter, but now he was playing the off season with Dynamo too, subbing for a player if I'm not wrong. And definitely a really, really good player. Really aggro, also duelist. We were seeing a lot of Waylay also because from Boomy's part, we were seeing a lot of Waylay and also a lot of Neon. Yesterday, we saw that the Neon still works, but I mean, I also want to see what's going to happen with the Jet, double duelist, you said advanced, right? So I think it's a good opportunity for both duelists to just have this first match, play against, you said it, it's like the new versus the old, and I don't know, it's a good matchup actually.
The fun part too is that these two are like characters not unlocked yet because they're just profiles still in the dark. At least from recency bias too, we've seen some good games out of Boomy as well. I will admit as well, there's been some weeks where I did critique into the performances of Boomy when it came down to consistency, to see the value of what he brings as well for Division 1. But when it came down to like the neon plays in the playoffs, man, he was popping off for sure. So it'll be nice to see this little clash between these two. And again, this is still an unknown for IC for me. I think if you've only played for Blue Otter towards the Fun Havers event, trying to get your name out here and there's no tape on that, right? So it's really just internal conversation of what's happening in like the scrim environment, who's scouting, who's talking about who, and then you just try to figure out who's going to be on the top of the scouting list for a lot of these teams. And hopefully IC will be one of them now as we move on to this game.
I do want to point out that Cole is the coach as well, former assistant coach of EG. Just all around incredible coach to have.
Yeah,
having
fun.
that as your head coach is such a boon to have. And also,
Yes.
I see you guys in chat talking, yelling at us for not voting for Dynamo. So I see you. But here we have our map picks and bans. Dynamo have picked Lotus, and we go to Breeze and Valina. Look at that. Look at that. It's Ascent for the decider.
I'm looking towards to that Ascent, but hopefully we get to the third map. But definitely, I don't know what to expect. We have seen a lot of Lotus. We have seen not a lot of variation of the comps, so probably expecting the same thing from both teams, same comps. I actually don't know.
Well, we will see. I mean, starting with Lotus, I feel like it's like the Challengers' bread and butter besides Haven. So this will be always exciting to see. And maybe we will get to Ascent. We haven't seen a third map here yet for...
No, don't do that.
What? We don't have to bring this up again. Okay,
Don't do that.
We're already fighting for our respect in chat. But chat, listen, a full apology to Division 1 if it's a curse, and a full apology to Dynamo that we didn't believe in you. Because again, we just have no tape, but I'm so excited to finally have the tape as we move into Asian Select to see how this will be. Oh,
Okay.
I see. I was not familiar with your game personally, but look there's an ISO. I feel like I haven't seen ISO in years, Valina.
I see ISO. Wow.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just getting.
Welcome to the NA broadcast.
It's getting contagious, but it's actually the first time in IC's career that we're gonna see this ISO. So it's actually really interesting. I want to see how they're gonna play also with all the utility kit, with also with the raise, because you have a lot of vulnerability, then you have the nade. So I think it's actually a really interesting roster. And if you're Dynamo, you want to shock your opponent. You want to have also something different that can maybe just shock them, or just to not expect some micros or macro game.
Yeah, I think for Dynamo going with this ISO as well, it's a lot going to these off picks from like the old meta when you don't have the Viper, but you still want to fight with aggression, the undercut as well as the wall for scaling. You just want to fight out in the open. And I think it's just going to be a fine definition of a team like Dynamo coming in from Premier that kind of just not necessarily pugs it out, but likes to fight with firepower because they're such a young team. So go with aim, go with team fights, get the micro there thanks to Mechanical as a coach, and get it going for Dynamo.
It is the battle of the Premier teams, the new guard versus the old guard. Can Dynamo take the spot of Division 1 as the top Premier team in NA Challengers, or will Division 1 hold on to that spot? I'm gonna send over to your casters, Gompers and Zobi.
All right, let's get into it. Listen, for me, we've seen Dynamo pick this map of Lotus 25 times in the last couple of months, right? So this is a map favorite. We're going into some comfort here. ISO is something we've seen, honestly, a variation of times, but this time we actually haven't seen it on Icy yet here on Lotus. So this is quite exciting, Zobi.
Yeah, I've been seeing more and more, I think, with teams, and it goes from like, okay, is this a joke? Is it a meme? To like, I really like the ISO pick on Lotus just because I feel like the double tap combined with that wall is so good on the attack side for breaking through these aggro style defenses that like to take control of wall, like to take control of mound, right? It gets you past that point, and if Icy's informed, since we've hyped him up as this great double duelist against D-Hawk, it's gonna go really, really well for them. But obviously, Gompers, they gotta start out on the defense first here versus Division 1's attack. And it's one of the few maps Division 1's not going to be running the double duelist on, so it circles back to Vance asking Boomy for that consistency factor.
Which maybe we'll get here today. I mean, I know that there has been a couple things I'm sure both these teams have been working on ever since the last time. Obviously, D1 facing some very, very disruptive losses in their last stage. coming into this one with a new head, playing against Dynamo, which of course is honestly a tier 3 demon. It seems like they've won a total of they have a 27 win streak, by the way. Just want to let you know, in the tier 3 division. So that's got to be quite exciting coming into Challengers League, see if they can get a win streak here. But Enzo now starting things off in the pistol round, and it seems like Dynamo, they have majority of that control leading over towards that spawn side. And fighting back to it is D1.
Nice C-lane containment from D1, but Dynamo has snuck back into the site, Gompers.
Yeah, seems like already a headshot to kind of take that one in. D1 fighting back vigorously so, but even then, right, 2v3 can really go in the hands of anyone, especially as that nade is coming through. D1 fighting for that control back, and it's going to be a lot harder, but Ice is making it work. Just playing into the bait here and making sure they can win it out. Unfortunately, the spike cannot be defused in time, but all in all, to have that capability is insane.
Yeah, I mean, again, an ISO mode only works if the person on the other side of it's aiming, right? And while they lose the round, I think that kickstarts the mental a little bit in terms of like, I'm gonna be able to hit my shots today. And honestly, I was worried for Division 1 on that pistol a little bit. Like, yes, they get the site, they get the plant down, but I thought they were gonna spread themselves a bit too thin with Dynamo slinking in through the flank. But the way they leveraged, I think Boomy's kit was really nice. The timing for Boomy as well to encapsulate that waterfall position was nice, and everything kind of came together by the end of it for them to play down the timer. So we don't get to keep those pistols. It's going to be the pretty classic buy that'll allow them to bonus really fruitfully into the third if they keep this clean. And that's where Dynamo sneaking up as a 5-stack down A long could catch maybe a lurk player off guard or two.
Yeah, I mean, already such a strong performance from D1, but as well as Dynamo Icy coming in hot and heavy with the aim. It's got to be something you have to look out for in the future. I think all in all, it's kind of cool too. Like, you have Cole as your coach, which is insane coming into this stage. You know, a coach that's not only coach for Leviathan, but also EG, right? So, you know, you have to have some sort of respect for these players here.
Experience wrangling the kiddos, right? Even Max, a 16-year-old IGL coming into VCL right here, right now. And we saw creativity on the eco, but unfortunately it's being dealt with quite well. Just cycle the util, delay this retake their mound, and it feels like Dynamo's more just going to rob them of the orbs, die to the spike here. Which, honestly, Gompers, again, Four and a Dapper only have pistols. They're going to apply Vandals next round. That makes it a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, this is interesting. I do agree with the dangerousness of Dynamic having that. That Vandal as well, but I don't know. I guess more so just waiting to catch someone off guard here on the exit. I haven't seen such a slow play like this in a while, so it's pretty cool to see the kind of like the tactical play of not letting anybody else really gain that eco off those kills.
And I like how they swapped guns so we could go hunting, right? Trying to fast track that showstopper as a tool for maybe the next round eco or the follow-up, but fortunately only gets one from his own death, so do you want it? The question is, how much do you buy into this third round for Boomy for Foreign? And where do you take it, right? Dynamo has been playing pretty heavily on that A side. I don't think necessarily Division 1 pinpointed on the pistol itself because of the avenues of retake from Dynamo, but last round they definitely would have known from how many players were their mound side dying to the spike after the round had concluded. But that's another reason why I feel like the ISO is great. It can't allow you to kind of counter that A main fight.
Yeah, going back all the way over to the C site, kind of staying more so quiet and taking their delicate time. Of course, if you have that lurk leaning over, I'm sure they've heard some noise, some pings shown up.
I have this bike.
With all that util expended A side, Dapper still seems to wiggle his way into this A lurk. And they throw some fade util right to fake out the C rotate, but without getting any of that vice util, without the sheer wall falling, nobody really budges for the Dynamo defense. A great call here, and so we're going to apply additional pressure B main. Again, they want to draw out these rotations anywhere possible, but again, Dynamo disciplined. Just do not deter.
Waiting. Kind of
You
just
get the full
allowing
kit.
Yeah, and also allowing themselves just to take their time. I'm assuming this might actually be a B takeover. No. Potentially, yeah. Just slowly working themselves over towards B. Now with everybody else waiting on the extremities, does seem like Dynamic manages to catch a hit here off D-Hawk. And this is hard, right? You're kind of just waiting for these players to really gain that sort of aggression. You're not expecting D1 to be so passive in their gameplay as they are more so of an explosive team, but now they're taking their time, being a lot more delicate with their gameplay and their positioning here.
Yeah, Division 1 right now are so impressive how thorough these calls are. That B pivot, while Dynamic was still sweeping up the multi-kills over outside of A, Dynamo cannot be playing into those sort of rotation antics here on their defense. And Enzo, 1 HP. Don't really expect you to hold on to that weapon. So not only is the bonus converted, but those 2 pistols get upgraded as well to full stop rifles. And D1, the pockets are going to be padded. The scoreboard's going to be padded. And this is not the start we wanted to have for Dynamo, considering this is their map pick. And you mentioned it, their most played map basically on this win streak.
Yeah, the most played and also the most dominated too. So to see kind of these numbers arrive is a bit flabbergasting. But I do give them a little bit more hope in regards, because D1 has also been practicing. It's not like they're the same team they were. Obviously having Dapper as that addition, you know, changing things up strategy-wise, as you can see, they're not as aggressive and they feel a lot more synergistic, right? So, which is quite exciting. But already, I mean, off the go, Boomy's looking to just close things out as soon as possible with that first pick coming through on EXP Mo.
Yeah, it feels like Dynamo, again, their defensive strategy was pretty heavy A-sided. And I do think that now that Division 1's broken through that, not 1 but 2 rounds in a row, we're going to have to see a change from Dynamo into this next rifle round. Curious to see what exactly it will entail, but for now, to make a 4v5 go at this retake for the Eco.
I see still having, I guess, the util to really fight things off just in case. I guess something erupts, but it seems like it's quite difficult, right? You got 4 Vandals, actually 3 Vandals, a Phantom, and an Outlaw.
Division 1, though, really don't have much util left aside from that Paranoia for Foreign. So these Sheriffs can just get some straight shooting shots, and that's where the Young Guns can start to thrive.
Yeah, already going towards the backside too, trying to at least recover so they can get that spike down. This is looking even better, though, as D-Hawk does manage to get one down, but D1, they respond in a quick and timely manner. It's going to be an 0-4 to continue this.
Man, I think if they got that kill on the rolling door without the backstab from Division 1 and they get those gun upgrades, that would have been a very different round where we could have had a Dynamo Thrifty coming through. Again, so much of that util utilized early on. I feel like to get this A main space, to keep this A main space, and when they kind of had that pause call, neither side really gave, and it did all come to a head as we thought it would, but not in Dynamo's favor. So that timeout, as we mentioned, comes through. Again, this rifle a must win, and they're already showing some changes, right? D-Hawk with the operator, right? Icy's also gonna have this kill contract online, and 5 and Tier now, he's been hitting his shots. So that could be a great opener too to take one of these big ultimates between Dynamic and Boomy off the table early too.
Yeah, biggest problem too, I'm seeing, I mean, it's quite difficult because it does feel like we're faltering a bit here on the defense. A bit of fear, I'm noticing. Not really too strong of a hold. They're not executing or actually just taking advantage of the space that they already have. It almost seems like they're faltering back and allowing D1 to abuse that, with Boomy having the paint shell and then also being able to allow Calamity to kind of exceed those expectations.
Yeah, and speaking of expectations, right, for XPMO, right, stepping in for Zanks has huge shoes to fill, because that's where a lot of the crowd, the community has been rallying behind Dynamo. Yeah. Combine that with the fact that D-Hawk and Icy switched which duelists they basically are on, since Icy used to play that Waylay, which has since been nerfed, and it does cause some friction maybe in getting back to the set plays for what works for this team. And I think if they can get, 3 or 4 here out of the timeout, they're still going to have a super competitive attack half.
At least this may be the time, if anything. Unfortunately, the Viper's wall is going to be covering up a majority of that shot that we could see come through from D-Hawk. So now having to find some sort of recovery stance here on the B site, though. That fight erupts, and it's going to be Icy to now have at least that first-hand engagement.
Oh, great try from Foreign to get out of it, but we tune back into the Gulag. We'll see. It's as expected. Icy wins that engagement, and oh no, the round's not decided just yet. After all of that, it's just a narrow 3v2 advantage for Dynamo with a showstopper in the midst. Who knows how this round conclusion's gonna go?
Okay, but for the first time in a while, we now see the player advantage going over to Dynamo, which is good. Now, I mean, the real
aggressive
question
like you
is
wanted.
Yes, which is exactly what we need, right? For D1, a team that's not afraid to get aggressive, you need to kind of combat that, with that sort of stance. But I'm excited to see how exactly Boomy's going to be able to handle this when there wasn't that consistency. With that refrag potential, does seem like consistency in aim is lacking as well, unfortunately. So that is going to be that first round for Dynamo.
Yeah, very well navigated there, not taking any risks on that retake through main. Your ISO, again, can split through tree since they have the wall to deter. Any sort of aggro peaks from D1 to try and wrestle those numbers advantages back. So Yeah, this was a mix of that aggression, like we mentioned, into B main around the kill contract serves them well, and that they're able to deter as well this rotate through blue room with that side anchor from XPmo. So we put two players on a pedestal, and they delivered in that regard to the expectations. So on the board, as mentioned, on track for that comeback, but didn't get to see those retaliatory ultimates just yet out of Division 1 either. One off now from Nightfall for Calamity, still have that Steel Guardian and Showstopper, so it's no surprise that D1 are done dilly-dallying around the ace space. These ults are primed for a C exec. That's where the op comes in.
Oh, and that's such a good part at knowing, I mean, where the information is. You can see them slowly working up towards B to try to maybe gather a bit more, especially now with the amount of util coming through. Boomy is shut down it completely. You can't actually use the rocket fuse, so they're stuck in such a bad corner. Luckily enough, Enzo getting some of that damage through. And I mean, all in all, the B site seeming a bit more attractive, but is it going to be easy to get past? It's going to be Max waiting.
Yeah, it's more Dynamo. And Enzo, through that revolving door, was able to find two quick shots with that Guardian swing after that assault of Ray's utility. Huge timing found. Use them again with a 2v3 to try and salvage. That also ends on the A site. So, little fake at this time, wanting to catch these players on the rotate. Not played as a direct 2v3, but yeah, and that's where Dynamo have activated kind of avoidant mode.
Yeah, ooh, slow burst up too. Calamity knows somebody's sitting there. And D1, they're hyper aware of their surroundings, making sure everything is clear. And there comes that Steel Garden, shutting down any source of weaponry, but the A site's open.
Yeah, we know they still Enzo on the C site, and I remember I think D-Hawk taking an op shot pretty early on, so those factors combined make them confident they can play now for this A side postman. They can play for this Nightfall off a tap contact, give a snake bite as well from Dapper, hence him playing super deep A. They're hoping that these are unexpected enough positions that they'll get advantageous fights despite the HP difference.
I mean, all it takes is a missed shot to really lose this round, to be honest. The 1v2 is not looking quite attractive. And it does get given away over to Dynamo, so Calamity has to play this smart, right? All it takes is a spam. They didn't completely spam it through, but a walk by from Enzo to keep this round in clutch.
These Vices right now are on fire, right? We look at the bonus round conversion. We look at Enzo this round with the Guardian opener and the Phantom closer. So that D-Hawk could keep that up, I would hope, at a close distance. He's trying. Oh, I didn't get back in time to it. But as Dynamo, again, out of their timeout, that Miko wisdom, maybe sprinkle it in like, hey, guys, you are the best. You've shown it in multiple MFH events. Play like it. And this aggressive style, again, fighting even ultimates head on, is looking a lot stronger. So 2-4 here. One more round and they'll break the banks as well for Division 1. And then we could be looking at a tied game, Gompers.
2 more rounds. 2 more rounds. And the economy's dwindling, right? D1 in a very, very bad spot right now. If they don't win this, it's, I mean, obviously not going to go in their way. But Dynamo, they are looking confident too, Zobi. Already off the rip, 2 players pushed all the way up towards A to gather that early information.
Yeah, a lot of info given to Division 1 though as well. They're like, okay, we are not ending A for the time being. There are hefty numbers here. I like the fake exit off the snake bite, but you still got to get past Enzo, who we know is on a heater and has the Vicia to rely upon as well. Buy more time for these rotations. D-Hawk now in position back hall.
Not going to be able to do much. Actually looking for at least some sort of solidifying pick to make some sort of continuation onto site. But the Viper's pick comes out, makes it a lot harder to try to get yourself in there. And there's not a lot of util to use here other than maybe Max, you know, kind of reapplying something to try to gather information onto location. But even then, it's a pretty hard position to be in at this moment.
Crazy timing from XPmo there. Might get a jump on these players, back turned in the Viper's pit, but it's the Vice playing first line of contact, and we turn our sights to backside instead.
Dude, there has to be like some sort of illegal ruling for that. That's insane. Wide swinging the smoke to try to make sure that the angle's clear. A flawless round. I like that. The use of timing, the use of surprise. It was good.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, right, it's like, okay, you find the timing on the C site because they show their cards a bit too early on the A space, and you're going to stack 3 ults on top of each other. If you don't win the round, something is wrong, Compers. So, again, Division 1, if that's what it takes to break the streak for Dynamo, so be it. But it's now going to come down to, okay, D-Hawk's going to be one off the showstopper. We saw them come close to an eco round conversion, and even after that fact, when it's back to rifles and no ultimates to work with, can you have that it factor?
Potentially so. Slow workup though. Ooh, this is different. Maybe not, actually. It is a save round for Dynamo. They're used to kind of pushing as a group as they have done previously. I mean, really, it is the waiting game and just trying to allow XP-Mo, I guess you could say, to kind of sit down towards the backside, getting one, which is brilliant. So at this very moment, it really is just about that regather, waiting for that flank to come around here to gather more information on that backhand side.
Huh? Numbers here, rifle. D1, I think, are trying to maybe take this fight as soon as the smoke dissipates so that these players can't play effectively grouped. That just gives the info needed to scale out a tree instead.
And it's just not hitting. It's not connecting at this moment, which is, there is a rifle at least that Enzo can use, but they get shut down immediately. And it allows D1 to feel a little bit more confident in their stance here and playing into this 1v2 though. And I will say, D-Hawk having the Vandal is a bit risky. And even now with the headshot coming through, unfortunately the timing isn't going to be enough and Dapper's just going to shut things down the way that hit should have been. But losing that many players on a save round is not okay.
Yeah, again, Dynamo make it close, and those are clean. It was like your 3-2-1, let's swing, because we don't have the guns. But that lineup from Dapper is what changes the course of the round of the Thrifty that felt imminent from Dynamo. So, all in all, again, I think it's a great round when those ecos, like you mentioned, are so close. It's the second one that's almost come to be, so it keeps the confidence up that, like, yes, we're down right now, but we won't be forever. And I'm throwing back to, like I mentioned, to me, 4 is enough for this composition on the defense that once the sides swap, I could see them taking charge of this game. And so we're reaching that point where they're going to need to get their feet under them again with already one of those timeouts expended. They have to think it up themselves, and that goes to Max.
Early information up towards A, I like this. Dynamo, they've been playing a bit more aggressive, Zobi. We talked about how we wanted to see more of that. Obviously, it's been working out for the better in regards to that first engagement.
I did like the split aggression this time from Dynamo. It didn't reveal all the cards right from the get-go, but Division 1 and this re-clear over towards A. Fine IC and now Max with the toxic screen really can't retaliate either, so that's a lucky shot from D-Hawk. Overheat from Foreign, and suddenly now the tracking to the A side. I don't know if this is going to be a surefire wrapped up round anymore.
It's not going to be easy, especially now Offset from planning the spike. 42 seconds left, and it's D-Hawk on site holding it down. And that potential rotation over towards B, but you can see XP-Mo is waiting, responding, and very much reading into it as well. There it goes, 2K to close things out potentially. I mean, they just got to get past Boomy, but Boomy's making it work. Not well enough, though. So that spike, it's theirs. Dynamo have all the control.
Mention it, they were on the cusp of handling these B pivots this round. They strike it home. And Dynamic was able to get this 1v3 in 20 seconds. It would have just been the final nail in the coffin. But Dynamo, again, win that pivotal round one. Otherwise, for D1 would have probably been up to 8 already off the following eco. And again, they're keeping this right within reach.
Yeah, I mean, keeping in mind, too, Dynamo have a, double duelist composition they're running here on the defense, and I do feel they're trying their absolute best with what they're given, with the aggression we're seeing over towards A and C, you know, lurks up towards B. But you just a little more, Zobi is what we need.
Okay. Fimo on the C line, and first time he's had to play early contact ahead of the Vice Util here, but with the paranoia and so not too far away. We'll see how they can handle this crazy Util dump, this dive entry.
Ooh. A dive, but a counter to it as well. Yeah, not much force there. I like how they're also pretty calculated with what they want to do here with D1. Not liking the push, though. Pretty slow, it seems. Enzo does manage to catch one out. Unfortunately, they are not prepared for this fight. They've wasted a majority of that utility with a slow work up onto site. You know, information already given away, and now a majority of the players gone. Dynamic having to fight on their own without the spike.
And like you mentioned, they were just too far invested. I like the idea, right? Utilizing the lurk smoke of the poison cloud, but this doesn't work out. And as soon as that Vice wall is stripped, adds to the honey, or attempting to through the revolving door. There we go. That's the 4 that Dynamo needed. Already checked off, and Now the next two are gimme bonuses, it feels like, towards the next half. And I mean,
it's a rough one.
Yeah, the anger's just anchored really, really well for Dynamo, right? And they're doing it without much util, which I think makes it more impressive, right? I thought about that for XBMO, right? On that A to B rotation in the previous round as well, before the last, in which he had a paranoia, and he's just like, I'm gonna hold the line alongside Enzo. And I think that duo to me has some nice synergy already. And
yeah,
Division 1, they're under that same impression that 4 was enough for Dynamo, given the composition, given the strength that the ISO is gonna have to counter a lot of those early fights that we mentioned in Agent Select. And yeah, to them, an 8-4 versus a 6-6 here would go a long way.
Oh, absolutely. It will be a bit harder with what we're looking at here, economics wise. But I mean, I do feel like it's been a lot easier. Icy obviously kind of feeling a bit more comfortable on that ice roll this time around. Just quite odd. I don't know. It's super slow. I feel like we're kind of getting like a difference of pace every single round. There's never anything quite similar to really follow through. So it's quite confusing for D1 to understand what the defense is looking like.
Yeah, I like that depth from Dynamo right now. And it's funny that Division 1 are the ones we're calling like a little bit slower to that regard, but it is also a lot of pressure to put on Dapper again, still trying to fit into the system to suddenly fix all of those calling issues that, yeah. Maybe with a big difference maker in the previous, but speaking of difference makers, whew, last few rounds, it's been night and day for XPMO.
Happy to be on the scoreboard, it seems. Higher and higher each and every round. Yeah, 4 and okay with a 2K and actually a pickup here. So that's not only a weapon down for potential pickup or whatnot, yeah, but it seems like they're actually just acting as though they are making that rotation. I don't know if this is safe though.
I don't know how I feel about that, right? Because of that, the raise, D-Hawk doubles back, and I was worried that would shut down the eventual A-take, and it's still gonna be a bit questionable, because it's gonna be a 2v2 depending on Foreign's timing to backstab these rotates, and you can see the hesitation from Icy. Oh, that's a risk. A half your HP for an op.
Enemy down.
Also still having their ultimate readily available if they feel threatened, because we do see Dapper having the op. I mean, Calamity actually now switching
ult, right?
Yeah, this is such a good ult as well. They've isolated that fight, so now at this point, it really is up to Max to kind of move in on this. And, I mean, potentially play. Actually, it seems like they're just going to play into this 2v1, allowing themselves to try to take out Dapper. That's beautiful, the way that was played out.
I mean, if you need proof of the impact that an ISO kit can have on a round, you look at this one, right? The one hero weapon collected for Calamity as an operator. Useless, right? In a kill contract when that double shield is up, unless you are just built different. And even that last kind of crowning kill where Dapper's playing the timing around his poison cloud, that close contingency just perfect at stripping that util away at the last second. So great way to keep a lid on this round, which otherwise was a really nicely executed Division 1 eco attempt, right? And that's off of 4 and crazy double opener with the share, crazy from the Shadows mind games. And it is frustrating that the timeout doesn't convert that round because of the work, the elbow grease that went into it. But for Dynamo fans, it's looking good. And this last round is going to be spicy. Ults on both sides. And D1 looking like they don't want to dilly-dally either. I think they realize they can maybe fight this Vice head-on if they're lucky and see if it works out.
There's also a potential collection there. You can see Dapper's quite close, so farming some pickup orbs would be nice. Seems like that's not what they're going to do. Instead, actually using that Steel Garden to get themselves onto the C site. So unfortunately, nobody was there, so that's going to be an ultimate down, down on the books. But D-Hawk kind of flanking this one, and I like it. The information's been given away, but I don't think they have a full grasp. Actually, now they do as to how many people are surrounding that positioning. The paranoia allowing them to slowly work themselves up forward, and it works even better for Dynamo. Aim absolutely on point with even more isolation. They are pushing past everyone. And now they've taken full control of the site, so it makes it a lot harder for D1 to keep it.
Oh, and we've seen that style of retake from Dynamo before, right? The strong numbers on the flank, mountain side, and Division 1 in the moment, like, it looked like they had the remnants of, like, okay, we have 2 players prime position to handle it, but 2 things come through. 1, the disrespect from D-Hawk while nearsighted to push and challenge Dapper. And number 2, I feel like that knife off for Calamity just comes out way too late when it could have aided in shutting down that flank play. So, again, the in the moment individual decision making outside of the primary caller, a bit coming up short here. So 6-6 half, huge turnaround from Dynamo on that 0-4 start, and honestly puts them in the driver's seat in my mind when you're looking at the double duelist composition. But you could say the same about maybe the defensive nature of Division 1s too, with their solo duelist, with again a Viper and a Vice. So I think we're in for another treat of a half.
We're close.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really don't think there's I mean, I know Icy's played with this team a couple of times here on Dynamo. It's not like, you know, we're missing out too much on Zanx not being within the roster, but there is a very, very big difference in play style when Zanx is on it, right? They play the controller, they play the duelist, they're pretty flexible in regards to that. But it does seem like this one, you know, with Icy involved, I like kind of like the well-calculatedness of how they're using the utility coming through from the ISO. I really enjoy, you know, kind of, and I'm excited to see how exactly they're going to be able to handle now the attacking side coming through, because that double duelist is going to be able to shine a bit more with D-Hawk.
Yeah. If I got a final win to cap off the half, it'd be great to carry that momentum into the dive mentality of this attack. Quick C-pivots tracked though. Dapper in position. Foreign in position with Paranoia in hand, and for a pistol round, Dynamo going on a bit of a world tour here and somehow still ending towards the Vice site.
Still having a formidable amount of util though. That paint shell I do feel like is going to do a good job at isolating, not isolating, sorry, but taking out a lot of this utility here. It doesn't seem like they're going to use it actually. So I mean, Molly unfortunately allowing Dynamic to play off their own util. D1 having a very good stance down towards the backhand site here and fighting even harder with that duo shift. And they're going to keep continuing that on. So Dynamo, they don't even have the back half of site. They're going to have to still continue to fight this back. And even then, with that decay, it's not working out the way that was planned. And it's a 2K to keep this in the books for D1.
That is a scrappy round, right? I mean, you get 2 pinged out on the Nightfall, and then nobody really addresses it, and you're still going for the tap, going for the plant on the Dynamo side, right? And that's when that support comes in from Foreign in particular, right? The Paranoia to deter that kind of punish, to set up that high-low fight. And after that, Division 1 kind of leaned into the individual heroics just a bit, that drop side player, that main side player, and they just happen to win all their ones to tie up the pistol with the bow, to shut down a lead shift out of the halftime mark. And it's this moment right here where they just win their ones, unfortunately. So all in all, again, well-rounded versus maybe top-heavy right now is the name of the game, Gompers. And Dynamo, they've come close to the Ecos, but that's with Sheriffs in hand, so I'll say with Bandit and a Frenzy, not too certain, especially when there's sniper rifles on the other side. Dynamic, by the way, usually plays Chamber on this map, so no stranger to the Marshal.
I like a good chamber pick. You know, a bit more forgiving, especially as we did see that, I mean, just forthright aggression from Dynamic trying to see what's going on down towards C. But, I mean, all in all, noise is made. The doors are being switched on over.
Oh, they know it's a fake out, though. Huge reposition for Dynamic. And then just resumes position on the deep mound line, expecting the re-hit.
Okay, great first shot to really keep things open for D1. A second one coming in, a no-scope. Now it's up to Dynamic. I mean, at this point, they've gotten their 2. They can relax and enjoy their life at this point. They want to keep going for more. Spamming through the smoke, seeing if they can find something. There isn't going to be too much of a committal, though. 40 seconds left, and that rotation comes through from XPMO. Even then, 2 players, though, now gone and downed at the hands of Dynamic.
Never seen so many, like, no-scopes in a single round, and Dynamic has made that possible. XPMO, though, after all of that, still a spike in hand. Could get at least some plant money for the second round eco if the timing is right towards this A site, and looks like it might just be, so that in itself is a victory, a small one to take away from this round. A bit of extra chump change in the pocket, so
Planted, cover going out.
gonna put Division 1 though up to 8, unless XPMO just does the unthinkable. I mean, hey, Paranoia, gun upgrade found off a close engagement, maybe.
Oh, but with the pistol shots, XPMO is just kind of giving way. Yep. Hey, I'm over here. Come on. I know you got a shotgun.
You didn't use that Paranoia. No.
Yeah, there's so much at that point that you could use. But yeah, good on D1. I mean, second round in, looking fabulous for them.
Okay, so big buy round coming up for Dynamo again to make it close, to make it a competitive half. And don't think I'm as like strongly inclined to believe it's to be a bonus on the third round for Division 1 as I was in the first half with their buy strategy here, but Dynamic hits some shots like this, but headshots in the next round and anything is possible. So I do kind of want to see some simplification out of Dynamo on this round, right? Just go for like a bold, brazen, maybe a hit so you're not going towards the sniper rifle, but that's been handed off to Boomy. So where is Boomy is gonna be the question mark as we jump into the round.
Shadows traveling.
Ooh, it's on the A fight.
Oh, great. Okay, this is something I've been wanting to see. We haven't gotten a lot of it here. You know, really aggressive push up from the defense, the paint shell kind of to open things up a bit, you know, for them to gather that space on D1. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out the way they had planned. Great response from Dynamo. So obviously you could see that worked out enough for them to get as many picks as they can early on in that round. Dynamo shutting things down for D1 on this bonus round.
Yeah, and again, 100% we expected that Dynamo have that better kit just to fight for, to win that A main space from the get-go, and obviously the gun disadvantage doesn't help D1 in winning those fights. I think the idea was to get Boomy on the line, but again, so much impressive util, and the coordination of those swings around the fade util was nice as well, right? It's like you almost have 3 entries with how XPMO has been playing the Omen, and that just makes them extra deadly, so 1 round now away from tying things up, but Division 1 with their first rifle round on the board, and then with a steel guard in the back pocket from the Marshall Madness, and curious to see that Division 1 is still fighting and vying for this A space.
Time and time again, it seems. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna actually punch myself in the face for saying that word. I saw you shaking your head, Sophie. But we're seeing a little bit more here. I like it. I think aggression is something we've been missing. So to see D1, you know, on the defense try to vie for that, it seemingly works out, right? 2 players still left standing here in a flank. With timing, this could work, but the problem is it's taking too long.
That's exactly why, though, Calamity was falling back, right? Didn't want to give the 1v1 away. Wanted to play for that timing alongside Dynamic. But with the wall triggered, they're going to have to play the delayed retake instead. And that gives Enzo so much time to reposition, set the mind games in motion.
Retrieving flash.
Oh, the flash. Actually, right back in their arsenal. So 20 seconds and they can use that bad boy.
Split off tree and main. I don't know how I feel about it.
It's too apart. I think a nice double swing would have done the numbers, especially with Enzo now actually peeking off that shot and taking into this 1v1. This is dangerous. They've isolated themselves. I don't think they know where Calamity is, though. Such a beautiful pace of play. Thinking off that primary being jammed, that Calamity would not in any way, shape, or form peek them.
Oh, the timing is close, but yeah, just orchestrated that perfectly. Just over a second left, and it's that plus you know exactly where they're playing from with that radius tracked on the Steel Garden, right? Knows especially that they had dropped after the kill on to Dynamic, so I mean, Division 1 corrected a lot of issues in one singular round. They win the A main fight, so that's going to strip that as an option away from Dynamo, it feels like, coming into the next, or not. These teams just have a lot of, we'll say, pride on their shoulders when it comes to these A fights. It looks like Gobbers. I mean, Odin, Nightfall, kill contact. I'm going to say it. I think Dynamo have enough tools in the toolbox to win this side fight this time.
I'll find you.
Actually pushing up on that, too. There's not going to be a lot of response off that. Seems like they're backing off. Maybe D1 feeling a bit more passive here on the A site, yeah.
I mean, when there's a kill contact and a Nightfall, there's no way you hard anchor that site, and you have a flank brewing, so they're gonna have a really nice retake and containment plan in motion. But Dynamo ready to dismantle it.
They know that was a fake TP. Okay, good. I'm glad the wall is there, so it did help a little bit.
All right, so the flank retake plan thrown out the window. It's gonna be a good old 5v5 retake through spawn side if Dynamo commits, but I really like this depth of thinking for Dynamo. They're like, this feels a bit too easy, just walking into the A site, getting the spike down off our ultimates. And there's a broken buy, you can argue for Division 1, but go for the predictable call. Nightfall in, Number's gonna be here for Division 1. What's the reflood speed like?
Potentially fast, I'm assuming. It seems like they need to get in there as soon as possible. 30 seconds left. They could actually shut this flank down, but the Steel Guardian comes out on the defensive side. D1 now looking to respond off it, but they're fighting back with everything, not expecting XPMO to have that Vandal in hand, that Phantom Apology. So, I mean, that's perfect. They leave Dapper alone. I mean, even then with a Guardian at that, so win this is quite dangerous. Staying steady, knowing the paranoia is readily prepared for this double peek. They are set for success here.
And the archers, right, as soon as the line of sight with that little high-low double whammy was triggered, but looking for an upgrade before the exit, looking to die a spike. Those are the dapper outcomes, it appears, on this round, and that's not a weapon. There it is. Again, Dynamo. They kind of cover all their bases that round, tease out the flank play, and then follow through on we already knew was going to be a decent execution off the Nightfall off the kill contract, and they trade those up as well for D-Hawk and the Showstopper, and that gives them grounds for stability, especially when Division 1 were scraping the bottom of the barrel with the bye last round, and now are relegated to just Sheriffs. This feels like the 9-9 incoming, Gompers.
They've gotten a comeback before too. Obviously, 4 rounds in a row that we saw last time. I mean, Eco's looking good. Dynamo. Oh my gosh, for some reason I continue to say things wrong. I'm gonna say Dyna from now on.
It's like cars, bro. Come on. But yeah, I'm not gonna count Division 1 out of this round just yet. I will if Boomy falls. Like, that's the showstopper. That's the element. That, and if Calamity. Did he get the A main orb already? I'm not too sure, but one off the Nightfall could be huge in the late round as well. So again, there's a reason why Dynamo are playing this round so slow and so cautious, right? They respect the names on the other side, and they've played against them many a times before.
Yeah.
Right, most recently it was a 13-11, 13-11 win for Dynamo. So nice to see why we may be in for a longer ride in this series, but ooh.
It's
nice jump from Dapper, nice reflush, they're good.
Yeah. I do believe D1 was actually previously, they came from Premier as well.
Did?
So quite interesting, Premier v Premier winners here.
Those directed invites. Doing well. This round, no exception. D-Hawk opener off the Outlaw. Showstopper into the B site. Maybe we expect the stack to be on an Eco, but no dice. Rocket Fuse, about to expire. Invested it with no outcome, but oh
yeah, Icy just cannot do more than one, but that's okay. Actually, getting one in general is really just helping the team out here. And Dynamo, they have Dapper waiting on the outskirts, 20 health left with a Sheriff in hand and a Dream, and it's not going to be exactly that. It's unfortunate, right? They're on a correct here for D1, so they did their absolute best with what they were given. And we're up to that 9-9, Zobi. Originally starting off in a 4-0, so this is great. It's working out.
Yeah, it's now that question mark of can Dynamo lead this series, right?
Yeah.
6-6, they didn't win the pistol. Here it's another big rifle round and a big ult round for Division 1. And this is where if they had 2 timeouts, you would have been taking the first timeout, because this feels like a must-win round. You lose this, Dynamo will likely get up to 11, and we know that they can carry momentum, evidence being, like you mentioned, those 4 rounds on the end of the half, right? The rounds they're finding now, and
Retrieving flash.
like this little fake out on the A fight. Immediate pivot towards C, towards B. They're trying to force Dynamo into their hands.
Yeah, wall play's been quite different though here from Dapper, which is odd. You can see they kind of read into this, which is great. Yeah, that's a great read coming through from D1. Obviously now still having Boomy with that ult just in case things go dry, but I really don't think they will. And so gathering information here over on A, waiting to see if they can maybe catch out forward, but the smoke comes through.
Oh. No. Don't be caught with the smoke in hand. Okay, there's the timing, and now the A fight is out of the question with less than a minute left. Dynamo's hands are going to be forced to fight into the Viper's pit. And I love Dynamic position.
Yeah, Dynamic has it. Just in case, I mean, anyone really gets through that smoke, which I doubt. Maybe not doubt's going to happen, because I did forget there was at least a moment util there to be held. But Dapper's safe and sound, looking to get inside their smoke, but making noise all the while. So it gives them no advantage here in this play. And now Calamity's kind of just having to play with everybody else, but Icy is a demon. We've seen them before get those 1-taps, but it's not going to be done again today. A 10-9 here, D1. They're slowly recovering.
Wow. And I'm going to say right now, the way Dynamo addressed that Viper Spit was impressive. Yeah, like you mentioned, there were some mistakes maybe from Dapper in that repositioning, but it was more that hunt that was also brilliantly placed from Max there that sets up that refrag. And again, Calamity knows when to get aggro and when to play avoidant and bought that time for the final kills from Mounside, which were a little iffy and also made our hearts drop a little bit, but Division 1 get it done, and with only kind of, again, one of those 4 ultimates that were online invested, it sets them up for that longevity of closing out this map, which is what they want, right? This is, reminder, Dynamo's map pick, and it feels like they've always been the ones wrestling for that lead back, coming back from behind, and still have yet to get that lead wrangled, and final timeout being called here because they're now in a... Well, actually, their money's not bad, Gompers. Even if they lose this round, they're going to have a bye in the next... minus maybe a gun or 2.
Yeah.
And I think then you're playing for, okay, get Max's ult, get Icy's ult online. Use them if you think you can win the round, but otherwise you can save them if you need. And this is still very well, like, both teams are doing a great job tracking, like, their econs, tracking their ultimates. It's not going to be like, oh, one team is clearly favored at the finish line right now.
No, I really have no idea how this is going to end. It feels very back and forth. I mean, Icy really stepping it up in the beginning. Now kind of reaching over a couple rounds on their attacking half. It does feel like it's starting to slowly flourish again. One thing I will say, I wish we saw a little bit more, you know, set plan coming through and support for D-Hawk. Like right now, they're sitting over towards Solo C while everybody else migrates. I'm sure they're committing to the fake with that door, obviously.
Oh, this is going to be an explosive fight. Boomy, I mean, no pun intended, with the showstopper in hand, too. If it doesn't get stripped away by a vulnerable from Icy, this is not going to go well for Dynamo.
Oh, great paranoia, though. They know how many people are there. I'm surprised, though. I was going to say Boomy's not pulling out that ultimate, but the ult comes out. That's going to be some great showing there. At least some sort of damage.
Huge one, too. That's the Nightfall gone for Max 1. Icy, you saw taking that first leap through main. Knows that he needed to secure that kill, get the kill contract online as an A entry tool. Now, instead the double duelist to go hand in hand. That's the support you wanted for D-Hawk.
Oh, and even more support coming through from 4, and unfortunately so, D-Hawk comes down and it's up to XPmo and Enzo. And they're sitting alone. They are completely funneled unless that door opens. Yep, they're leaving it.
I feel like 4 wins fights he shouldn't. That's just kind of summing up his experience on Lotus right now. The 2 sheriffs on that one eco attempt, the 2 there in the dark cover front tree, right? It's left now. Dynamo with very little options, and the only way we got back in would have been those 2 backs turret for Division 1, but mistake packs up. It's all down to XBMO from the shadows online with 15 seconds and a 1v4. Not a tool you want to expend, so just looking to do damage, which D1 aren't rich by any means.
Oh! That was looking scary too. And I mean, great wraparound D1 looking to sandwich, you know, them in. But yeah, I think right now is a good time for D1 really to wrap it up. If they give any more rounds over to Dynamo, it does seem like it's gonna go dry for them. Just because I mean, we've seen variations of times where, you know, once the momentum starts to pick up, it's really hard to get it back down.
Yeah, 100%. And that feels like the breakthrough in my mind for Division 1, but again, the fact that players like XPMO have been consistently fragging does give those light shields, give those judges, and it makes it harder for, I would say, a definitive closeout, but Dynamo, they feel like they're lost for cause at the moment. Haven't really found that solution, but we'll see. The gimmicky wins starting to falter on the Division 1 side too, right? No more Viper's Pit, no more Showstopper. Question will be if Calamity or Dynamic can get those ults through to kind of put a pin in this map. You can see Dynamo. You know when they are very mindful of a round and its importance or its dangerous element in the enemy team's perspective, right? And this round is no exception. Nightfall, kill contract. They're very intentional with their ultimates. Calamity. This is framing for a B end, right?
Yeah.
That's why the Vice and the Omen are both B main, but it's gonna be up to Calamity to dismantle it.
Yeah, and with knowledge on where Calamity is, oh gosh, that's so unfortunate. Yup, the ultimate comes out, ISO's ready. And Icy has not lost any fights inside of this field, so that's a very, very hard fight to take. Especially now. I mean, unfortunately, they're not really regathered up with the team here, but they could take their time and their effort. It doesn't seem like Dynamic's going to push a little too far, but there is that Steel Guard and still readily available for that retake.
Yeah, if they didn't invest in Nightfall, I think maybe Dynamic would have expanded it, but now you've got to respect the vulnerability. Just take this hand in hand and see if something sticks. If Dever can even get a gun upgrade.
I just want them to use it. I know it's risky, but
I'd
this
save
is
it
the
for
best
next.
time. They're all in radius. I don't know. I feel like perfect timing, but yeah, I guess I have to agree there. Dynamo, I mean, winning this out 10-11. They could bring it up to match point, so.
Yeah. Yeah, the only way I agree with you that they should have used it is that it's now an eco, right? Full stop for Division 1. So it does feel like then you're going to be playing for OT or not. And there's even a chance that Dynamo beats you to map point here. But I think it was just the sheer amount of util that was left to address that choke for Dynamo. That's why Division 1 was like, I don't think we should use it. Because then they would just buy out the timer by dumping the same exact util that we just saw as they double swung into the site. So all in all, again, it's another round where it's like an eco, where you're like, okay, it's an eco, Dynamo will probably win it, but you can't count Division 1 out because of these ultimates and because of the eco heroics we've seen from players like Foreign before already on this half.
All it takes is a gun drop, in my opinion. You know, one person in the right hands. Obviously, Boomy's been killing it so far with the entries. 3 entries back onto site, but there comes D-Hawk, gaining a majority of the space over towards C, playing complete retake here for D1.
Okay, what do the ults invested look like? And that's why Dynamo's playing so far forward, but Kanoa Inoya forces quick respect.
Ooh, oh, okay, look, you said Foreign would get something to happen in it. It seems like they are. A second one down in the books. And Dynamic, I mean, they've opened up the space for this 1v2. I don't think it's over just yet. This is perfect timing to at least try to do what they can. Yep, but all in all, really good round from T1.
Great try for sure. If it was like an earlier round, you'd be like, oh no, that's gonna be catastrophic to the money. But then you look at this and it's like, okay, there's 1 or 2 rounds max left and a Dynamo win the next, then they guarantee at least an OT spot. And I'm starting to see why last time these 2 teams met it was a 13-11. I feel like we're headed towards that track again. Because if Dynamo win this round, the money again is broken for Division 1. Like, I'm in awe that we have not gotten a timeout called by Division 1 here. So that means probably liked the call they were hearing, coming in with these ultimates and... Oh, no, we're not hinging the map on an A fight again, are we?
Okay, actually, yeah. I maybe thought someone would have caught on, but I don't think they have. So this is good. Smoke set up in hopes to maybe make them feel like they're not really lurking down towards the backside, but this is beautiful. Showstopper now brought out from D-Hawk, and at least some sort of escape, but Boomy gets caught out, and this is nice. Still guarded to kind of respond here for Dynamo, but Foreign's just there. The response rate of this team of D1 is absolutely insane. They have completely shut down any source of utility that Dynamo was hoping to put onto the site here.
And it's perfect, right? We think back to earlier this half, Division 1, they lose a round because they weren't fast enough, reactive enough with these ultimates, right? And here it was all of them layered to perfection. And the positions as well, they never got quite cleared out. And Foreign again getting kills he shouldn't have. I think that was a from the shadows into tree, by the way. And that's put them on track to beat Dynamo to 12. But see if that's a 13-11 or OT perspective then, because we are far from done.
Oh man, Tethered
30 seconds
kind of
left.
to spare that time there and trying to get that spike. So there's still a flash too. There's so much stuff that we can use in this moment to make sure everything works out. Yeah, big shutdown coming through from D1. That's going to be match point. And I mean, potentially a last round.
Yeah, it depends on, yeah, there it is. Again, the bank has like never run out of funds, it looks like, for Dynamo here. And even this round's not terrible in the buy department. So again, I'm not like surely convinced that this is going to be that 13-11 versus OT. And I love it when it boils down to like the full ult reset as well, where you're probably not going to see any unless it's to close off the map because one of those players got like a 3 or 4 piece on the round to begin with. And just gonna be Dynamo. I did like their CX, like you mentioned it. D-Hawk did a good job, but that was an eco. This is a full buy, and there's an op with support C-side.
And all it takes is patience. But Boomy backs off, not waiting to really see what could be in the cards for this team.
Okay. Still know about the operator here, and that's the biggest risk. Little pixel angle. There's 3 here now too, though, with the fade on top. Rotate called was good. Trust in Dynamic on the A side. Trust in Dapper's deep position with the judge. I'm worried there's not going to be enough time to pick up the pieces if this picture falls onto the ground. Gompers. Why would you jump there? Oh, the nerves setting in.
It's just, my thing is yeah, I was gonna say Nade could really just shut the angle down and make it even harder for them to get in. The damage has been made, everybody else is there, and I mean, a thing that was supposed to be the winning number for Dynamo here to bring things to that 12-12 ended up actually losing them that round. The timing is, that's the win condition here, Zobi, is the timing.
I mean, again, that rotate was really well called by Division 1, and usually they had like end zone alert play to see what was happening on the other side of the map. That was non-existent, right? It felt like the pressure, the nerves of finally being maybe on the VCL stage got to them in those last few closing rounds. And it also went down to the fact that, right, we saw like 3 different moments where this game was tied, right? 6, 9, and 11. And none of those times was Dynamo able to recapture the lead. So to me, even going to a map 2 of Breeze, if Dynamo start off with a pistol win or start off with the lead, I still have no clue how this series as a whole is going to go, Gompers. But Division 1, they're looking a lot more stable, I think is the way to call it. I don't know if I like it just yet, per se, despite the winning map 1 for like the longevity of the entire stage, but it's not as scrappy 100%.
No, not as scrappy, but I mean, you can also see some sort of improvement from D1 as well. It used to feel, I'm not gonna lie, like it was a little messy the last time we saw D1 play. They weren't as calculated, they weren't as performative as they were now, and obviously it seems like they fixed up a lot of those mistakes. So quite exciting to see what Lotus was looking like, and I'm excited for that second map, guys. We're not going anywhere. Dynamo could come back for those Dynamo lovers, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Well, what a fine job from Division 1 right there, taking down Dynamo on their map pick as well, taking down Dynamo's map pick of Lotus. It was close. It was 13-11. It could have gone to overtime. We were sitting here thinking it was overtime. We weren't sure, but Division were able to bring it back. Vansili, we were watching this game. We were seeing some kill contracts come out from Icy on the side of Dynamo, but at the end saw kind of that. I think Dapper is just inevitable at the end of the day.
Agreed. We have to focus on two low-hanging fruits, right, when we're prefacing this matchup. One, Dapper making his return to pro play, and then secondly, how good does this team for Dynamo look like in Challengers? So let's attack them one by one. I love what I saw from Dapper, the IGL, the calling, when they're flipping maps from the piss around to the anti-eco, understanding like where Dynamo's coming from and just reacting quite well. And you saw some good old school style of Dapper on the lurks again. And what's cool about it is that with Division 1, you have an opportunity to lurk with Dapper, and you have an opportunity to lurk and find entries with Dynamics. So there's a lot of firepower and timings that they could find on that team. And for Dynamo, I loved how it actually looked for their first Giving Challengers, despite this being a loss to Division 1. They look like a well-oiled machine, I think, with Cole or Mechanic Cole as the coach right now for the team. And you really see already some structure for such a young team and young players. So I'm actually looking forward to the future of this team.
Definitely, I totally agree. I mean, Dynamo changed up the rhythm completely after that pause on round 4 and gets a lot of rounds because of that, right? I think one of the strengths from Dynamo's part was fighting together and pushing together on that first defense side, right? They were 3 pushing, was really effective. Then when they solo push, maybe they were not getting the advantage that they wanted, and then they stopped pushing it all. So I think that's one of the things that they need to work on. Probably, I don't know if it's confidence or if it was a call to stop pushing, but that was one of the strengths. And also going to the side of D1, definitely those calls were amazing. I just like when on the defense side they were strongholding some sides, like Dynamo was not giving any info, any sound info, and D1 was strong holding those sides. And I don't know if that was actually Dapper calling that. I would like to know that, of course, on the interview or later. But I think it was actually a great map for both of the teams. Of course, some mistakes were made, but it is a really good start for both.
Yeah, I think that calls to the experience of Dapper as well, when you have to kind of learn on the fly, IGLing for the team. When you're looking at the nature of the composition for Dynamo, you knew it was going to be explosive from the get-go. With them, you know, they're mentioning at the caster booth here for Zobi and for Gompers that, you know, oh, they're going to try to do an A-hit simulator once again. But it's fine, because since you don't have a Viper to play inserts and lurks into mid-rounding and whatnot, you're trying to be as explosive as you can at the beginning of these rounds and hoping that these trades come into favor. So the look that you have from Dynamo to undercut instead of scaling with a wall, so that you actually vulnerable players that are trying to take rumble control in the first place, and then you try to fight into that mid space by that orb on the A side and control that and see how you can play inserts right after into the mid rounding. I think the look of that was kind of good. So it comes to the responsibility of Dapper of being like, okay, well, these guys are going to be very explosive. Let's try to exchange a little bit in terms of our utility to fight for the A rumble control. And you know they're going to have a lot less for Dynamo when it comes down to the second wave hit into the mid rounding. So that's where D1 started finding their advantages, started to find lurk pushes as well on the flanks, and they're just kind of keeping Dynamo just quartered, pincered, and no opportunities to really scale up on these maps. So we had to eventually come down to individual plays as well to fight.
And as you said, continuing with that idea from our casters, they said a word that it actually, for me, described the whole play style from Dynamo: disrespect. They were actually disrespecting every single decision or like rotate D1 was trying to do. And I feel like that's the most important thing. You're not going to expect an ISO. You're not going to expect one pushing without a flash, a smoke, like completely random. And that's what actually you need to do to surprise players that have been playing a lot of time this game. And that was actually one of the things that made Dynamo 11 points in this first map. Because if we look a little bit into the stats, D1 actually won 2 ecos, won both pistols. It shouldn't be in that close for D1 this map.
Yeah, if you're D1, yeah, you may have stolen the map pick, but that was remarkably close. I think too close for comfort. But also, I think I'm so glad you mentioned kind of the disrespect, because that is exactly what we knew Division 1 for, right? Division 1 coming with that sort of disrespect style, that premier style. And when it's literally the exact same treatment is given to them, it's something they struggle with. It just goes to show how effective that is, kind of, you know, going toe-to-toe with each other. And of course, huge shout outs to Cole for those excellent timeouts as well. Style coaching on the side of Division 1 doing great as well. And it is so weird to see Dapper on the bottom of the leaderboard, because we were watching him, Vansily, and we're like, Dapper's lurking, Dapper's shooting. It's like we're back in 2021. Yeah. And it's so exciting to see. But we also wanted to bring up our super sub of the day, Icy on the ISO. I see Icy on the ISO. Do you guys like that one? I saw that one from Henrik in chat.
Yeah.
But I mean, Valina, looking at these stats, he is coming in first up only for a few weeks too. But looking at this, at an ISO and like winning every single kill contract, well played, Icy.
Every single kill contract. And the thing that I wanted to highlight also is the fact that every kill contract had a purpose. He was not ulting because he wanted to get a kill. And like we mentioned the disrespect, and it's not the disrespect in a way that they play unconsciously about pushing or just having 1v1s constantly. It's like that aggression, but with a purpose. And that's what I want to highlight about Icy. Like every time that he ulted, it actually had a purpose, and it actually means something, that they were pushing B or they were pushing A, or it was actually to stop also that flood from the other team. So really highlight that. He's the sub, but maybe if he does a good job, maybe he can stay in the team. We actually don't know, because he was looking really good.
Let's stop talking about subs. I'm getting hungry.
Getting hungry? Well, let's eat a really good round. Talk about round 9, Vansily. Please talk about round 9. Please talk about
sure.
Eating, you know what I mean? Like eating. Well, you don't know because you're older, but like you're eating.
Oh. Every
like,
time we're saying he's older.
You're gonna nail this, right? So
yeah,
no,
you're gonna eat,
definitely.
Vansily.
If anything, it's also to talk about how Dynamo looked and how they were eating for such a young team and adapting over to on the fly. Because like I said, when it comes down to the structure that they had and how they wanted to play, look at how they're reacting within these rounds. So they're being a little bit more proactive. They're taking some mound control. They're taking extremity control at the same time. And once they realize that it's kind of slow, they still try to pivot into where the weaknesses could be. So try to fight back for season 8s towards the B main if you want. But what's cool is that Dapper is able to call this, that, hey, you activated the double tap here for Icy. The shield's going to dissipate. Let's try to fight once the shield is gone. They take advantage of that and break it right away. But look at what changes here. You open the door for Dynamo. You're not really overreacting and over-rotating at the same time as well. You're just trying to make sure that you're stalling as much as you can so you still get some good map control. Look at how like the Omen is moving towards the B main. They know there's going to be a lurk somewhere here and there. So I just wanted to talk about overall how Dynamo looks really good and how well oiled they look. Like a real team actually going to these games. Showstopper pushes them away. Again, no overreactions to try to fight around the Showstopper to give your lives away. You understand where the gaps are. So now you're playing the buddy system. You have the Vice moving in and double teaming up here with your teammates. And then you're actually stalling the rotate back to the B site over from Division 1. So again, very calm, composed, stoic, and even able to fight back in 4 versus 5 scenarios for Dynamo. And that's just one example of how good they were in terms of understanding, despite them being a very new team, and playing like they are actually a very good team that has seasons of experience for this team of Dynamo. So again, I think I have to praise not only the players, but the coaching from Mikol as well, probably ironing out these type of protocols and making sure here that they're probably a dark horse going into this last stage.
That's what we like to see. And that's exactly what Challengers is about. Exactly what we saw Division 1 do last time. And we might see Dynamo do it now. But to be fair, we are going to Division 1's map pick next. That last map of Lotus was Dynamo's map pick. Next being Division 1's, we're going to Breeze next, I believe. I remember at the top of my head. God, I'm smart. But starting on the side of defense, Vansily, do we feel any which way about the Breeze? Or
no, I think
are
this is going to be fun. I think when we think about how it's Premier versus Premier, when it's Breeze, where it could be a DM map out of the open, let's just go with the low-hanging fruit once again. It's going to be a brawl, should be a brawl, and then AIM is going to take the upper hand. And I like that we talk about this a lot too here on the desk and over towards the meta right now, is that everybody tries to compare new Challengers teams kind of like a rankers, a sleepers, etc., etc. It almost looks like now going into May in 2026 that this is how you should actually play the game, because of the initiator nerfs. It really comes down to finding your timings and making sure that you have some players that could take these risks and go for these fights. And both of these teams have those type of players that could actually do it. So it's not trying to compare upcoming teams. It's more like, this is how you should play the game now for some of these rounds. And they're doing it quite well because they're actually molded within this type of meta right now for Dynamo and D1.
Definitely. And now, well, going into the Breeze, it's a lot of firepower. And we saw a lot of that on that first map. So it's going to be really interesting how they're going to work. Also, that mid control, like we've seen that usually that mid control, especially in Breeze, is not that common. Like they usually, teams usually get a smoke or just like a little pick and, oh, there's no one here, and just go back and usually focus on the both sides. So I think that having all that firepower and also maybe having the possibility of having an ISO here, because it actually works really, really good on that Breeze. I'm really interested on seeing how that's going to go down, because also one of the good things that D1 presented to us on that Vodus was when they play together, it was a completely whole different story. They were rotating really fast, they were flooding the sides, and they were actually having that firepower together. And now seeing also the comps, we're actually gonna have double duelists for both. I love this.
Look at the knee. Mentally, there's a knee. And we see Dapper on a Sova. Oh my god, I feel like we've just returned to the promised land, Vensily.
Yes.
Because looking at this, oh my gosh, I'm so glad, Valina, you brought the double duelist, because we were wondering about that in the beginning, right? It's kind of talking about, you know, where we're going to go back to it. Vensily, now that we see it, do we feel any which way about Breeze?
Not really, because this is pretty much the same comp from Division 1 in the first place. So Dynamic on the Jet. Boomy has put numbers. When I was talking about how good he is for Neon during the playoffs, it was actually on this map itself. And he wasn't trying to be like the Flash of Neon. He opts whenever he needs to so that Dynamic could rifle an entry. So it really works out in terms of their chemistry. I think it's more focusing on Dynamo's side with Icy continuing to play this ISO. This is not going to be an unorthodox comp for Dynamo because they've played this with the Fun Havers events in the past, just with a different duelist. So the structure is still there, and now it's cool to just maximize again that micro and the protocols around how they want to exec, and it could still make this comp work.
Well, folks, we're heading to the beautiful beach of Breeze. Dynamo have made quite a splash, but can they make it to a map 3? Gonna send it over to your casters, Gompers and Zobi friends. Take it away.
All right, some changes. We would have originally have had an Astra here. I mean, apologies, not an Astra. Zangs does play Clove, as we've seen here for Division 1. But all in all, I really do like it. I think the Astra is an interesting pick, Zobi. But there's also still like that ISO coming in, as well as that double duelist from Dynamo.
Yeah, I think it's crazy to say that I think Astra and Clove are more picked than Omen on this map in particular, just because the Clove gets that aggression and you already have the smokes of the Viper, but the Astra definitely being that end all be all because of the global support on one of the broadest maps right in the pool alongside Fracture. So yeah, I think like the Dis mentioned, Dynamo playing what they know. Division 1, they're one of those teams to me that fit the meta formula perfectly of playing double duelist, right? You're gonna see like again the Jet Phoenix, the Jet Rays on like other maps in the pool, and Lotus was that one exception where you don't see it, and maybe that's why it's one of their not as picked maps, right? Again, that was Dynamo's pick, but Breeze here right now is a 5-0 last stage for this team. So Dynamo, it would be a heck of a victory to take it to a map 3 via this map.
Yes. And I mean, unfortunately, they lost their last map pick, which had a pretty outstanding win run too, though. So yeah, you know, anything is up for grabs here, realistically, which is quite scary.
Yeah, trade win percentages, why not? End each other's streaks, but jumping already into the action. And it's more so a lack thereof, right? Gomper is very silent for a pistol, very solo scaling. And Division 1, actually the ones on the defense, getting a bit antsy first, double scaling, getting ready through mid door.
I'm out of here.
Okay, nice jiggle peek. Actually giving Dapper and Dynamic an opening to peek outside of door. And that's a quick turnaround here as Dynamo, they shut down that initial fight.
That was a nasty slide in from Boomy, but the round is not secured off of that. In fact, the opposite, numbers firmly in favor of Dynamo. Foreign at 45 HP as well. Quick work for the double Sheriff on the Dynamo side. And this is what we mentioned. They win the pistol, they get the control first, and that could be how they turn the series around.
And the big shutdown. That's how it's going to end. So, I mean, unfortunate, right? You initially have two players kind of peeking out, Dapper and Dynamic, but it starts off already with a pistol round one from Dynamo, of which you know, last map, it wasn't really working out in favor of them, those pistol rounds before. So a good start to a second map.
Yeah, first time leading in the entire series, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And yeah, I was gonna say I like the sniper rifles on Breeze, but not two of them when you're on the attack. So they reel it in a little bit. Give Enzo the solo one. Icy on the Guardian, and I agree right now. He is like a super sub. Kind of kept that mid fight contained. And Division 1, I'm gonna be looking towards that mentality. Do they get antsy? Do they overfight? Here it's a eco. Anything goes. So the triple scaling A main, not surprising to say the least. Can maybe even get a orb if you commit a deeper smoke.
I mean, you can see Boomy like almost testing the idea of peeking this angle, but just not going to do so just yet. Super, super quiet from Dynamo. I'm trying to get a read into what this save round is going to start looking like.
Okay. It's going to be the call to peel off, right? And we talked about time being an enemy of Dynamo and their comeback on Lotus. Here, I'm a little worried about it being the same if they end A, right? Maybe a red herring from XPMO not getting too much retaliation on this A main scale.
Oh, Smoke's ready to get popped up in this moment. Yeah, this is going to be an engagement on the A site here for Dynamo. And everyone's, they have no information right now in this moment, right? Everybody just sitting down towards the back site. That big swing coming through from Boomy does catch them by surprise, but, you know, Icy is there to respond. A player that has been hitting their headshots every single time, luckily enough. So it ends up working out for the better here for Dynamo.
A hero rifle collected, and they're going to keep going.
Yeah, keep going. They will. There goes Calamity taking out another one, though. D1 in a very, very tough spot, right? This 2v3, Dynamic not really having enough health to secure that backside win. So, yeah, unfortunately getting shut down with the Ares, and there it goes. Dynamo taking in that save round.
Yeah. I was a little bit worried there at first with that Vandal falling down a little bit from the missed Viper cycling timing, but I think it was that kind of duo pair up of 2A main, 2 on site that allowed for those quick trades and allowed for that stability in the post plant. And this is exactly what you want from your duelist, to be the one taking that first kind of line of contact. Maxed 1 being stuck on site. We'll revisit later rounds because I do think that Silva Util can be more useful off site with those shocks with that Hunter's Fury, but again, it's situational. Again, it was better for him to be on site in the given moment. So all in all, yeah, like you mentioned, clean round. And now for the eco, testing the waters B side for the first time this map.
From a Molly to stop any sort of push to come through, but D-Hawk, luckily enough, actually having that dash, and there goes Icy. So they've cleared up the B site well enough to make sure, but that's the first time we're going to see Icy actually lose a fight in their own realm. So unfortunately so. Although 3v3 isn't really going to look too bad here in the hands of Dynamo, and this might be the opportunity for them to actually take in this 3-0, right? To change the tides of what D1 did to them last game.
Oh, and on the retreat. Dynamic, I like the challenge with the Poison Cloud is going to confirm the rotation, maybe even allow Calamity to beat them there, because they still have the better weaponry, but do you really want to chance the 1v2?
Oh, 1v2 they will, I guess. Calamity is the one looking for it this time. They do still have a star, yep. Okay, potential temporary smoke to really take this one in.
They split off. One going for the spike plant, one staying on this door position, and honestly, I'm still weary about Calamity waiting for a Dynamic here.
Yeah, and I don't like the split because it does give Calamity a chance. Oh, okay, well, I guess when you have the Outlaw, anything is possible. And I guess so be it with Dynamic as well. So knowing that where the positioning is of both these players, hearing the noise, not having a lot to work with other than their own gameplay, and that 3K comes through from Enzo.
Yeah, that's just those 2v2 dynamics and the timings that Calamity, I was singing his praises for knowing when to like bite down and when to give it up. Over on Lotus here, just it feels like an overfight here, and that's after they did a really good job, like you mentioned here, challenging that kill contract on the B site, right? Yeah, they slipped in, found Dapper back site, but it was the timing Boomy sliding in, Dynamic sliding in front site that forced that rotation after the 2v2 with the dust settling. But no matter how you spin it, that is a bonus one by Dynamo in explosive fashion on, again, Division 1's map pick. And now, I mean, aside for that Marshall, all pistols, it's not a great look.
Great tag. Actually backs him off. Very, very temporarily. That will give some room over to Dynamic to regain the angle, and there goes that first shot. That's exactly what we want to see here. A very calculated look into the extremities of that A site.
Yeah, not how you want to be losing the first bloods. And the tracking is good. Form buying additional time for these necessary positions, and my expectation here is maybe Dapper's gonna drone Dynamic onto the line. Yep, there it is.
Okay, having to back themselves off. It's not gonna be the first time though we've seen Dynamic get a pick this round, so I think there's some potential here, especially with damage now being made towards Max, but taking their time. Not really too heavy of a push. Foreign absolutely destroying. And I don't know, I guess you can really do it with the Sheriff. I will count them out just yet, obviously, with Enzo having the Vandal in hand. It does give some opportunity over way. Boomy not able to hit the shots, and Foreign hitting them exactly as they should be.
Is there anybody we think, Gumpers, that has as many Sheriff kills as Foreign does on this series? No, right? Like, we're on the same page, it's probably him?
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely.
Okay, good. Because I remember seeing them every single time it came out over on Lotus. And, I mean, I was, like, worried. I'm like, Foreign has no util left, right? There's no way he's going to be able to anger this site on the eco in the late round. And then he just does that, which... I mean, the second one was already criminal, right? But with some whiffage on the Dynamo side. The third one, when he's low HP, you need to secure those trades. And the speed in which they get the gun upgrade so Enzo can't refrag and try to challenge with him being 6-1, brutal. And that's how Dynamo is there first. Division 1 on the board, weapons, money, repaired, and so is the confidence. They're fighting in A main.
Well, confidence kind of going away now. Dynamic, they know the op is there. They actually get taken out. The stun assisting in that endeavor. D-Hawk can't even get Dynamic out. Dynamic is still stuck in smoke and gets another. Allows themselves to escape for just a second. That's insane.
It's like your flick shot routine, Gompers. That's what we just saw D-Hawk forced to play up against Dynamic. And yeah, I'm glad to see Dynamic with the op back in hand, to say the least. That was fun to watch. And it's difficult, Gompers, because that's exactly how Dynamo should have played that, right? When there is super heavy A aggression, you want your duelists to pick up the pace and get that pinch through mid-door. And I thought they were going to have it perfectly timed, and then Dapper gets great timing, disrespecting the site smoke, and that's how they keep a lid on this. Very support upon support upon support, and I mean, all right.
Yeah, I like that. They definitely are supporting each other. I mean, to the max extent here for D1. We're going to see that actually happen again. Unfortunately, not enough, but it is going to be two Outlaws in a Dream. Boomy slowly working themselves up alongside Dynamic, and they've already gotten one. Max is gone.
Yeah. Eco killers, 100%. Is the op like somewhere like behind them? They didn't lose. Did they lose? I guess they lost the op last round. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But they're not going to lose this round. Calamity. Sightlines. Steadfast and XP Monal on the other side of the Outlaws.
Oh, they're trolling. There's no way. They're trolling.
For 360 into that kill.
Another one? No, not gonna happen. They're just closing it off. And now I like that we're seeing a lot more from Dapper now, though, especially here sitting on the Sova.
Yeah, sometimes you do kind of, again, fall into that lurk mentality where it's like, sometimes what you're doing doesn't get as much timing impact, and this is a more direct role where you can see he's that backbone of support for the duelists time and time again. And Ken bait and the duelist running it down in front of him as well. And you got two of those despairs, so why not? But it's funny, it's poetic, right? It's like, okay, Division 1 started 4-0 on Lotus, and then we go right up to 4-4, and here, while it's in a more explosive fashion by winning the Thrifty in the third off of a 4 and 3K, we still get to 3-3, and in similar fashion, first time out gets called.
Yeah, Mikol knew there had to be something said, which, I mean, what else can you say other than, hey guys, we got 5 ults here. Not the 5th one just yet. But Icy is very, very close. You know, I do feel like this is a good round to kind of take back what once was yours.
Yeah, if not, then it's like Division 1 will start pulling back into the lead, and I mean, with double duels on both sides, we can't spin the whole like, oh, they're gonna be more sided once the side swap narrative. And Gompers, do you think Breeze is more attack or defense sided? People have like such strong opinions on this map, one way or the other, and I still, to me, don't call it either way.
I really think it's attacker sided.
Okay,
personally. Depending on what duelist you have, is my saying.
Well, do you like the Neon or the ISO? There's the easy question.
big Waylay sim, I'll be honest.
Oh, Waylay. Well, that's not here anymore. And the Neon just said, hey, choose me, Gompers, with that opening kill and the escape. No counter even found off the Hunter's Fury.
Oh gosh, yep, already getting more. That's great off Icy. They've actually regained some shield there. Unfortunately enough though, Dynamo, they are really hitting their shots up towards mid. That leaves only 2 players left alive and left standing here. Unfortunately, player advantage not there, but we still do have a couple things we can work with. I mean, XP Mo doesn't necessarily hit the shot on Foreign has done way worse things with less health. So there is potential for something to happen here.
Yeah, they kind of sell the fake really well off of XPMO from the shadows. I was a bit worried that if Foreign was aware of that TP and had gotten it, it would have still just been a dry 2v2, but it looks like the timing's going to work out perfectly.
Oh, they knew. You could see they were looking to clear it, but they weren't taking it as seriously as they should have been. Yeah, but Spike, the only main condition right now for Boomy. I'm not quite sure if they're actually planning on really executing on this. Oh, and they will have to. They literally got the most perfect shot to open things up, and they still have that wall readily available. There it goes, that vulnerability. Now going into the smoke with that decay, it makes it so much harder, and the stakes are higher for this player. But they're going to keep doing what they do best. And that's get some kills potentially. Not today.
Okay. And I'll say from MVP over on Lotus to basically being the single-hand orchestrator of this round, XPMO is definitely filling the shoes right now of Zang's their primary controller. Not 16 yet. Very, very well, right? Like these mid kills, catching the timing out, setting up the hole from the shadows fake out. Like this is the player to be watching on this Dynamo side. And I know I'm gonna say it, I think he has the most fans in chat right now too, Gompers, from what I've been seeing, or at least the most enthusiastic ones. But Division 1, just because they lost the lead, I don't know if we're gonna keep it that way for too long. Still have a full buy, have a full 5 ultimates, and I see. I like the confidence, the disrespect here in the mid.
Ooh, okay. Well, I guess ISO Lurk is working out the way that they had expected. Shield gives Icy a way out. And they can regather onto B site. Look at that rotation. Everyone on D1 just gathered around in mid.
Yeah, no, can get the quick rotate. Up on the line to punish, maybe an over peek, which was gifted by Max1 before going for the plants, but with that whiff, you're probably gonna have to see this overdrive. Maybe off the Hunter's Fury. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is a bit disconnected.
Oh, but they're going. They're waiting, counting that pillar. Foreign, it was prepared to actually take those fights, but I don't think they were expecting that angle to be held, right? The TP's coming through from XPMO. It becomes almost impossible to have an understanding as to where anybody is if you're D1. And that op pickup has come through. Now they're just kind of waiting, right? Like, what else can you do other than try to maybe get some of these picks out? The shock darts are happening, but they're not hitting anyone. And the op, you gotta save it. I feel like this is really just the biggest investment. So, yeah, running away from this one.
Yeah. And I might be wanting a Division 1 timeout after this, right? We've talked about it, right? The instinctual investment of the ultimates has been hit or miss for Division 1 over on map 1 of Lotus. Here, Dapper, I think that ult was good, but no one went in off of it, right? It didn't feel like it was a compound effort. And when it's your IGL that's using that first ult with no reaction from your team, something is amiss communication-wise. And there it is! We knew it was coming, Gompers. I'm assuming it's a D1 one. There it is. Yeah, and that's just because you already invested one with no conversion. You don't want to waste the rest of those because that should be the way you close things up. Tie right back out the gates. And yep. And they're going to have another buy as well because, again, it was that eco win that kind of kickstarted their comeback. So all these rounds losses done is more strength and Dynamo's stability in the game, score-wise, money-wise. So it makes us think that even if D1 win this round, Dynamo are going to try and keep that hold on the lead.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure on Dynamo, though. You know, they've lost that last map. Obviously, they had a lot of fangirls and boys in the chat. You know, it does put a lot of pressure on them as a premier team to kind of come into this and beat D1, who's a previous premier team, and then also kind of, this is their first showing, realistically. So, you know, just wanting to prove that they can do it. Icy subbing in for Zanks as well, and it's a really different vibe that we're getting. So I think they're holding their own very, very well with what they're given, especially now being thrown into Challengers, which is a completely different type of seriousness from that tier 3 and premier level.
Man, like I want to see Zanks come back, but I'm like, okay, is XPMO going to go on to Duelist or what's happening there? Like, I'm worried about those role changes in a few weeks. If haven't, we'll say it already been eliminated, right? Because it's 3 more weeks after this.
Yeah.
Right? And again, they're the ones down a map right now, but I don't expect them to go out 0-4. I don't, even though they are the, like, the premier team coming in, right? Or then therefore a lower seeded team in the grand stage. They're showing a good show. You're getting a reminder. Division 1 were your 3rd place team last stage. The underdogs on their own right from Premier, and right now they are being pushed, right? Down 2 rounds, just took a timeout, and you know, utilize these ults to stabilize, and forward, investing 1 A main's a great start, keeps the numbers and this plethora of Astra Stars B-side, but we know Dynamo, they like to challenge Viper's pits, Gompers.
Right here.
Oh yeah, Dynamo doesn't care. I mean, even then, they know, they have to know where the Viper is. They don't? They don't. Okay, through smoke, there goes Calamity, taking out the Hawk 4 and gets another one as well. So what do? You've lost out on 2 of your duelists. You have no recon darts to use. The only thing you can really do is maybe push for a paranoia. But even then, right? Like, you've lost everything.
Yeah, and it's different when you have Fade you can follow up versus, again, a drone. That information gets outdated, and Forward is able to go for the full stop anchor and basically put a stop to the round. Enzo now requiring the ace clutch to pull this back, but yeah, Division 1. I mean, it's a Viper's pit, you're challenging it. Things can go really well, or they can go really poorly very quickly.
10 seconds left.
We're just staying put. Not a lot of time. But yeah, that was good. I mean, I see the vision with the drone. I did like that initial start to it. It is quite unfortunate that that smoke shot did come through off the rip as well, which is from Calamity. So
30 seconds left.
it's a hard position to be in, I will say.
Well, we mentioned it though. 2 rounds they were able to find. Gave them a little bit more leniency when it came to the buy department. So those come through. Another buy, another chance to maintain that lead before D1 will get us squared away at 5-5. Yeah.
Can
I say squared away? Can it be like, is it like a pentagon away?
Pentagon, I guess.
Yeah, but, and they still have the ults on the D1 side. That's my greatest concern. It's been like 1 round, 1 ult, right?
Okay, same thing. With the snake bite, at least trying to stop that push from coming through. They did manage to get some decay off that, which it seemingly works out, right? Dynamic and Foreign working as a team, closing off that choke point. And it does push Dynamo back into this weird position where now that lurk from A really has to come into touch here.
You can see there is no tearing for Dynamo happening. Immediate rotation off of Enzo's deep position into the A site, and have liked these long-winded rotation efforts, right? The double fakes solidified them usually well into rounds, and that's why D1 is playing a bit more disconnected on this A space, waiting for that confirmation of the spike plan.
Oh, okay, dapper. Okay, the smoke wasn't even fully settled yet, and they still managed to get a shot off. Now there's only 2 players left, with XBMO really having to make something count here. If they can get 2 of these players out on this lurk. I mean, I was gonna say it would have worked for Max to be able to fight for sight, but the timing a bit delayed here.
And yeah, I think Division 1, the round-around like changes that they're the remedies that they're finding essentially to the ways in which Dynamo have won rounds has been a very, very nice growth curve, right? It hasn't been like a jump. It hasn't been like sudden out of nowhere, right? You see small mistakes that add up to Dynamo round wins, and then D1 slowly course corrects those, right? And that, again, was evidenced by a lurk play not infecting things like it did the last time when XPMO had that grand from the shadows play. So 5-5 here, and again, it kind of speaks to what we talked about on Lotus. It's like the rounds which Dynamo win are super flashy, are super impressive, versus D1, it's always very safe, it's very like tangential, and I think all in all, that's kind of what's happening here on Breeze as well. But D1 with the better buy with the ult still. Dynamo would need an eco to maintain their lead.
Oh, quick entry up towards doors. And immediately shut down by Calamity with the util. That's going to be great. It lets Boomy slowly work up and now get even more shots with a 3K. And looking for more, and I really think it could happen. Once that wall goes down, it gives an opening for them to really, you know, seek out where Enzo's going to be standing. Unfortunately, the Guardian's not going to do too much work, but they will. Max and Enzo getting 2 of these players out.
Yep, and again, I think Boomy does better in the double duelist environment, to put it lightly. What's quiet on Lotus, but he's singing here with that opener, and is just trusting the rest of the teammates to close backstab from Dynamic. And again, it's that ping pong between the Sova and the Jet. There's also been a really clean stability element for Division 1 in this half. They've guaranteed at least a 6-6. We're looking towards a 7-5. I mean, it's eco kills, I guess, Golfers, but it looks good.
It was pretty good. Aim was on it. I always give kudos where it's due. The aim was definitely on it. But yeah, 6-5, this being the last round. So for D1, obviously there's not much need for that overdrive unless something outrageous happens where we really do need that clutch up to come through. But it seems like a push already aggressively outside of mid.
Yeah, and with the fake pressure, or I guess it's real when, okay, I was gonna say, you had the spike, XBmo. This is a well-sold fake out. The Hunter's Fury on top, pulls rotations off of A. There's not even one defender left B-side, but this slow methodical approach for Dynamo is going to cost them possibly that advantage.
How does Dynamic just get 2? Okay, 2. You get 2, and you run away with it. Now Icy's really trying to recover the numbers, but 10 health left for you as well. You can't even use your ult in this last round, and if you do, you're in a pretty bad spot realistically. I mean, the only thing really saving you is the potential for a shield, you know, when you finally do kind of take that 1v1. What else could happen? Kind of just waiting for Dynamic to make that first move. Luckily enough, Max is going to make that shot. So that 3v3 is looking a bit more plausible. Still having the ultimate. And Foreign is there. This is it for Icy. Can they manage to get another one? And it doesn't happen. Foreign is the one that runs away with it. And they get another one at that. This is tough. A tough position for Dapper. Because now they're full rotating over. They have to make at least some sort of noise and get some sort of information through.
And again, that's sometimes where the kill contract secures the round, win or lose. The punish was immediate, wasn't a 2v2.
Do have Dart. They're not going to even be able to use it. Okay, some damage made. Let's see maybe if someone's trying to inch their way into this, but all they have to do is watch this, play that contact on this angle. Especially now with the damage being made with that shock dart, it becomes almost impossible for Dapper to keep this one. And that it will be that 3K from Max to keep this round win here, and that 6-6 half.
As we had it on Lotus, we get it here on Breeze. And again, even if the caster curse to put all the predictions towards Division 1, like, you can be like, oh, we're like, maybe like 51-49 in terms of who's going to win the series, right? And this is one of those where there's definitely footing to Dynamo having a chance to turn this around. And the only downturn is then, Gomber, like you mentioned, you're in a Breeze is attack-sided person, and that's where Dynamo only got the 6. And gotta look towards now what they can do defensively. And I don't know. I feel like, to me, the ISO is not as effective as the Neon at holding down space. And I feel like the Neon as well on the attack is gonna run amok.
Yeah. Destabilizing. Oh gosh, here it goes. Icy. Kind of strange because they have heard some noise up towards A. I'm sure Icy now. Looking for some sort of response to it.
Okay. I was expecting maybe just the pretty stark egg collision, but D1. No challenge through the one-way. Pivoting into mid towards D-Hawk's positioning. No support either. No crossfire on mid door. Makes us a bit more fragile.
Oh, timing here. I mean, Max and D-Hawk is set up for such a good position. Unfortunately, one goes the other way, but they aren't expecting this. And D-Hawk does manage to get maybe one, and that works out on its own, right? The response is there from Enzo. Enzo, unfortunately, cannot recover from that. But a lot of damage has been made off Boomy and Calamity here.
Oh, Dapper sees Icy. That's information for later, and he plays his life. I do like this as well. And he's going to get further confirmation on the second player's position as well. XBmo out of door, taken down, and now all I should turn to the flank.
Oh.
There we go.
Whiffs. But a pistol round. So good on D1 there. Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate. A second pistol round one would have been good off for Dynamic. A little bit more, honestly, safe for that second half, but
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what, 3 out of 4 pistols for Division 1 on the series?
Yeah.
That's the lead wrestled back. Again, it's different now, departing from the source material over on Lotus in that regard. And it really did come down to, right? It's like they identified that, oh wait, D-Hawk's a little alone on this island in mid-space, but the support from Max, the support from Enzo just came a bit late. And it was already as D1 had split apart the mid-control like Dynamic is doing this round.
And yeah, splitting them apart even more. Okay. Dynamic is having a very, very good time up in mid. This is, I mean, what else can you do other than try to get your best here? Icy's really just trying to fight it off over towards mid, but you still got 2 players left standing. You know, refrag potential there, and Boomy really closing things up here for D1.
Yeah, even if XPmo gets this kill, if he gets this kill, Dapper would have been there for the supports. And Division 1, in pretty steady fashion, get up to 8 rounds. And I don't know, Dynamo, I feel like are playing it a bit too aggressive, right? We look at D1, right? We kind of mentioned even on the pistol round, they were playing very far back, got antsy, overexplored, and got punished for it. Here, it's like every round they're sending someone down mid, and I do think mid control is important to a certain degree, but obviously D1 are now expecting and are dismantling it from the get-go, so hopefully coming into the rifles, that's maybe just the early half strat, and now things change.
Go, go, go.
Okay, here it is. Big mid push up, of course, same wall as before that has not really done too much for D1, you know, in holding them back. They do not care. I don't think there's ever been a smoke or a wall that made D1 falter. It won't happen today, especially now with that recon dart that's going to come out. Max is going to be the first one to get something from that, but they're still pushing it. And D-Hawk is not afraid, but neither should anybody on Dynamo. It's everything is working out in their favor. A 3K for Max and a complete round win in a very flawless manner.
And if you need a convincing of why their side anchors were going to look better than those mid fights, you look at that round, the tag teaming there as players fell. It was really, really clean around that choke. And yeah, there were some mistakes on the Div 1 side, right? For on outpacing the fast lane, right? And those things will look towards getting fixed for Division 1. But again, rifle round converted in pretty seamless fashion. No grounds to the bonus for Division 1. And that puts them within striking distance if they win this first head-to-head.
Yeah, shut down very, very early off that kickoff, but I feel like the angles here might be a bit more forgiving, but they're not even going B. They're picking a different approach here, Zobi.
Yeah, I like the contacting up elbow. Again, they're weakened some departments on weapons. I don't know the dynamic here with a sheriff. Okay, element of surprise. Chip damage found.
Okay, I do really like the confidence. It seems like mid fights are very, very prevalent. Just trying to, they at least know where they can find the numbers. Unfortunately, they're just not able to get too many of them, especially with Dynamo really just running them for their money here.
Okay, so you know there's one in mid. You know there's one backside B. Question mark is where's the third and where do you end?
Hopefully the B side, but it's not gonna, not gonna happen. Icy, perfect timing. And now Dapper, getting timed again by Icy. Icy has been absolutely destroying.
Yeah, that was a nice balance, that transition from, okay, we're anchoring the sites, waiting for initial contact, and then we scale into the fight. And the refrag on XPmo was nice, but every other fight that Dynamo took in mid, in main, served their end goal of a tied 8-8. Money reset on the Division 1 side, and it does kind of bear grounds for starting to pull ahead once again. And I feel like we're playing the same game of Lotus where it's like one team's trailing, can't quite catch up. And it again proves why, even if it's been a 2-0 in the history books for these teams, it was 13-11, 13-11.
And now maybe another 13-11.
Oh, no.
I'm actually hoping for an OT. I think OT would be pretty exciting.
Map 3 would be fun.
Yeah, it's going to force them to
Ascent,
think a little
the
off
new
the
map?
box. Ascent. Oh,
I know
God.
Valina
New
wanted an
map.
Ascent. She's so sad we didn't get one yesterday.
I was very happy, actually, we didn't get one yesterday. But for Valina, we can make that exception.
Okay. I'm also an Ascent hater, Gomper, so we can shake hands on that one.
Oh, okay, awesome.
But we'll have to see if we get there first and foremost. Blades popped, always a danger on the eco rounds. Division 1, we know they have Sheriff menaces as well between 4 and Calamity, so mid scaling up. Max though. Ooh, finds the timing.
Oh man, good opportunity though, because I mean Enzo kind of blocked them off here with that snake bite. Though there's not much of a repeat coming through from Max. They're being very, very quiet. Waiting for that push to come up. now really is the time. The explosivity of
30 seconds
any
left.
source of util that's going to be coming through. Now there it goes. Boomy kind of starting off what should happen for V1, which is get the site and make sure they can keep it. And that first initial pick really opening things up beautifully for them. And Max is left alone, so kind of waiting for that rotation to come through, getting the second one right before that wall stems up.
Oh, crazy kill found, right? That was the blades that would have helped you anchor this full stop position, but weapons have been collected for D1.
Oh, wow. Okay, they're very confident with peeking that wall, but it's not going to work the way that they had planned. Max is doing amazing work, but so is Boomy. And another one is all they need. I mean, potential for just peeking outside of the they're just waiting in the extremities. They're waiting for them to peek. Boomy wants that kill to make sure they can close it, but it's not going to be given to them. D-Hawk, though, doesn't even have time to get this spike. So, all in all, even though the aim has been ridiculously cruel to Dynamo, D-Hawk can still at least get some sort of kill from it.
Wow, and we had no thrifties in the first map. We had some Eco's, but we've already had 2 for Division 1 on this map in those pivotal swing rounds, right? When 0-3, and now obviously in this moment where it should have been Dynamo pulling back into the lead. And I love that Boomy like put himself back on a leash, right? When he realized like, wait a minute, I might be overheating, I'm getting low on HP. And then it's Calamity like, hey, I got an Asher Star, go for it. There's not any time left. And it's that perfect kind of tag team nature between these two. So all in all, Division 1, that feels like a mental killer a bit.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, and a Hunter's Fury to start off the round. There is some tags coming through on D-Hawk. Nobody really gets caught out though just yet. I mean, D1 very, very silent up towards spawn.
Okay. Talked about it. They love these mid timings, and we mentioned how the A anchors are usually so strong, so I like D1 baiting them out.
Go, go, go.
And the fake towards B looks like it would be good. And everybody except for that Sova backside B. So with that, we'll see where exactly they head. And oh, here we go. It's Enzo. We talked about it, right? The fake works. Look, they have the spike down B. They have a 5v5 retake attempt where this kill contract from Icy could pose a threat.
They smokes there, though, for D-Hawk. They could close out some angles and allow this team to slowly work itself up. And Icy does have their ultimate. Yep, okay. The 1v1 does come through, looking for some potential. I like that camera up in the upper corner to see what's going on. All the meanwhile, Icy does win out that fight, and it gives D-Hawk, I mean, some sort of opportunity to really keep things running here. So Dynamo, they're in a very, very good position with this 3v4. They keep themselves withheld there. Max has been absolutely destroying in these 1v1s and never losing out on any of them, and the positioning so good that they can keep this round in their pockets. It's a 9-9. I feel like we're just gonna keep going back and forth, Toby.
It does feel like it, and it's a matter of like, oh, what could have been in that round, right? Dapper's one off from the Hunter's Fury, right? Calamity swings a bit too close, so we didn't get the full extent of that post utility either, and that's where we're like, okay, it's gonna go back and forth, and that would require an eco from Division 1, but then you're looking like, oh, they have an overdrive. It's like, okay, so Boomy could do what Dynamic did, and we could get another Thrifty. It's like, who knows where this is headed?
Yeah. Man. So a lot of, I do feel like a lot of push and pull up towards mid, but it seems like now we're kind of focusing solely on that choke point over towards B, which is exciting, right? Icy already taking off that first because they were kind of expecting once that smoke goes up, there might be some presence there.
Okay. Oh. Kind of encapsulating them, ensuring they can't expand outside of mid space for the time being. Dynamo.
One down.
Good spot. Good exec.
Okay. That's really just up to them, I mean, to keep mid presence here. They know that D1 are very much attracted to what's happening around here.
Oh, that's a dangerous timing.
Yeah, unfortunate wall drop. And I'm not quite sure if the warning was there, unfortunately, but it does seem like a couple seconds left, 56 to be exact, to try to get themselves on site here for D1. They don't really have the weaponry. A Vandal does get picked up by Dapper, but in this very moment, it really is just leaning over towards what Dynamo can do to take Dapper out, make sure that plant isn't really going to pose too much of a threat here with timing.
Position revealed. Timing's everything.
Oh, no. Oh, man.
Nice crouch shot, and Dynamo get up to double digits first here, and I like that. Again, they kind of picked off players at every point where this eco stack tried to go for Division 1. I was worried when the mid-time and kind of faltered there against Max 1, but I will say D-Hawk's been the best, I think, at shutting down these ecos with that Outlaw, right? Across the server. I feel like it happened on Lotus, it happens here. And he's been in the right place, right time. That was the overdrive, right? Gone first.
And everybody else gone second. So, man. I mean, at least here Dapper does have an ult to bring into the second round now that the buys are getting a little bit more sturdy. So, yeah, something to look forward to. But is this a timeout, I see?
I don't want to say, I mean, I feel like it's a bit early, but I also feel like they know that they're in this losing cycle right now because it is Dynamo in that first step ahead towards that point, towards the series going to a third map. And it's similar to previously when we mentioned, hey, they weren't getting rounds converted off their ultimates. How do we convert off the ultimates? And they came out of it and converted off the ultimates. And
yeah,
that's what made it a close half. So, it doesn't work, they're kind of out of luck when we go to Ascent. If it works, I think we can maybe finally break the cyclic spell.
Yeah. A tough competition for sure. I do feel like D-Hawk and Dynamic, very, very similar play styles. It almost feels as though they're playing against their own teammate here. But I am excited. D-Hawk kind of seeing them pull out the op once more here on the A site with that potential push. Oh, no, timeout. Maybe there has been some changes.
Okay. I'm trying to see what those are. I don't want Dynamo going back to the mid fights, right?
No.
It was when they detracted them, more went on them reactively that it worked out. Here, they're kind of framed for that again between Icy and XPmo. Again, D1, like, this has been their go-to look, is like, oh, start mid, start a main, and this is why.
Okay. So off that, I mean, they've taken out one player A. I think they feel a little bit more confident going up towards, you know, with that drone, maybe trying to seek out that information. But a second player does arrive, Max, and they move over B.
Ooh, Icy could tip this round on its head.
Yeah, that's dangerous though, because if Icy misses, okay, it would have been a second player down, but it seems like two players down actually now on the side of D1, and a shield that gives Icy a newfound confidence. Actually, not even peeking, so the double tap is just there to really give themselves some leeway to move back out of this.
Good call that they're ending B as well. As they rotate, start coming through.
30 seconds left.
With 30 seconds left, you really got to make that push happen. The dark goes down towards backside, and it does get shot down. So they know somebody's there. Unfortunately, not how many players are there, and they don't actually know who's on the right-hand side of them as well. D-Hawk looking for more face to make it work. And it's a quick shot.
And yeah, they didn't use the ult to get it done other than that Blade Storm, which was, again, the pickup for the operator. And yeah, you talk about it, right? Icy takes that risk, but it gets rewarded. And it's like, it could have been less impactful if Boomy hadn't tried to go for the refight, or the YouTube had connected on said refight. And it's that just widened the number differential a bit too far to turn around. But again, D1, we never count out a good Thrifty. We still have the Overdrive. We still have the Viper's Pit. And like you mentioned on Lotus, it takes one hero rifle.
Moving in on it, Bloomy is ready for action. Unfortunately, I don't think they know how many players are on this site, especially now sitting on the backside just behind Pyramids. D-Hawk isn't really helping, but they might be able to now. If Boomy clears this, it's theirs. D-Hawk looking for more. And the problem is that having the off is going to be a little difficult to kind of fight things off. The isolation coming through from Icy, allowing them to fight a little bit harder is going to be nice. Dapper, though, is doing a great job at making sure nobody is getting in the way of their victory. And this is big. If D1 can run away with this round, you know, it gives them another chance, another shot for something more. But 11-9, 2 players left standing. It's looking pretty risky. Work around. That would have been a beautiful collateral if it had worked. But a round win to match point. Zobi, we're close to closing it out.
Yeah, that would have been like the Dapper's back kind of moment if he clutches that one out. Again, a similar mental killer kind of round. And it's interesting, right? Because we thought that the previous eco was going to be a mental killer for Dynamo, and Again, it's usually these young teams that are very volatile to the momentum swings, and I think that level of stability here is really, really nice to see. And is what has allowed them to push a 2-map point to exit the cycle themselves out of Division 1's own timeout. And I agree, Ascent is on the peripheral, but Vi meets the ults. We'll have to see.
Ooh. Yeah, back out of that one. Not a great start. They did manage to clear some space there for D1. But that's scary. You know, you're stuck at match point. Obviously, you've been cutting out in the choke point pretty often, with Dapper being the last one left alive in many iterations.
I do like the AXX here. When there aren't 3 players for Dynamo on the site, we gotta break this off cross line.
Ooh, dashed! Okay, the dash at least getting one here for XPMO. That was a bit scary, to be honest.
Yeah, kind of spare Vandal just lying around.
Yeah, luckily enough, it works out, though, with Boomy and everybody else waiting inside that smoke. That smoke makes it a lot easier for D1 to really run away with this round, so just having to hold the outskirts, I think the op's going to make it a bit easier as that smoke dissipates, giving some space. Icy is insane every single time. I feel like it's going in the way of D1. Icy does disrupt it, and they might just be able to disrupt it again, slowly moving into the smoke. Foreign is not playing around, and just outskirt of it, it's an ace for Foreign.
Wow. I mean, I'm gonna say right now, obviously he's chasing the ace, but that is why you don't swing out of the Viper's pit. From within the ult, you can still find that impact, those kills, and I mean, we talked about it. It's like night and day of Dynamo are challenging these Viper's pits. We need a bit more util into those re-engagements, because if not, they're just gonna mow you down. And by clipping it that clean as well, you're gonna have, again, big weapons, and for all those rounds won, you'd think you'd have more than a round or 2 worth of buy saved up for Dynamo, but that's the difficulty here. They lose this, and it'll be forced to get an OT or not dodged, and it's like, okay, D1, you have to do it again, right? We're still not there yet.
They don't have that ult, though. It really felt like it was the winning factor for them here. I'm hoping maybe they can, you know, make some magic work. I'm sure they have to know that EXPMO is there, especially with that one-way placement. But is this safe? It's not safe because Icy's there. And Icy's been the one that's making this team lose their players so early on, each and every time.
We've yet to see them stabilize as well in the late round off of these openers. It's usually someone doubling down and also getting picked off. Dynamic in that hot seat position. With Spike, by the way. If he falls here, this game's over.
They're so isolated, too. Almost wailingly putting themselves in a position where they could lose this round. Not playing together, of course, slowly peeking up towards mid, but there's so much coverage here.
30 seconds left.
Gets scary if they can take out Max. You know, this is going to be some good numbers. They knew that Icy was there, and that's a good clearing. So they are able to get themselves onto the site, and the 2v3 does take action. But with the op, I'm seeing some hope here, Zobi.
Yeah, nice stun. They know that Max now is orange side, but gotta hit those shots. And I do think flank is gonna be one of the lines not necessarily held by the op in this situation. Dynamic doesn't even have turned in that position.
Oh, they don't even see their backs. Oh, okay. Dynamic, good play on this, but the crosshair wasn't even looking towards where that entry was going to be coming from, so it leaves them dry, right? Only the op could left to save this round entirely. They know that one player's there. I like the peek. Boomy's proactively trying to understand what this round is going to be looking like, and they don't get it. They know there's more to it. Backing out of it is Boomy. Another clutch to come in for D1.
Oh my gosh, the op comes screaming through, and I mean, we're talking about dynamics the op are on this team, and usually don't get to see those close range clutches happen, and that's where you talk about the ISO versus the Neon diff, and ISO could not have clutched out in that fashion. No little side slide into mid pyramid to reposition, no nothing. I mean, we talked about it previously, them almost losing a 1v4, and this feels just as bad. At least they have a timeout left.
They're like, hey, folks, it's getting a little close here now. You know, this is where it starts to set in that it's serious. Icy getting a 2K in the beginning of the round is not enough anymore. D1 are serious. They are locked in.
Bro, I'm sorry, but if we just got that clutch gompers for this not to go a T, I'm gonna cry.
I think I'm already having tears in my eyes because you know what this means? Boomy's locked in now. And for Boomy to be locked in, that means this round goes boom boom. Yeah,
Goes boom boom? All right.
I feel like that was such a Van Silly thing to say. but we're
I was
in it
about to
now.
bully him, and I
But we're in it now. We're in it. So going 11-12. Opportunity though. So OT is very much plausible at this moment.
Okay, anyways. All right. And talked about it this round. It was going to be a broken buy if it was lost by Dynamo, and that comes from the light shields, the stinger, and I'm looking towards Icy again to get that catastrophic opener, right? He's on track for 30. And with that kill contract in tow would be a huge opener.
To go mid though, they've lost so many fights in mid. It worked out in the beginning, but I feel like there's been a good read. Although conditioning everyone towards A here for Dynamo, so interesting to see.
Oh, they're
Noise
gonna get
mid.
crunched.
Oh, this is great. They had no idea, other than maybe Icy can save himself if they manage to at least keep the round going. But Dynamic is down. Ice is still there. They're trying their best, and now the fire has been put into Dynamo. Can they win this out? But Boomy's left alive. This is where the anger comes from here from Dynamo, because Boomy has been clutching left and right. Can they do it again? Can they succeed? This is it. If they peak this, it might be theirs. But it's so difficult. There's not much to do. It's really up to Dapper. Dapper's been left alive, but they haven't been able to handle the clutch. Can they do it now? They do also still have that Hunter's Fury, but this isn't really the time to use it, I guess. Really just having to try to surround, maybe wrap around the player, see what they can do. Diffusal coming in. What are you doing? They pulled out the Hunter's Fury.
I think it was supposed to be a mind game that he was further away, but just calls the bluff and so gets back up on the line. And in 13-11 fashion, we are headed to a map 3 of Ascent. And yeah, that is a wowie of a map, right? All that work from Boomy, right? Even the shot to get it back to a 2v2 after already an insane clutch that shook the entire Twitch chat and the talent to its core. It's Dynamo. Again, we mentioned it. Neither team has been able to catch back up versus that team that's been in the lead from the get-go.
It got exciting at the end. It really did. Dynamo was really stepping it up. I feel like Boomy definitely had their time to shine there for sure. Amazing work coming through from those players. It was quite unfortunate. Hunter's Fury, I do feel like, put a lot of pressure in that moment.
You jinxed him. You called it out, and he felt like he had to use it, Godfrey.
I know. I shouldn't. I feel like maybe I was that fly in the room, that was telling things into his ear. I'm sorry, guys. It was my fault. But maybe next time. Hopefully next time we don't see a hiccup like that. Because guys, we're going to a third map. We haven't seen a set yet this stage. So fingers crossed it all works out. And fingers crossed we get to see more Boomy action. That was quite exciting. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, folks, if you doubted Dynamo at any point, they said, hold on a second. We're going to take you to map 3. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vansili and Valina on the desk. And I must say, Dapper, we all saw the vision. We all saw the vision that last round. I saw people in chat get the vision. See people like Nature and Oki in chat saying they got it, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And we're going to be going to a map 3. I'm gonna go to you, Valina. We were praising Dynamo a lot for the game they lost, map 1, right? Like this is a lot of things that we wanted to see. And here they are, map 2, not their map pick. We said it was gonna be brawly. We said it was gonna be hard, and they come out swinging.
It definitely was. I mean, the first map was already amazing. We saw also everything, how they worked together, everything had a purpose. They were taking fights together, and actually it was the details that made them not get that first map. And now coming into this second map, also with all like taking the not feeling nervous, right? Because of course it's your first game in Challengers, you're gonna feel nervous. You're going against also really experienced players, and this breeze was absolutely amazing for both teams. But I mean, the ISO is making the difference. I feel that Icy, first of all, he feels really comfortable with the ISO, and also the team every time is supporting him, so he can feel that comfortable, you know. And once again, the kill contracts are really successful. He has the purpose for those ults and creates a lot of space for his team also to do those exacts. So as well on the attack side and on the defense side, I like everything also that they did, that they were like being really aggro. They were playing with a purpose. They were also playing together, and I feel that was one thing that we missed from them in that Lotus, that some rounds that they lost, they were not pushing together and not playing together, and we got to see that on Breeze.
And again, for me, it almost felt like you're watching a rank game. No pun intended, for sure, for some of these occasions, because not necessarily in terms of hero plays, but there were so many like, hey, I'm gonna confidently peek towards this side, get a pick, get a med advantage, and then play the numbers, and then suddenly you just have hero plays that are coming out. I think if it wasn't for like Dynamic getting multi kills, Boomy getting that 4K clutch, Ford also reminding me that he's actually godlike on this map too. It makes me remember the Sheriff days on stage 2 when he was playing on this map as well for thrifty rounds for Division 1. So all of these guys for the side of D1 have extreme firepower that were able to make this game very close, because outside of that though, it was really on Dynamic. After the timeout from Nicole, you saw that they started giving up a little bit more into the main fight towards A main, because they were getting stopped by snipes all the friggin' time. So after that, you tried to play a little bit more of a buddy system, try to walk contact, try to go for trades in that sense, and that's how it opened up the map a little bit more for them on the attack, which allowed for them to get the 6-6 run. Because things are going to be a lot more easier for them taking the defensive side, sorry, when you have now Jet playing defense on and off, playing defense with a scope with the ISO.
Definitely. I mean, we talked also about Dynamo side, that they were also clutching. They were having those 3K. IC was absolutely crazy. Also, every round having presence. But on D1 side, we also had Foreign have a 5K, you know, clutches and stuff. And it was really difficult. And also we can see the first kills. I mean, D1 was starting with a lot of advantage most of those rounds, and was not getting to capitalize most of those rounds, because also Dynamo was really active. They were pushing together. They were getting those clutches that actually made the difference also to get the advantage on those rounds that they were starting in disadvantage.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit of a point, because I saw some people in chat too trying to figure out what was happening for that Dapper 1 versus 2, and like, did he try to throw? What really happened? Was it an accidental hit? Everybody's just talking about, hey, he was just trying to make a play, but what was that play overall? Because Dapper, again, when it comes down to rolling back the years of him playing on a Cypher, you know, in these clutch scenarios, he loves to play exactly a lot of mind games. So when it was Exactly. If it was Cypher in the past, pop in the cam, throw in a random cam in a 1v1 because he still has it in a pocket, and then swings out for a fight, right? So in the same fashion in this 1v2, he's playing around the pillar. He's already got the information of what the two players are coming from, right? So they're going to be grouped up. Now you can't really run away to give your position away because you're just going to get shot in the back. And then also Hunter's Fury that just dive it. One person could probably eat the first beam because they're at 100 HP. So what he's trying to do is just tap the Hunter's Fury so that hopefully they hear the global queue and they're like, oh crap, he's going to try to ult us. And if they make any type of footsteps, he gets the audio cue of, are they going to be split up? Are they going to try to swing together? It gives him a chance to crosshair place himself to hopefully land an initial headshot, if not a lineup on two. But then you saw right after, you stayed stoic on the side of Dynamo, which is what we praised them for in terms of the chaos. They're very stoic. Nobody really gave a fight or a free kill after the fake from Dapper, and Enzo picked up the last frag, which allowed for you here to have Dynamo push this to a third map.
I do want to say though, if you thought that was a misplay, absolutely fine. Because it at first glance, it was like ult, then down at a weird place to ult. Don't worry about that. That was totally a fine thing to think. And we're all here to learn together. But I mean,
sometimes
just looking
you need
at
to risk it.
Sometimes you do, and sometimes you just gotta risk it for the biscuit, as they say. And Icy, with those kill contracts and the risk that comes with that, all reward. Every single time we saw him go for it, 28 and 18, which is exactly what we want to see from an ISO. I think just single-handedly bringing the ISO stocks back up. All by himself, which is amazing to see from him and just the rest of the team. But guys, 13-11, 13-11. And if that means we're going to our third map, the scoreline might again be 13-11. I don't want to jinx it, but when we go to
it's going to be like a 13-1 now.
13-1, oh my God, so I'm so sorry, whoever that is.
I would be so sad because I really want to see Ascent be played, like in a good way.
It's, I mean, Lena, you said you wanted to go Ascent, right? The land of my people, the Italians. We're up in the sky. We're flying high. But this is a map that has come back into the pool. And I saw some people in chat say, oh, this is going to be a bit scary for Dynamo because Division 1 have a very scary Ascent.
Yeah, we'll need to see what's going to happen, right? Because I don't know if we're going to see ISO again on SM. It's not that common. Would be surprised. Could work eventually.
Cool. That would be cool.
That would be really cool. But I mean, I know there's a lot of haters. Casters. No, I'm kidding. But there's a lot of haters on this map. I get it. We saw it a lot. But look, coming back, we have a lot of new agents that are really in meta. And that's exactly what we're going to see because I love this. We have Dynamo with the double duelist. The Waylay allows you a lot of verticality this map with also having the Phoenix like backing you up, doing that double duelist, entering the sites. I think it's really, really good. And on the other side, you have actually the Jet that also gives you that verticality, right? The thing is that the Waylay and the Jet also both allow you to have that op. So I think it's actually more of comfort, and I really like these compositions. And also, well, we're not having Dapper on the Cypher, but anyways, it's fun compositions. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's also because you're looking at the comp from Division 1. It just makes sense here that you're going to keep Dapper on Initiator Scan from his experience in the past too, being able to play Silva with Sentinels back in the day. I think for Dynamo and for Division 1, you can't laser focus into always farming orbs on a Phoenix. I tried to do that in my 5 stacks with the coaches, and I'm just like 2 and 13 because I'm not using any util, right? So I think it's trying to make sure you scale very smartly for the team. But I also like what you mentioned here, Valina, the Waylay pick in terms of ult retakes is so good. Yeah. So D-Hawk, if he's able to pick up a lot of frags and start picking up these orbs and funneling a lot of these ults, man, they're going to have a really good defensive side.
I mean, it's looking good. I like the verticality. You see Boomy on that Jet. He had a lights out game with that op last map. We are here for map 3. It all comes down to this. Premier versus Premier. I can't wait any longer. So I'm going to send it over to your casters, Zobi and Gompers.
I can't wait any longer either. Listen, I am so excited for the map of Ascent. This is the first time we get to see it Zobi within stage 3. I was gonna say stage 2. Not only that, but we're also seeing Icy take a break from the ISO. So we're seeing a little Phoenix action here now.
Yeah, and I feel like if we get called up at the desk, we have to defend ourselves, Gompers. I'm gonna say hater because I feel like the meta doesn't change no matter what has happened on this map in particular, right? And I feel like this series in particular is delivering, right? D-Hawk back on the waylay, even though they previously were also playing the Phoenix here alongside Icy on the Jet. It screams comfort, right? D-Hawk has been that quiet duelist, Icy's been that super flashy one. So I think this is gonna put them both at peak strength, which is what you need when you're closing out a series. Closing out a map 3 in your first VCL match of ever, right, as a squad. And Division 1, right, it's safe, it's comfortable, it's the current meta, right? It's Phoenix over KO right now on so many maps. And I mean, it's maybe meta for a reason. That's what we're gonna find out.
Hopefully, you know, I'm kind of looking for... Icy's been outstanding so far in the ISO. I think it's quite exciting now. Instead of, you know, taking those 1v1s, we do get to see, you know, that extra life come out of that. Run it back, but already off the rip, Dynamo, they don't care. They're keeping everybody at bay right now on the attacking side. Dapper's backing themselves away from the situation, unfortunately, as they did get slowed, so they aren't able to assist with, you know, forward and allowing them to stay safe here, but it doesn't matter. They're all peaking together, and they're using that cohesion to make sure that first round win and that pistol round goes back to D1.
I am impressed at D1's ability to scrounge that round back from the dark side, right? Like Dynamo, the opener from D-Hawk was great. The play around the isolation from the hot hands, Icy, perfectly timed on the choke, right? It is really off of foreign that they're able to stabilize that round at all, right? The openers on that from the shadows play in with your double duelist, and then even them seemingly forgetting that he was lane or on site to get those kind of creep up final kills to give that 1v2 over. And I think it's great that Dapper as well played that so in tune with foreign. Because again, we mentioned how if history tracks, whoever's won this first pistol has won the map.
It has actually tracked, yeah. So D1, they're looking good so far. I mean, obviously winning out the first pistol gives you such an advantage off the rip. Not only numbers-wise, you know, going that 2-0, but economy-wise as well. Seems like running back over towards the A site, but Boomie can catch this flank. The timing is significant here. They actually are reading into it a little. Now all it takes is just making sure that they can run away with it again. They don't know that there's a second one, but Dapper does kind of have a slow response to it. And, oh gosh, wide swing in the angle. That actually checking anything is unfortunate, but it is up to D-Hawk. D-Hawk getting to is huge here.
Yeah, we'll strip away a stinger from the third round with Division 1, but you're looking for more here, and I love the reposition from Boomie.
Oh, wow. Yeah, good win coming along here from D1. That would have been devastating if they didn't get this round. But Dynamo, now's their chance, really, to take it back.
Yep. Good to see what happens with their full buy. And again, this has even been the weakest second round buy we've seen from Division 1 after winning the pistol round. So I think that converts a little bit as well. But we'll see what they're able to do with the Hero Vandal Dapper's now sporting. And we know what the Sheriffs in Dynamic Calamity are capable of. So I'm still never going to count them out, but I do like the Dynamo setup here. Very reactive mid-stance, right? Great flash angle for Icy. Just going to be a matter of if it hits on the proper timing around arches.
Ooh. There's a lot of concern over towards what's happening mid, it seems. I do like the amount of util being expended here. I love the molly that comes down to kind of prevent that paranoia to stop whatever's happening up in mid.
Oh, and the backpedal to tree is not going to be any better. XPmo has a paranoia too, and a nasty off angle.
Crazy spray down as well. The flash did not make it any easier. So the A side is there, so luckily enough. So D1, they have some time to really readjust themselves here.
And somehow it's a 3v3 with a gun upgrade found. So again, the D1 third round bonus. Feeling like it's leaning heavy into the favor here.
Yeah, which is good. Especially now with information kind of wallowing its way over towards D1. Nice spray down. Enzo kind of had a little bit of a vision there, and it seems like even more so now that the damage is leaning over towards Dynamo. So Calamity, they're going to have to do their best, maybe take out at least one player. Would have been good enough for the eco, but all in all, okay, some friendly banter it seems. But 1-2, not too concerning of a scoreline.
Little caster curse there, right? I was saying it looked like it was going to be the third round bonus, but yeah, Dynamo leveraged that well. I mean, after such a crazy opener going both ways, I want to see when it started tipping in Dynamo's favor. It's really Enzo, honestly, and I think each of them tag teaming and winning their ones, as you saw that attempt to rescale out of trees. So it'll be, again, D1 mindfulness in those post-plant positions is maybe the name of the game. Now we get into these rifle rounds, and I will say, for the rifle round, having that convergent paths online for D-Hawk versus Calamity in that run it back is going to be a nice little duality.
Yeah, they need some duality here. I mean, already not so suspecting of what Icy's going to be doing. I do like what I'm seeing here. Calamity manages to get one right before they go back, to their resorting spot. But all in all, D1, they've gotten the site. They've gotten 2 players out. It's making it quite difficult for Dynamo to feel comfortable responding outside of these smokes. So they're just going to have to wait a little longer.
I don't even know if D-Hawk got the info on that refract. So they're going high and dry, and there's so many post-plant layers this time. Immediately fix the problems of last round.
Yeah, Paranoia was also thrown up towards heaven, so it does stop that push coming through from Max just a little bit longer. They don't get a lot of information coming through from that drone. And now smokes are up. Flash, not doing too much here. It's dangerous. You got the top and down coming through. Max is doing absolute insane work in getting these players out in a very, very close round win.
That was really like flowy in terms of like every player supplementing Boomy's position in that post plant, right? And answering that call, which is exactly what you want, is again that build up around a central duelist. And Boomy is definitely answering that call right now. And that will get D1 up to 3. We'll reset the buy here for Dynamo, and that was that big ult expended as well from D-Hawk without a round conversion. So it'd make things a touch more difficult, but all in all, I want to see some more aggression, right? Disrespect on the ecos from Dynamo. I feel like that's something I do enjoy from Ascent, right? The tiles traps, the mid traps, and this just looks very conventional.
Yeah, almost as if we're playing a regular round.
Yeah.
Like if you're looking at the minimap, you wouldn't be able to really identify what's going on here. Which I guess is all fair, right? Information's coming out pretty early on the A side, especially if this peek comes through from XBMO. But no, just gonna back off.
He likes to get aggro early. But didn't get the jiggle info. Maybe he did. I mean, the rotations have come through. Dynamo, 4 players A side. Maybe that was off the deep waylay peak or comfortability that the Cypher setup's B side, but that drone fake could draw numbers out. It's hard to call. Oh,
wow. Okay, good back off and usage of that tailwind. So they do get themselves out of a very awkward position. Unfortunately, Calamity is now, not Calamity, Icy is now stuck alone here. Not a lot of backup.
No Molly either. It's been usually really well timed in that util piece.
Oh, but they do have a flash. So I'm seeing a bit of potential here, especially now that they're peeking out of the angle. Okay, I was a bit worried Icy wasn't hitting the shots originally, but they know somebody's inside of the smoke. And Boomy knows, okay, I'm gonna have to restrict myself, but this is beautiful. They're hitting shots left and right here for Dynamo. And now just the 2v3, which is completely plausible. We've seen the one taps come through from Icy and Enzo, I mean, trying to kind of reposition themselves to see if they can find a weapon. No, they're greedy here.
And low HP for Icy. Not expecting too much out of this, but I like that they slowed it down, rethought it.
Yeah, Boomy's in a tough spot. One peek of the head and it's over here for Icy.
Oh, I was trying to streak.
Oh, okay. Shots are hitting. But a big win streak from D1. You gotta break that momentum.
Yeah, and I will say again, they take a lot of weapons down with them, which is where that credit is, where credit's due. And with them entering the big ult spell for Division 1, that I think poses the most problems for maybe what could happen in terms of the longevity of this win streak for Division 1. And that's where I'm looking towards Dynamo and maybe needing that first timeout coming into the next buy. Wow, look at me. I promise, guys, we don't know what we know at the same time you do. We're just reading, mind melding with the issues, with the potential that the round has to offer.
A lot easier to also know when changes need to be done when you're looking in the extremities too. That's why the coaches are so helpful, right?
Yeah.
To kind of allow them to take that step back and be like, we're getting a little too hot-headed or we need these problems to be fixed. But for Dynamo, right? Like we had briefly talked about their coach coming into this. I will say it's really cool to see a premier team that feels almost on par, come into the league and really start destroying it. They've been having such a great performance.
Yeah, and am I wrong? Styles new to the coaching staff as well at this stage, right? He was with Stad, right?
Was that on Dynamo?
Was it who? No, Styles. Styles is the coach right now for Division 1 this stage. I think that's new. I'm not right. That's new. I think. Yeah. That May 13th was when the LFT was posted. So again, I think that adds a lot of grounds for Division 1. But Yeah, Dynamo, Mikol, really good here. Both of them, crazy experience. I think it's Cooper Academy. And this is the aggression we wanted to see, Gob. We asked for this.
That's beautiful. Dude, to respond as well, we're also getting that Hunter's Fury from Max. Dynamo, they kind of just killed that, not gonna lie, guys. But complete honesty from my end, that was a beautiful round. You had the stun come through initially off the rip. Not only that, shock darts to kind of respond, and then the Hunter's Fury to really close things out. So they were like, we're winning this round, we have to. Coach cooked. Yeah. So did they.
It's like what we were asking for on the ecos, they did on the rifle, and then what we want on and then on the eco round, they looked like a rifle round. It was so funny, right? But it's those aggro trap plays that you can do once in a while, and it's to kickstart that system, right? We mentioned it. Put a stop to that momentum D1 we're building, and it does so economically speaking. Stinger, Ares out, but I like D1 running it back. They're like, we're not gonna take the B main fight lightly. We're running it in off the blaze wall.
Umi. They're already on the site. They do get shut down very, very aggressively. Hunter's Fury is trying to at least get some of the numbers, but the back and forth from Max does keep them alive. And enough time to keep going, but D1, they don't really have a lot of space to be working with here, and they need to fight these numbers, or else they're gonna have to fight now a 1v4. And Dapper, can they kind of redeem themselves here and maybe take this round in for this 5-2? I don't think it's gonna be plausible. Too many players peeking left and right. Yep, Dynamo, they get another round win here.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Division 1 B main may not be your best friend. You just look at the util again. I think that's where, to me, the Waylay does supersede the Jet on Ascent is this defensive side. And again, the hinder, again, the info collection around the refract. And I do think this is a good time for Division 1 to take that time out to revisit, like, hey, okay, B side's not an option. I liked how they worked mid. That was strong from D1. I kind of want to see that again and see how they can challenge some of the Cypher util a bit earlier. But with you again, having kind of perpetually broken by, it feels like we also need to reset there, which is now kind of ingrained against the ults. And I feel like this is also a difference from the first two maps. We felt like both teams managed the longevity of their ults and their econ well. Here, it's steeping off a little bit.
It is, and man, I mean, I just feel like Dynamo kind of figured out D1. It took some time. Their aggressiveness over on the, B main has been kind of getting shut down pretty bad. Over towards A, it feels like Foreign is being a little more precautious with what's going on over towards A main and putting that one way down as well. So the question is, how do you respond to all of that?
I think you wait, like, spawn side, main side, about like 15, 20 seconds. Again, I feel like something they did on Breeze, something they can do here is punish some of these players that are stepping a little too far forward. Because it has been, aside from out of the timeout from Dynamo, very alone, right? It's been IC alone. It's been XPMO alone. And, yeah. It could punish that, but instead, little trap. Fortunately, the Omen can just get out with just some singe tears. And they did work mid. They're going for an A split.
I like the urgency in that, though. I think it was cool to see.
Where's the trade?
Wow. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Nobody else really kind of comes by. There was a slight lurk happening from Dynamics, so they couldn't be there to assist. Though the A side is still there for the taking. I'm not quite sure if I like the push towards A, though. There's 4 players here already. The rotation continues, and now everybody on the side of D1, they've pushed a bit too far.
Yeah, Dynamo Flawless gets tied 4-4. I don't know. It felt like D1 to like kind of tunnel vision in on those tree players. Didn't expect. It felt like icy on that backside dice anchor. But this is the moment where it's like XPMO getting 2 feels criminal, right? That's why you have both of your 2 players there to tag team off of each other, the duelists, right? Yeah. And that's where they even had. I want to say they had it right back at the start of that round. I don't think got it during. So now it's here rifle, sheriffs, and the lead you established hinging in the balance. And I think they're about to lose it.
Shadows.
Smokes are down. They're doing kind of the same, defensive structure they've done before, but this time pressure mid from D1. They did this before, and it kind of worked out for a brief moment.
Okay, up mid. Looks like they are, in fact, going to get some grounds here because of the double boat anchor. A very different look from Dynamo. We mentioned this on Lotus. They like to change the pace of their defensive half. It makes it hard to read.
And for D1, though, having Boomy with the Vandal kind of watching mid is good. I like that they're already proactively waiting for that flank to come along. Although they need to get onto site. They got 54 seconds left. That rotation's already slowly coming into it. Two players backside.
I want a cohesive spawn fight, right? D-Hawk already got a 60 HP.
Yeah.
Would have been another gun, but you mentioned it. Low time means we're going towards the site.
I mean, what else can a shock dart do? They're trying to hold it back, really. I'm surprised not too much of a heavy rotation has been made with the amount of players that we've already seen on the A site, on the B site, my apologies, but I guess they don't need it, right? Max absolutely destroying with a 3K already, and the dash that comes in that, I mean, could potentially take out another player, but even then, you got so much waiting on this moment. Oh, but it seems like
you can't make it there in 15
moving
seconds.
over towards the A site. Yeah, no, they can't. I'm not
10
quite.
seconds left.
I mean, even for a save round, I'm assuming maybe they didn't, have too much.
Oh, you were using the ult?
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
I don't think that was needed, but round 1 anyways from Dynamo. Okay. I mean, the timing would have been close, I will say, but I still think like you would have been like caught like on the jump up, like trying to get over the edge, and that's when it would have faltered. But Max definitely the one that takes the cake this round.
Yeah.
Really, really nice 3-piece around lane, and that's a difficult angle too. So all in all, again, very reactive flow. Dynamo look like they are in the zone, and D1 already utilized their first timeout, and then it was Dynamo finding this streak. So definitely need to see that course correction this round, Gompers.
Ollie to stop early push. I've been liking that. It's kind of moved D1 slightly away from the A side as they start to try to recover mid a lot more often. But even then, there's like trips and stuff waiting.
I do like this mid exploit. I feel like it's been a gap for Dynamo consistently, and D1 haven't converted a round off of it.
Yeah.
Foreign. I don't know how you got the 2-piece outside of A, but this is what they just did. Okay, Foreign lurk this time pays off a lot earlier, number 1. Number 2, they exploited the mid-space rotation timings, and Max, it is a 1v4. Don't give him the kills, take the safe A, and take the round, right?
It's crazy how much space they have already.
Spike planted.
Just off that initial lurk coming through from Foreign. I mean, if anyone can do it, it has to be
It's that
Foreign.
main
We've
overheat.
Yeah. This is tough though, because with that lurk coming through towards back dynamic, does make it a little harder to for this team to do anything about it. Yeah, so that's going to be a big round win coming through from D1 here.
Yeah, I think the idea there was because Icy invested that run it back so early in the last round. They're like, maybe we can get another one before the half is up if we farm some of these main orbs. So Hot Hands came out, they took the main space. Foreign punishes that, and we mentioned it. If they wait 15 to 20 seconds, they can punish these excursions of Dynamo. I think the mid space is something that's just been intrinsic. It feels like a great exploitation from D1. And I think that conditioning, if Dynamo went for a mid fight like right now, it would be a huge payoff, but unfortunately, D1, off of Foreign's confidence in that 1v2, say we can take a main pretty easily.
Yeah, stakes are high right now. When you think about it too. Both of them have at least lost a map, so this is the last map to really prove that you can do something and potentially just, keep on going higher and higher within the grouping stage. There goes. D-Hawk, they didn't see it. Actually, no, just TPing themselves back off. So that's good. They've recollected themselves and they can regroup with the team.
Yeah, but it is a 5v4 in this post plant. Really nice delay util. And that timing on the reflank from Dynamic gets missed.
1 by 1.
Yeah, they're kind of just waiting on buy. You can see the ultimate has been set down. Maybe at least slowing some of these players, but Dapper's in such a good spot. They can actually wait for this team to slowly lurk out of it and maybe play with the rest of them. With Foreign sitting just below. And the classic right click to close things off as well gives D1 an opportunity to get that lead back.
And there it is. This feels like we're getting this every single map, right? It's D1 first to 6. It could be a 6-6, it could not. And if we get 3 back-to-back 6-6 halves, I mean, I think it proves why this is a series nobody could call. And I think that post plan is fun because it's like, number 1, how did we D-Hawk get 2 while opping on a retake? And that goes back to some of the issues in post-plan positionings D1 have, but it's these players like Dynamic that finds the perfect timing that even if Dapper did fall here with the right clicks up against the shorty, I think, again, you're playing from main. Spike is planted in the open and you can still close out these rounds. So let's see now if they can close out the half. Double op is crazy. It's crazy. You don't peek mid, right? Like, nor do they peek main too much either.
That's the last round op special right there. I love that stuff.
Make up the blades to supplement it. Maybe you have a backup Vandal somewhere.
Oh, Max is just jiggle peeking this.
Okay. Check mark, we mentioned. Getting this mid question mark, this mid space off of destroying early Cypher util. That sets dynamic up for late round impact once the recon fades. I've never been a fan, though, this map of D1 and B main, so I'm a little nervous here, Gompers, that this is where they're headed, with less than a minute left, by the way.
I can kind of see the vision, but you're right. It does scare me because we also still do have those 2 flashes left over.
And a one-way.
Yeah, and honestly, Max is close enough to where they could get here in enough time. Though timing is great. They kept silent. They let Boomy slowly work towards backside. And they go down off the molly alone. So D1, they capture the B site, and it's looking so much better. D-Hawk is in a weird position too, because like you said, that double off, you know, it kind of comes out, and now it becomes an awkward disadvantage here.
Last round.
Even though they do get themselves out of, you know, that awkward position, all they can really do is wait for these players to slowly arrive.
Yeah, you're just padding the stats at this point, right? Can't save the op, can't really play retake, and it's the one and done trade. For the first time, we break the 6-6 half curse and get to a 7-5 Division 1 up. And Bumpers, I'll recycle the same question from Breeze, but I think this one's a bit more definitive. Attacker or defense sided Ascent?
Man. Definitely. That's a great question. I do feel like it's so severely mixed for me. I'll say defender sided. I do feel like it's a lot easier to really keep that defense under wraps.
I agree. I think that's why there was also the double Senti meta that just kind of further drove that point home, and now it's double like kind of duelist is to account for that lack of an attack sided nature, and that's where D1 already finding 7 on their attack is great for them and bad for Dynamo. And and is that 5 out of wait, sorry, math is hard, guys. Is that 4 out of 5 pistols for D1? I think.
Yeah.
Either most of them going to D1 here, so the odds of Dynamo right in the ship right out of the halftime is a bit tough.
Yeah, with probability, I guess you can say this should theoretically be D1's round, if they do manage to be as strong in the pistol. But I hold hope. We've seen 1 pistol round, 1 out.
Yeah,
by Dynamo.
And D-Hawk's been having a great game too. So now that it's on the attack, hopefully we'll be able to channel that dive energy. And I will say again, IC's util timing has been on point on the defensive side. Those hot hands were on point, the mollies, right? So I could see the flash is setting up D-Hawk well. But Dynamo, looking towards the future. Orb farming, right? XBMO's been keeping a main control, right? Like, they're understanding that we might not win this round, but we can set ourselves up.
All right, and set themselves up. They will. 3 players up in. Actually, I do believe 1 is Hell. Yeah, it seems like the Cypher is sitting. Oh no, not Cypher. Apologies. Omen is sitting down in Hell. But Foreign doesn't really have much to play with, right? They're stuck on their lonesome. They're just gonna have to fight weaponry only here. In this pistol round, and with the Sheriff and no shields coming through from Boomy, it's not looking that bad actually. And it seems like the damage itself allowed D1 to take another pistol round in their pockets here.
How does Foreign survive that, bro? Like, I saw the shocks coming in. I think he was blinded too. Like, that was the first stop on the post-plant route for Dynamo to clear out, to kind of hold themselves up in, and just the consistent parade of players in heaven. The fact that D1 had that many players there so early is so starkly different from many of the rounds we saw Dynamo playing as well on their defensive half. So I don't think that success bodes well in terms of, like, the rotation timings being leagues ahead, perhaps. On this second half, but already we mentioned the bye going to hurt. It's gonna probably give a 4-round lead to Division 1 unless crazy things happen here.
Already a couple shock darts to really soften the blow on this impact that D1 are gonna have. I mean, apologies, Dynamo's gonna have here. But being said already, flashes coming through that one way, making it easier maybe for D1 to try to really execute on this, but it's already looking good. That first shot coming through from Dynamo allows them some sort of opening to get onto the site, an overflow of players, but Dapper now is making sure that the backside is cleared, and that round win comes very, very easily to this team.
Yeah, the Spectre run and gun is satisfying when you do it. It hates to be on the receiving end of it there, right? You're like, oh, this is easy. We just send a bunch of players in, right-clicks the blazing. We'll get the gun traded eventually. And Dapper says, no, I'm walking out of that round on 2 feet with my gun in tow. And, oh, this is a different 2. We didn't really see too much of the operator from Dynamo. There was the one round where D-Hawk got to kill, like, the 2-piece out of A Heaven. And they still end up losing that retake round, so... I'm curious to see what's gonna happen with us getting it so early back in Boomy's hands, considering how explosive it was and entertaining it was over on Breeze.
Not as explosive this time. We've kind of settled away from mid now that we've switched halves, but you know, we do still also have that run it back so early on.
Yeah. I don't want to see that invested to jump the gun and get the Cypher trip destroyed into mid-space, since they're framing for a B split here, and here it comes.
Working themselves up. Actually broken some of the trips here and created a distraction over towards the B site, making it seem almost as though they want to execute, but the patience from D1, that might win them the round. We still have Boomy with the up sitting over towards A. The noise has been heard. D-Hawk is not being quiet whatsoever. And now potentially getting caught out with the shotgun. So everyone has done their damage. And D1 are in such a good position to get this 3-round win here off this half.
It's funny, right? I feel like the Division 1 of last stage, I used the term one-dimensional at times, and now it's like Dynamo are the ones looking in that favor, right? This was a very, like, through and through B split, and they didn't really have anything to hinge off of, and I think that's where a coach can definitely add some depth. So Mikol stepping in here, because it does feel like this half is now D1 starting to run away with things. No more cat and mouse chase kind of game for this series, and I don't know. Right, like, again, it goes back to kind of like what the call was there last time out, which was, guys, just be confident, be aggressive, go very directly into a site. And we've yet to see that. And like, we look at last round, right? It was Dapper, it was Dynamic playing off-site because Dynamic got run through, right?
Yeah.
In that second round with worse weapons on Dynamo's side. Like, they understand that Dynamo can get on the sites easily, and it seems like Dynamo doesn't understand that fact themselves. Like, I don't know. Obviously, D1's probably also confident in their retakes here, because, again, we mentioned defense-side ascent. But, again, I think I do just want to see, like, a good old-fashioned just, like, I call it the death ball towards the site and see what happens, right? I feel like even D1 tried that a few times, B-main. They got mince-meated, of course, but
yeah,
you gotta at least try that out here, and I feel like the only difficulty is that you don't have much wiggle room, Bombers, because D1's already at 10.
And I feel like a good showing of that, we saw the ultimate, the running back come through here for Dynamo, and they had already so much room going up towards B. Nobody was there. You know, it would have been a good read into deciphering what exactly that might look like in the future, but it seems like we're just heading over towards A. The op sitting in mid. Luckily enough, the smoke kind of just really denies that space there.
Yeah, no trip this time either. It's just the op on the line. Thought this was a fake out, but it's like a fake to set up the A split, and this owl drone. Oh, both sides is crazy timing.
Yeah, super confident of you to peek that, but all in all, luckily enough, getting themselves away from that situation. And 1 minute and 13 seconds left with Dynamo getting 2 players finally off the board for D1. And they're posing a threat. This is where it gets dangerous. Icy has now picked up a Vandal, so they can move back site with that and really fight with it.
Really, really good timing there on main entry.
Spike planted.
Congregating simultaneously here, and with a Spectre and up and a rifle. I don't see much hope for D1 into this retake.
Oh, not much. I mean, Boomy's
got some rounds
definitely
to work
saving
with.
that up. Yeah.
I think I like this, actually. Dapper plays exits, tries to strip away the gun upgrades that D-Hawk was able to find, and I mean, since it's already going to be a Dynamo thrifty, it's more, again, about those old torps. Give them to Dapper, give them to Dynamic, and again, 1 round amidst 5, nothing if they can close out with a grand finale-esque ult round.
Last player
Okay.
standing.
I mean, everyone is at least putting some work into this round. Boomy, please stay alive. Keeping the op really was the main objective here. So, yeah, Boomy goes down. That's not really going to look too good.
So D1, they get duped on the timing. Bit too committed onto the A site itself out in the open. So something to fix or lean into the retakes, which have been pretty seamless on the A side already. See if that works out for them. In the meantime, looking at Boomy, like the op on top of the Cypher setup here. it would help in taking down Enzo lurk play, but aside from that, it has been out since the timeout. Dynamo very A lean, A split lean, and it's been serving them well.
Yeah, big back off though. Okay, they've just collected the orb. I can kind of see the vision here and going back over towards B.
Got a long way to go on the comeback for sure. I do like this re-drone on the line. I kind of want Boomy to go all the way onto a tile sight line here, just a bit. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Enzo though holding the off angle. And I mean, you're still not gonna get the ult off this orb gompers, so it's more gonna be a convergent path setup here. Again, dynamic. Gonna be a very difficult position.
Oh, but that's great. Dynamic does not care. But I like the quietness of it. Unfortunately, I do think they're gonna get caught out. No, they haven't yet. Okay, yeah, D-Hawk.
Tail end of the paranoia.
Yeah, searching the backside. That's gonna be a very, very good play. So it leaves D1 in an awkward spot, right? They've lost the Cypher on site. All their trips, cameras are gone. So information gonna come at a very limited source here from Dapper. Even then, I mean, all they really have is the Odin, right? So Paranoia is going to have to come in very, very smooth. The wall's going to go down here from Icy. Icy's watching just on the outskirts, and they do manage to get beautiful headshots through. And this leads it to a 2v1. Boomy with the op in a dream.
Saving.
I mean, how can they really do it? No, yeah. Okay, yeah. Back off. That's fine, I guess, but...
Yeah, pinged out, sprayed down by XPmo. Like, again, the difference of having your init versus not shines through in that retake attempt. And that's gonna be Dynamo up to 7. D1 took an early timeout over on Breeze. It's kind of like, in our mind, cost them the map a bit because it allowed Dynamo to rework that final breath of the comeback and the closeout to send us to Ascent. We'll see if they use it early here or not. Yeah. I mean, now that the retakes are even starting to falter, right? And then we talked about Dynamic. They had this dynamic where they understood like, hey, I can't full stop anchor B, let me play off instead, and I'm surprised they leaned away from that.
Yeah, Boomy's been sitting mid for quite a while, but I really don't think we've gotten a lot of impact in mid. They're very aware of where Boomy is majority of these rounds, so
I know Boomy's 15-9, but I want him off the op right now. I want him off the op.
They were doing really good off of it. They really were. But I guess
it's run its track, now it's a shackle, you know?
I do think it makes it more predictable knowing Boomy's in mid with the op, that they know where these players are going to hit, right? We have so much kind of standing on the choke point here at B-side, but they just can't win it out. It's almost impossible. Dynamic, luckily enough, does manage to have that ultimate in the perfect amount of time, but even then, the headshot's finally coming in. So a 2K is good enough. They've managed to at least dim the numbers down.
Ooh, this ult is stairs gets canceled. So right in the middle of side, Calamity's already in!
Okay, they backed themselves off. No, that's good. The ultimate comes in. It gives them a little bit more room to work with here, but Foreign does have Paranoia.
Avoid the drone.
I'm hoping they spray that down so bad. It's such perfect timing with the crosshair placement too, but Icy's in a pretty good spot. I don't think they're expecting this. Paranoia does come down, and they hear the walking, the numbers now being made. They know that Icy's there, but Icy can't clutch it up. It is that 11-7 that's coming into fruition here for D1.
I was a little nervous, right? When the player leading doesn't clear the corner and the one behind has an operator, I thought Icy was about to get that little 180 turn on the Foreign, but Foreign, a very dependable set of hands we have learned. And Dynamic says, you called me out for my side anchors, here's one for you. But also he played a lot deeper boat instead of stairs side, so again, very different scenario. All in all though, yeah, that is a crazy style retake, and it's great as well that Foreign, nice Paranoia. I mean, hits both Lantern and the Tuck. So he won up to 11 here. Money, stable, ults, stable. And again, Dynamo, they just go back to, once they lose a round, to very straightforward plans. And I mentioned I like the death balls, but they're becoming predictable.
Ooh, okay. Nice. Foreign is not playing around when it comes to keeping the site. Neither is, okay, Dapper, anybody on D1. They've immediately shut down everybody on Dynamo and just said, okay, well, you're gonna have to try to get it for the next round. I do like the reposition off Boomy here coming over towards A. I feel like there was a lot more evident. You know, there was a bigger transaction there.
Yeah. Again, I like the death balls when it's a pulse check, when it's a kickstart the system vibe, right? Cannot go consistently doing it. It's predictable. You can trap on it very easily, like we saw with that Dapper Hunter's Fury and Now, right, everyone is broke, and this is the first time we mentioned, again, it's that departure from very long-term, very succinct economy with the scoreline. Here, it feels like it's very lopsided towards D1 closing this out in 13-7 fashion. Again, the best gun you have is a Guardian. And the Guardian, oh my god, is about to swing me off? No.
Oh, finally, we get some mid-action, though. Although Boomy backs off very, very quickly and gets eliminated very quickly as well. So Calamity's trying to respond to that, sitting around in mid. Seems like Smoke does. I guess they thought it would do a little bit more than, you know, backing them off. But all in all, they gained some control with 2 players down on D1.
Yeah. D1 Dapper. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, quite difficult. It is a save round, but there goes the round win. D1, they've completely closed it out with a 13-7. It's not a 13-11, unfortunately, Zobi, but we do have some closeness in that. Division 1, big winners. But for Dynamo, I give them big kudos. I think the way they played today was honestly incredibly impressive. It is their first time in Challengers, so I give them a lot of leeway here.
Yeah, I mean, again, that is a promising first showing for this team, right? And again, we can talk about Division 1. They won their first round when they came out of Premier in a very close 2-1, but then they lost the following, like, 3 rounds, right? And we're on the hinge of elimination, wrestle it back to playoffs, and again, I think that's going to be what's studied is the bounce back ability of Dynamo given this loss. And we saw that growth curve. Okay, we're nervous a little bit. Those are making mistakes. And we're suddenly like steadfast. The mental isn't affected on Breeze on that comeback. And I think it was really just a sense not fully fleshed out. Again, coming right back into the pool. The side swap, it was close up until then. And after that fact, just could not get their feet under them with the pistol loss.
No, but a loss also means a win for someone else. D1, a big congratulations to them and being able to really run through it for the 3rd map in a row. Obviously, that's such long games, so they do manage to take their rest. But not just yet. We do have an interview coming up. Not quite sure who that's going to be, but our beautiful host, Liz, will tell you very, very soon. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, it may have taken 3 maps, but it's 10 out of 10 across the board. Division 1, take it home, defeating DYNA. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vincent Lee and Lena on the desk. And it's like it's 2021 again. We are so back in the era of Dapper. I saw you, observers. We saw you, and I know everyone in chat saw him as well. But just huge props to Dapper and the rest of that team for coming together, finding that classic Division 1 play style, and finding that strength. Props as well to Dynamo for putting up a fight. But Velina, you got your ascent. Talk about it. Talk about you got your mwah, mwah. Give me the nice Italian hand. You know,
I loved it. It was actually really fun to watch. It was more dynamic, sort of ascent. I really like it that both, yeah, you got it right. I love that both of the teams actually had a lot of preparation, like in this map with their comps. We saw a lot of micro plays. We saw a lot of also dynamic, really good and aggro plays. You know, I feel like it was a really tough first side. I'm from the part that, okay, Ascent is really defensive side, but also when you have two duelists, it's more leaning towards that attack side, right? But I really want to highlight just from Dynamo's card, every pause. I don't know what the coach was saying, but he was like, okay, just run. And I really like that identity that Dynamo's like building up. You know, they are really aggro. They are doing crazy things, and I love that, and I'm here for it. But anyways, of course, D1 takes the win. They were doing a lot of good things, such as the first map, right? They were really trading off each other. They were really patient, and I think that patience also won them a lot of rounds. They were staying in the sides, not falling for those call outs, for those fakes from part of Dynamo. And I also want to know, like, if was that the call from the IGL, from Dapper, from that experience he also has. I just feel like that was also such a strong thing for them to be play off sound, and just be really calm with those rounds.
Yeah, again, I think agreeing to what Gomson Zobi was mentioning here, the first time that you see Dynamo on the stage for stage 2, you got to give them their laurels, right? Yes. They still played a very good BO3 against their opponents of D1. It's not the first time they meet up against each other, but in an official matchup now, trying to qualify for champs, they still put up a good fight. My only caveat, though, is when I looked at Dynamo on the defense, I agree that when we preface this into you're going to play ranked, you're going to try to not necessarily plug it out, but at least be aggressive and disrespect your opponents, and they did that perfectly for a lot of these B fight areas. I think when you just saw the highlight reel, the package that we're watching right now, where Max gets that 3K spray from B site onto lane, yes, that's a cool little spray that he got against a Thrifty, but I feel that when Dynamo was giving them a little bit too much respect, that was where a couple of rounds we saw even D1 just walking forward and getting punishes, and actually the walk glitch getting good value out of it. So I felt like in those small moments, Dynamo was giving too much respect for D1, and then that makes you falter a couple of these rounds on defense, where it's supposed to be the easier side to take. And especially as you were mentioning, if you're going to play double duelists and one of them has the possibility of playing an op on top of that, a Waylay, to get aggro lines, to find a little bit of lane aggression and prevent D1 from really getting too much map control and funneling into the right spots, I think it would have allowed for you to get a better hold on the defensive side. But I think because they've lost that 7-5, allowing D1 to get a couple of these rounds on attack, they were just able to run away here once Division 1 took the defense, because they played that the way that they were supposed to play it.
I think, Velina, you described it as a game of disrespect earlier, right? And as soon as you start to show that respect, that's when things begin to fall apart. And guys, look at Mr. MVP Dapper on the board on that Sova, which is something that I was looking back at his Wikipedia after some conversation in the Twitch chat. He hasn't actually played Sova that much when he was on Sentinels, like a very little on Icebox. So to see him do a really awesome job on that scan initiator after literally 2 years away from competitive play, huge props to Dapper. But again, Dynamo, we are paying attention, my dears. You have made such a name for yourself. What a debut. You might not have won, but that was genuinely such an incredible debut to watch. And how many fans you guys have in chat. It's wonderful, which is so exciting to see. I think I see Calamity in chat hanging out. But this is exactly what we want to see from both of these teams and what we hope to see for the rest of the season, or series, season. Thank you, Liz. You're welcome, Liz, for qualifying for champions. But I believe there's a round 12 that needs to be analyzed. I'm gonna let you take it away, Belina.
Yeah, actually, what Vance also said, also the silence was played as a weapon in D1's hands. So we see in towards round 12, they are just defaulting, playing really slow. And the thing is that Dynamo, they're not gaining space. They are not pushing D1 enough. So D1 has a lot of space just to work with, walk around, and just not being pressured at all. So when you have this double duelist, I also agree that you need to have more of a initiative on that attack side. If not, then you're gonna be really it's not gonna be easy to maintain that side, right? So now we see they just enter the side walking. They do not give any single sound cue for Dynamo to react, and by the time they're on side, you already have someone dead from part of Dynamo and you don't have any map control left. So definitely that was a really strong choice to have on D1's hand, because like silence nowadays on this new meta, it's actually really important. And when you can play off that and don't give sound cues to give information to your opponent, you can win rounds as easy as that.
Negative info. That's exactly what we want to see. I like, because right now, to Belina's point, we're in 12.09, right? There's a lot of unknowns and more unknowns coming with the initiator changes coming soon down the patch, when really on going to qualify and play in champions, or if all things go according to plan with playoffs. But it is really exciting to see kind of, I'm gonna call it innovation per se, but really exciting to see those adaptations coming in from these players. But friends, for our Phillips Ronco Game Face interview, I have none other than the man of the hour. It is Dapper from Division 1. Sir, hello. It is always so great to see you. Always so great to see you competing. The first question I have for you is, and I mean, like, how are you here? Because when you look at your Liquipedia, you haven't competed since 2024. Right, and that's something that I consider you just kind of left behind VALORANT. I was like, well, he had an amazing career, you know, etc. And then you come back as an IGL as well, 2 years later for a premier team. How did this happen?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like gaming's always in my blood. Like, I took a break in my head. I was just trying different things. I did obviously the coaching stint with Qbert after I quit playing, and then honestly, I would just like. They announced the 2027 changes, which is the open qualifiers, and that was my favorite time in VALORANT, was the open qualifier things. So with the idea that I always wanted to play in a more open qualifier system, I'm just kind of getting my feet wet again, you know, getting back into it.
This is the beginning of a kind of your round 2, if you will.
Yeah.
Why Division 1? Who approached you?
I think it was kind of mutual. I believe they had their IGL step away while like the same timing of me like looking at teams like, oh, I kind of just want to like play this the end of a split and going into next year, you know. And yeah. I think the timing was just like really well for me to do to just join. Yeah,
I mean, talk to me about playing with those boys, because Division 1 made such a name for themselves last split, kind of coming out of like the dark of dark horses, right? Coming out of nowhere, getting top 6 in playoffs as a premier team. Now kind of the name that we're all watching to see, absolutely team that can qualify for the path to champions. What has it been leading them as their IGL?
I mean, they're a really great group of guys. They're super talented, but obviously there's always going to be growing pains when obviously I wasn't playing for, you know, like you said, the 2 years. I missed so many metas, and then they are really good at the, I guess, past meta now. They were just the update that Neon was nerfed and the shotguns were nerfed, and I think that was a big identity for them. So obviously there's going to be growing pains when we have to move away from that. But I have so much confidence in this team. I think with more time and more matches under our belt, I think, you know, they could do anything.
I mean, it is Division 1 are always so impressive to see, and you know how you coming in as their leader, someone who has literally the Masters Trophy, has that kind of storied career behind them, is so exciting to see. But when you talk about the play style, I'm glad you brought it up, because Division 1 have a very different play style from what we've seen you play before. In terms of you're on Sova now, which we saw you a little bit on Sentinels with Icebox, right? But not too much. It's asking a lot of you to kind of 2 years later turn around and do this. How is, besides the meta thing, how has the transition been for you coming back after 2 years, having to, because also I'm gonna be real with you, Dapper, it looks like you never left. The shots you were hitting were wild. And it was like, we were being danced, we're back in 2021. So like, how has it been kind of adjusting back to that competitive scene again?
Well, I mean, for me personally, this is the time to reinvent yourself. I'm obviously, like you said, new role. I embrace like the new changes. I feel like honestly a big reason why I did like end up stepping away due to like, I feel like I was just going through the motions at a point, and I was like, oh, I kind of lost like the passion. Like that was me, and that's why I was like, okay, it's time for me to do something else. And then I think this is a really good way coming back. I could like see a new area. I could delve into IGLing. I can learn all these new characters that like I never played before. I was like a Cypher one trick for the longest time, you know? So yeah, I think all this is like, learning is fun, especially with something that you enjoy. So yeah, I think that answers it.
That's exactly, I mean, absolutely. The iconic Cypher, right? And now it's going to be maybe an iconic Sova moving forward. Looking at soon. Looking at the kind of field of competitors, you faced Dynamo, the Premier team today. These were some close games, 13-11, 13-11, 13-7. Moving forward into kind of your rest of your Swiss stage, how do you feel about the competition that you will be seeing in the future? Because you said yourself, the sky's the limit for your team.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's good. Everybody, I think the skill floor of challengers is always going to be like pretty high. I think the skill ceiling is always going to be high as well. Like it's always I feel like Valorant is a very who shows up on the day and who is like there to have fun and talking, and like that's like a huge thing for me. And I always focus on my own team. If we are all like vibing together in the server, even if the games are close, like we lost Breeze, and it was kind of like obviously a really close loss, and we feel like we messed up and they played well, obviously capitalized off of it, but we're just like, we messed up. But just being able to be like, okay, drop that and regain into the next map, that's like the #1 thing for me.
Well, it is always so good to see you, Dapper, and competing, and it literally looks like you have never left. So I'm gonna let you celebrate your first of hopefully many wins back in the competitive circuit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have a good one.
You too. It literally feels like 2021 again. Also, I see our Division 1 friends in chat, top 3. Pardon me. That is so on me. I'm going to take a little bit of a break and reflect on that, but stay right there because it's FlyQuest versus Alliance Guardians next.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Well, not for nothing, folks, but this game is about to be a heater. It is FlyQuest versus Alliance Guardians. Now, I feel like if you weren't paying attention to Challengers last stage and this is your first time with us, well, one, welcome. We're so happy you are here. But Valina, looking at this, it may seem like it, kind of a one-sided, will swing one way sort of game, but this could be an absolute barn burner heater type game if especially Alliance Guardians play their cards right.
I am really excited. We saw actually a matchup against this guys, FlyQuest, ends up winning 2-0, but definitely new meta, new maps, new things coming our way. But I'm also really excited because I have a Chilean companion here also on the server today. Shout out to Sorex. Yeah, we love Chile. Woohoo! Anyways, continuing. But definitely is going to be a lot of firepower on this match. I am really, really excited to see also the maps that we're going to have because last time they ended up playing that bind. Bind is not on this meta. It's not on the map pool anymore. So definitely a good match that we have.
I am so excited for this one, but also I'm excited to see FlyQuest. You know, I think they were kind of our like beloved darlings. You know, Dryad, you know, famously was like, I have a bias towards FlyQuest, right? But, you know, kind of becoming that literally the sleeper squad turned, you know, just this signed team. FlyQuest saying, yes, we're going to sign them. One of my favorite interviews I've ever done is with Coach Hu. But also looking at this change, Vansilli, is there's a net there. There's a wild Netithin, if you will, stepping in for Leo.
Yeah, after Energy Academy on the previous season, now having an opportunity to step in with FlyQuest too. And I think it's smart for somebody like Net, as we mentioned before, a very similar path to, well, very similar. He didn't really coach, but similar to Mike Dapper, that is, where he played a lot of Senti roles, and then with the experience, with the time playing with the guard and G2, et cetera, he now wants to try to take into the IGL role, which he already did a lot for G2 in the past when he was playing like the CT side, the defender side. So now you have an opportunity to fully call for Energy Academy. He had a great start, getting 2-0 at the beginning of his career, but then of course going up and down throughout the stages over the end. But now that he has firepower to add on top of that around Sorix, Dux, Solana especially, and Tanza, I think it's going to make his calling a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more at ease, and seeing that he has firepower to support his calls, I think is going to help a lot too.
Yeah, especially as time went on, you can definitely see how like much more comfortable Net got on with calling, kind of seeing his calling growing, seeing all our IGLs grow, but especially Net last stage. But here coming into FlyQuest, joining this new team, also going to be leading someone, Sorix, who we wanted to highlight, that the Chilean companions that Valina was talking about. Yippee! You know what? Valina, I'm gonna let you talk about your Chilean companion, because I always looked at the cast to see like how many fights they're involved in, and Sorix is just kind of always there.
Yeah, it's amazing. He has actually crazy stats. He was really constant on also that split number 2, and I just like how he could be also like really flexible with the Sentinel smokes, just being really present for the team. And also he is the one that you need in terms like to close a round. If you need someone to clutch that round, Sorix is the one. He's definitely really important. You need to have that player specifically to close those rounds, and he was just amazing on the split number 2.
I agree, because on one end you have Solana that's going to be able to multi-kill the early rounds, and when you have players that are overconfident, they're going to overheat from time to time. So you need somebody like Stoic as Sorix to be able to clutch these rounds. I mean, look at the highlight reels. It's always one. It's always the second one on top of that, right? He's one of the top clutchers that we had in the last stage as well. And for me, probably one of the best Sentinels that we also had in the previous stage. I think he's just under Fireballops for me, but Fireballops was also a Senti that used a lot of chamber. But this one for Sorix is trying to play around like Viper walls and orbs, cyber cages to play around those and getting a lot of these multi-frags and getting good anchor moments too for her team. So I think Sorix is definitely a complete Senti player that he's made his mark already in the past couple of stages.
You would never know that Sentis are struggling right now. You would never know there are KJs and Cybers and Vises out there like gasping for air the way he plays. But he will have his work cut out for him, because he'll be facing Alliance Guardians today. A team that I don't know if you guys can hear very loud Train that wants to say something as well. Yes, good point, Train. Andre Transit, we love it. But a team that, you know, last stage one looked a little different. We can start there with this Vansilli, you know, T-Dog coming in, who literally just ascended with Team Evictix, and now is here leading Alliance Guardians. Yeah, I think now you're still building around Riker and GMD. I think it was disappointing towards the middle end of the stage for Alliance Guardians when they had such a good start. And why do we have a D1 Division 1 as a coach? What is going on? I'm just kidding. Oh my God. But they're everywhere. Exactly. They just had to fix things around. And I think right now with these changes, I think it's quite nice to see. Slab has always been a very good player, grinding in a tier 2 scene. Losing Atlas is a huge loss to Alliance Guardians, but I think Slam could fill in those shoes quite comfortably. I think the most important one is the one that we're facing right in the middle of the screen here, T-Dog. I think not only is he going to be very good and cerebral and very smart for this team, I think he's going to be able to micromanage the team a little bit better, and then the other ones can really focus on just what's in front of their faces on the crosshair, which is what GMD has been looking for the past couple of stages, right? He doesn't want to take the IGL role. He just wants to frag out. So Jerk initially was supposed to be coming in as the IGL. Didn't work out for Alliance Guardians, and now hopefully they have that upgrade in terms of that cerebral call, mid-round calling, and T-Dot that can help out. And GMD will not be paying that IGL tax, as he said. And then when he doesn't pay that tax, Vansily, I'm gonna go back to you for this, because this is someone we have watched literally for years in Challengers, is he can go lights out sometimes. He kind of finds himself at the end of the rounds a lot of the time. But when he goes, when you give him a chance to aim, he can just literally blow you away.
And I hate that I have to underline what you just mentioned too, on the word sometimes, because it used to be much more consistent back in like the very early days of like Gen G and French Canadians before that, right? Or whatever they were called before they were picked up by Gen G. But I think ever since like TSM days and whatnot, he does have his ups and downs. I think what's most important where GMD is going to pop off the most though is when they're going to get into playoff position. And they're not really always going to make it into the playoffs at the very top, maybe like 4th or 5th seed. And sometimes, or most of the times, that's just good enough for someone like GMD. So I can respect that, you know, just try to qualify, because you know when it comes down to playoff runs, he's definitely going to be a person you could keep an eye on. But until then, there's going to have to be a little bit more, you know, deadlifting, not just on GMD.
I also just feel that trying to get on that harbor meta, that it is really, really good. I don't think it's like the comfort side for GMD. I think that definitely would, playing on Omen, playing on Brim, he just feels really, really good. And you can see like the different play styles, but definitely getting to the harbor, it's being a little bit difficult. But today, maybe we can see that and we can see the changes. I feel that it is a really, really good smoker, but it is really hard to masterize.
And I also want to say, I invited GMD to watch the Canadian Grand Prix with me, and he was like, no, I have to play in a Mr. Fun Haver. So he was busy. He was booked and busy, you know, making sure that he was getting his reps in. But friends, for our Philips Norelco head-to-head today, we have none other than Tanza versus Riker here for this head-to-head. Pretty similar stats if you kind of squint your eyes a little bit, Valina, but we see the neon on the other side of Tanza, where I think, you know, Riker kind of finds himself positioned on that waylay as someone who kind of this meta benefits, whereas Tanza, this meta might change kind of where we see him.
Definitely, it could change, but we have also seen a lot of that chamber maybe in hands of Tanza, and we have seen a lot of rerolls also from that duelist side going into that chamber, because it gives you like the same vibe as the Yoru did on that last meta, right? You have the TP to get out. You can also punish a little bit by being more aggressive, but you also have a way out so you don't actually get killed and be in this in a situation of disadvantage. But definitely, I feel that Riker, seeing the past 30 days, for example, that he has been playing also that Funhaver tournament, I feel like he has been spamming a lot of that jet, and that could be also an upside and could be really good. But we never know. I mean, anything could happen. We could see also maybe players flexing, coming back also to this Phoenix that is actually really popular. It's going to depend, of course, in every map that we're going to see.
Yes, and I think that's one thing we can look forward to by these games, right? The meta is changing, the meta is shifting. We can see, you know, ISOs being pulled out like we saw with the last game. It's kind of that ingenuity, and it's the first game of the Swiss stage, right? So you're allowed a little bit of breathing room to kind of have a little bit of fun. But friends, because it's a new stage, new patch, we have maps, including Ascent, and they banned it. So we're not going to be seeing Ascent. We'll be going to Breeze, Split, then if necessary, Haven. Valina, I'm going to go to you first. Does it make you feel any which way looking at this map, picks and bans?
Well, I like the Breeze. I feel that we can maybe here see Gimon's Harbor could be a good option, but I'm just shocked that the last map, the last Breeze, we didn't actually see Harbor, and we have seen a lot of teams playing it, and not only as well, 100 Thieves playing it as an oldie controller. We have mixed thoughts on that, but you can also, it's like really flexible. You can play even with Omen, Astra, and you can do a lot of fun stuff, but it is actually really, really difficult. And going into the split too, I'm really excited to see if we're going to have double duelists, the Neon also. I think the Neon is still being good at this map because you have a lot of close space that you can use to judge, you can use the shorty. So definitely expecting a lot of things to happen with this map.
Yeah, I think just adding Harbor right now is quite difficult for a lot of the teams. I think even in Tier 1, from time to time, or even Game Changers too, having to be able to talk to a couple of the coaches, sometimes it's just, the theory is right, the agent could be very good, but in the wrong hands or in terms of synergy, if it doesn't work out, you got to play to your strengths. which is why maybe here in tier 2 we haven't really seen it too much yet, because you're still playing the comforts. What picks are we seeing a lot, right? ISO on the previous series. We could probably see some Reyna as well for FlyQuest potentially coming out on this map as Breeze at the same time, and you know, you have to play into those moments. I'm thinking at this point now too, I don't know what we're gonna see, to be honest, from the side of Alliance Guardians. Maybe because we have T-Dog, they might try to make it work into bringing a Harbor through, but if anything, I'm thinking of GMD, Brimstone, back in the day when we still had a hallway on Breeze. That's of course once upon a time. This has to change now.
This might not matter because we have cursed them.
No, wait. So the curse just works when we want, because the last time it didn't work.
Look at this. I hope you're all paying attention. Open your eyes. GMD on the Harbor. We see a Reyna. I know people have been clamoring for that one for feels like years now. A double duelist on one side, a double initiator on the other side. Belina, I'm gonna go to you. I mean, you were talking about that GMD Harbor, so I'll let you talk about it.
I like it. I like it though that we also have Viper on both sides, so we don't just have the Harbor. So that is actually really good. And if Harbor dies, he's not conditioned to always being alive because he has also the second smoker. So that's pretty cool. I'm shocked that I'm seeing a Reyna, but if you actually think about it, Breeze is a lot of open spaces, and now that Reyna's flash doesn't have actually like a range, you can play it from CT really easily to take those retakes. Actually, it's amazing.
And also for me, yes, I'm seeing some Harbor from both sides, but again, there's a difference between copying and pasting what you're currently seeing and really getting into application. If I want to see some advanced Harbor tech, I want to see like some drop smokes. I want to see some low smokes on the A side that allows for you to diffuse, and others plays behind the orb. Like, hopefully that comes into practice right now for both of these teams, that we could see GMD and Sorix shine in these moments. But if not, this might be a make it or break where they could both fail too if they're not really comfortable in that type of tech.
And I said we were back in 2021 last map. Now we see a Harbor and a Reyna. It just feels like the time is all wonky. But the time is right now for Alliance Guardians versus FlyQuest. I'm going to send it over to your casters, Zobi and Gompers. Friends, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Liz. We are into a completely different team setting, right? Alliance Guardians versus FlyQuest, Zobi. But this is dangerous. FlyQuest, they haven't really played Breeze in quite a bit, and there's some history behind why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like they ghosted for the entire stage, and then they get picked in that lower third round of stage 2, and they lose it 14-16, and that's also the game that they'll get eliminated in after a map 3 overtime. So it's some bad blood that AXG knew what they were doing when they dug up old history. But I don't know if they expected the Harbor for Harbor action with that star exchange to accommodate the net inclusion. And I'm excited to see this, right? With the Harbor rework, with them being more of an orb smoke, not just like wall for wall agent, it does allow for a bit more controller flexibility here on Breeze.
Yeah, and also with the addition of T-Dog, I know they talked about it a bit on the desk. I do feel like there's going to be some strong call-outs here. But I'm curious to see what exactly that's going to look like. Unfortunately, T-Dog goes down, so maybe giving themselves a lot more time to kind of watch and analyze what to do next. But with that being said, Slam doing a really good job at holding down the A side and actually getting 2 replacement of T-Dog. So the trades off looking nice, the pistol round going a bit quicker, I'd say, than originally expected.
Well, 3v3 as the dust settles, but the issue is GMD is alone, so kind of surrounded on all sides, just as a tuck and hope that he isn't wheeled out of this position.
Still kind of lurking for net 2 over towards mid. It's not like they can really feed any information over. They haven't seen Guimond yet. In all reality, just waiting for that rotation to come a little bit faster. Net trying to catch off some potential flank, but I don't think it's going to come.
And it's just going to be a time game at the end of the day.
Yeah. Although there it goes. Okay, beautiful shot off Duck. Crosshair placement is on it. Now they have to do is play together, right? They have the numbers, unfortunately not anymore. 26 health, and Guimond is killing it. Maybe just one more headshot needed. And the wisps from Net allow Guimond to take in that first pistol round here for FlyQuest.
And if there's anybody doubting the performance of this player after stage 2, I will say a clutch of that magnitude for the pistol round for AXG is definitely one way to silence the crowds. So Up 3-0, forcing up the Phantom behind it, right? It's looking good. And I mean, there's nothing wrong either, really, with that fly exec here. It's just, again, that harbor wall so hard. It feels like to set up correctly. And again, I think AXG do have that advantage of implementing it a little bit sooner.
Yeah, good 3-0. Pretty good positioning too. For FlyQuest, kind of being thrown into a map that isn't particularly your strongest is very awkward position to be. I mean, especially with like the Reyna coming in. I know we've talked about the strengths of the Reyna. I do feel like it was slightly lackluster last time we did see this, and they did get dropped down. So obviously with that being the entire team setting, and now you're just making it a lot easier for AXG to back up that sort of knowledge here.
I mean, it's Nico, but again, it's the confidence bubbling in their VCL debut, I believe, by the way. Played in OQs, played in Promorelli, but first time here after a nice stint with Blue Water in the relegation zone, we'll call it, of Tier 3. And at this point, it's just search and close the rest of the eco round. A flawless conversion with already an aggro style buy. Makes me a bit concerned going into the third.
I'd say I'm a bit concerned too, but I hold hope, right? Obviously not having the weaponry, you know, it does feel like the peaking was a bit lackluster, and it is their first map of stage 3. So, you know, needing to fix some, maybe this could also be a reason for the tech pause as well.
Yeah, and their mouse disconnected, 100%. That was them, like, aiming with a trackpad, you know? I don't know, but, again, I was impressed by Urin's anchoring there. Didn't really have any util behind it, right? It was just contenting off the wall. And I am curious if they're going to have that go-getter mentality to close out rounds once the rifles come in, because that was very, like, eco-heavy, like, oh, they're in elbow, like, crunch onto them. And that can get dangerous up against, again, a very mechanically inclined squad, we'll call it. But I do also love the dueling stories of these two teams, right? It's like Fly is like the epitome of the dream for challengers, right? You come in as a pug squad, right? Sleepers, get signed by a major org. Now you're playing against a prior tier 1 player, leading the charge, right? For your path to champions. And AXG is like, okay, it was this core built around GMD and Riker where they just kind of like scrapped like another VCL team that had just requalified. I believe it was both T-Dog and Slam that actually came from that roster. So again, it's like switching pieces out just to see which has the prettiest picture, and if they can strike up that chord of synergy alongside these very established players in the tier 2 space.
Yeah, but it makes me feel bad. And, you know, there was some discourse about, is it a good idea to consistently switch up your team? Because, I mean, it could be difficult for Guimon to constantly be transitioning with these different players, different personalities, different play styles, and they're constantly never feeling stable in that sort of environment. So it does reach a question of, are we doing a little too much, and are we not giving our players enough time to really solidify themselves under this roster for sure? But for AXG, they're looking pretty good so far off the rip with that 2-0. I'm hoping they can, you know, kind of keep that same momentum going, especially with Guimon showing a pretty outstanding 3-0 so far.
Yeah. Well, we did get word it was a brief PC crash, so they'll be getting loaded up here pretty soon to get back into the action. Pretty big round, and I will say, despite the losses, somewhere, somehow, Fly has been farming up the orbs, right? Because Sorax is 1 off from that reckoning, so that is going to be huge coming into this round. I think it's get dicey, or in the follow-up when it's rifles versus rifles, so we'll see where they take it, and that could be also why Riker's gonna get on the aggro on the outlaw line here into A main, trying to deny that orb, so let's see who comes out the gate swinging first.
Waiting. Silence, though. Hansa, very, very good first-hand peek, and Guimon is doing the best that they can with the information they're given. I like that. I like the reassurance in that sort of play. But it's looking good for AXG, obviously having so much to work with here. And the molly back and slammed off. But Slam doesn't even watch. Okay, luckily enough, they've managed to somehow keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, but Net does make that transition.
Oh, good drone timing too. The element of surprise stripped away. T-Dog backside, just waiting for this backstab from Urn.
Yeah, already down to it. But a 1v2, I think there's a lot of potential here. Unfortunately, with this decay, is it going to be easy if somebody peeks? enough time, but timing is of the essence. I think there's a really good potential here, especially now with the classic coming out from T-Dog. And they make it work. That 3-0 looks great on AXG.
Wow, and they are continuing that proactive stance as we pose the question for. I mean, the reflash there from Slam to set up. Come on in. That A main fight here is crazy, crazy well done. And Slam even doing a good job anchoring, leveraging again the KO kit at the end of the day. And I mean, T-Dog, this pre-fire transfer, the quick bandit from the hip, all of it built upon from just the way in which they won the first 2 rounds. So very nicely done. Eco now has to come through for Fly. And we mentioned that Reckoning could be a tool to get them back into it. Duck also one off from Hunter's Fury, but again, we already knew this was going to be a sore spot of a map for Fly. So even if this map is super one-sided, I'm not going to count them out. But we've seen like how many 0-4, 0-3 starts, and it's just like 3-3. If you blink and you miss it. So let's see.
Yeah, a couple bad. Everyone has bad rounds, realistically. I mean, it's the first map. Seems like it's not actually that bad for AXG. They're actually on it. They're completely on it. The practice that they have had before this stage 3 has obviously been working out. Now they're gonna have to try to find a way to take out the rest of the crew and the pack here from FlyQuest. But that being said, it seems a lot easier now with the Stinger in hand. Source does actually picked up a Vandal, so I mean, potential there. The 1 tap coming through, and Yearn having enough damage, but Sorex, they clutch.
I mean, Sorex stepping into the harbor, not looking too shabby either. And that's while weathering also the Reckoning that had come through to try and keep the momentum in tow. So I mean, let's take one more look at it again. It's like your GMD comes sweeping in through off the wave, slammed even through the toxic scream, but and these one after challenges where in a new team doesn't have that synergy, those timings, maybe splinter a little bit at the end and Flyer on the board.
Oh, big P coming through from Riker. Unfortunately, they do get caught out by a vast majority. And T-Dog looking to maybe gather a bit more damage. Unfortunately, as they did lose a player, they need whatever they can work with.
Oh, you're on the timing on the drone's gonna be everything.
Oh, okay, good dash though. Oh, there's some space there, but Tons is not really aware where to look. There wasn't a lot of information incoming there for AXG, so they've lost out on Riker. Apologies, they've lost out on Tons over FlyQuest.
And despite the opener going south, they actually are in a really nice position. All the flies contained here in B main.
Yeah, working up. I like the flank. We're seeing a lot of potential here. T-Dog especially hitting the 1 taps like it's nothing, but FlyQuest, they are recommending a victory for FlyQuest. They're working towards it. TMD. Down in the backhand side, there is spike down. So I don't even know what happens there. That's disgusting from Slam.
But again, AXG weren't in a bad spot in my mind last stage either. They just need a little bit more firepower around strong calling. And I feel like Slammed and T-Dog coming in, even Yearn, who's being given this opportunity on the VCL stage, fit that build. The anchors here are what saves the round after maybe an early aggro play. Octander's Fury gets a bit mistimed. It's hard to call, but that plus the proactivity A side and mid space, it all came together. AXG up 4, and it would take Fly with another 50 on the board, and I mean, the Hero Rifle and 4 out of 5 ults. You can do it again. Yeah.
Slam does have a pretty good counter to a push here. All in all, I mean, Sorex is the only one with a weapon. Really?
Well, that clutched out previously. It makes sense, but you're just gonna wait out the no command now, right? You need those blades online for the sentry. And it's gone.
Actually in a good position though. I mean, a lot of the util kind of gone away from Fly on a slightly fake push, but Solana does still have a couple blinds in their arsenal, does manage to push one out. The heals are there. They're not gonna have to use them just yet. They're hitting everything. And now we do get to see that Viper's pit settle down, allowing Ducka a little bit more room to play with here. And I mean, 1 tap's just coming up the wazoo here for FlyQuest. So they're feeling themselves to the max with a 4K to keep things going.
They're feeling themselves. Nah, Tanza is crazy impact scaling behind that reckoning. Those are the constructive ult plays that we want to see, especially on eco rounds. And I mean, both of the rounds won by Fly are just that. So, can we get a rifle round one, Fly? That would be great. It's a eco now attempt from AXG, so better now than ever. And yeah, this does just feel like a team warming up right now at the moment. And again, there's already that leadership change and Net coming in as newer.
Yeah.
GL, so see how it goes.
Couple new IGLs, I guess you can say here for both sides, but FlyQuest, there goes a 2K off the rip up towards mid, and I mean, GMD is looking to make some magic happen, but it's not really working out, you know, with this save round, unfortunately. Does FlyQuest, you'd said it, right? You've seen 3-0s happen, and you know, you just kind of come right back up to it.
Oh, the gun found. We've seen T-Dog clutch these out, but Net with the follow-up. The 3-piece is good for stability, and a third on the board, and I don't know, I feel like XG right now, it's like, okay, we were convinced that the aggro plays were working. They were looking nice, right? Slam setting GMD up, who's 10-4. But now they're continuing to do it, and the mistakes and the punishes are continuing to progress. So I think it got readable, it got stable. Fly was starting to punish that, and that's why the timeout comes in. It's kind of the same advice that we were giving the last Breeze to Dynamo was like, hey guys, stop fighting out, stop looking for these players so early on, just do it a little bit later once you have the information. And actually the one round where GMD got behind them as well and got them contained on that B site, that's exactly how they played it out. So again, don't do it from the get-go. Even if it is an eco or half buy, do it a little bit later.
Yeah, GMD's also playing so incredibly good with that 10-4 coming in. You can see that the aim is really under wraps. But it's a lot more than that needs to start to be applicable, especially with the operator that we're seeing on the attacking half come out from Tanza. I do feel like that's going to apply a lot of pressure down in that mid space.
Yeah. On the attack side with Arena, I'm interested to see how this is going to go. Again, you saw me being the hater of it when they had like a solo duelist in the attack off yesterday.
Yeah.
But I could be convinced here, especially with Salada having the Empress online, can easily be that tip of the spear for an entry, but it's not even taking the mid space. It's a B-side lurk factor. Well, they just want to go towards it. I'm a little bit worried about the mid gap here.
Yeah.
On the attack side.
Yeah, I thought I would have seen maybe a little bit more presence in mid with the op from Tanza, but
yeah.
I mean, they've went over B so many times. I'm assuming they're trying to condition a lot more presence over there.
This is why I didn't like them not having a grasp on mid. Right now, Riker gets to scale alongside T-Dog, and they know exactly what this A-scale timing is, or even have a flank, or cut off these rotates. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong here.
Yeah.
Can doesn't mean will. Okay, now it means will, and has.
Yeah. Yeah, good, honestly, good take. So, I guess the transition, I'm sure they weren't really thinking something would have happened there, and I don't think they know anyone is still sitting there. T-Dog patiently waiting over in mid.
Yeah, the toxic screen timing could protect it even from the net lurk up.
Yeah, there's gonna have to be a really big eruption down in that 30 seconds. They still have to fight for sight. They don't know where Slammed is. Slam kind of peeking the angle. Net is readily prepared, but not knowing Riker's waiting for that refrag potential. And even with the Viper spit, it does become slightly dangerous because Duck is there and ready for it. The only clutch factor right now could potentially be Riker. I mean, already coming up with a 3K, now looking for something more. And has that wall. Yeah, could be something huge here. Oh man, and it's difficult. They try to get the plant down. Now Riker's gonna have to try to push that with the Vandal that they've switched over. And Tanza's ready for more, and they do not miss a shot. Even now, on the come up, it's Riker with that 4K.
I was so worried about have another like close range op clutch there out of Tanza, but Riker, the hero of this round from the master, angle swaps on mid with the operator to, I mean, retaking there off of T-Dog's contact as well, and T-Dog played that perfectly, right? He knows like when to drop the ego, right? Takes the initial swing, misses, and says, okay, we know time is low, I just need to get them off of it. So goes for the redrawn instead of the re-swing. And that's exactly what gets that round through. It shows how competitive these rounds are starting to become. It's not into lopsided flawlesses anymore. It's not the eco switching one way or the other. We're back to rifles versus rifles, and gonna determine the course of this half, where AXG are in the driver's seats to start pulling ahead.
Okay, taking a little bit more initiative here. Very quick pace of play from FlyQuest. You see the blind come out, they're ready for it, but a bit too late there from Riker, hoping they could get some sort of blind spray on that. And actually, I mean, maybe even expecting somebody to shoot that blind down. So, you know, tons of smokes kind of creating more obscurity of the vision here for T-Dog. They do still manage to get one, looking for the second, though the transition's a bit hard to capture here from Salada.
Last player standing.
I mean, it's one after another.
Getting more and more. Yeah, that's a good round.
I don't know how to feel about that round, Gompers, because it felt like it was, again, the Feast or Famine Raid us a lot of just, like, leading the charge, right? In, like, most of the AXG fights that they take, right, it's, like, Slam just layering fights for other players. There, it was just a lot of, like, okay, I'm taking contact backside, 1-1-1, and it was similar position for Net mid-door, playing off his own timing, right? And I guess that is a bit of the Fly identity, is just these players on their own are pretty cracked, but I don't know.
Player standing.
Round 1 gets us 5-4, but not in a convincing fashion. But AXG then, money reset will probably solidify a 5-5 here for us.
Ooh. Yeah, another very aggressive A take again. Really liking the smoke positioning that they keep kind of putting down here. Though not too much to respond. But AXG,
Spike planted.
it's kind of looking a little more rough as time goes on. I mean, FlyQuest obviously picking up the pace of play.
And AXG already used a timeout, by the way, too. Fly hasn't, so become a bit more complicated
Player standing.
as this lead gets grasped back by Fly, or at least the tied game. And yeah, flawlessly done. Salada definitely feeling the warm up now, fully under their wings. No pun intended. And yeah, eco killers, everything kind of delivered there for Fly. And I don't know. Right now it feels like it's that trio, right? Net, Salada, and Tanza. These last few rounds at least have had like it very well contained, and shows how it is a team effort right now on the Fly side.
Yeah.
But AXG mentioned it, getting aggro has been their MO, and a bit worried. Salada ready to solo challenge Riker.
You do still have that tailwind. Feel like this could be, you know, pretty good opportunity for FlyQuest to keep this streak going, especially now. Okay, they didn't get the shot on it, but that's a huge opening from Net to slowly push themselves over towards A. And then we're looking at that response now from FlyQuest, moving that spike back to A as well.
Gotta clear
GMT
corners.
though, yeah, not really letting them get past that.
Oh, yeah, he's crisp today, for sure. I was a bit worried. Annette was holding his ground before the regroup, the rotates come through, but Fly have enough info now, especially. They want to commit here into A.
Yeah, and that deep smoke didn't really kind of push FlyQuest back far enough to make it, you know, something I feel like that would have been a little bit more valid. But GMD still getting that 3K down. They have completely kept the A site. Now they're just going to have to keep doing it, right? I mean, a couple seconds left to that second smoke can come down, but they're not going to need it. The Hunter's Fury now giving away to some of that. I mean, damage, and it works. They get the information and they get the round win.
And I just wanted the game on Ace, Gompers, and I was like, oh, T-Dog, great, got him to 70, set it up perfectly, and then it comes in and finishes him off on the third ping. But that is a big round to have won for AXG. And again, it's small mistakes, obviously, from again, a team in the first season, right? But also just GMD knowing how to play around these Harbor kit, right? Like, yeah. I don't say this is the one that invented it by any means, but has been picking it up first in the VCLNA in the current meta. Showing rightfully so, 15-7, and we repeat. Well, playing for the 6-6 or the 7-5. Good money on both sides.
There it goes. Nice blind. There's going to be an eruption onto the site from FlyQuest. And I mean, as quick as the round started, it's going to be even quicker for them to get to that backside and actually take two players out. So in regards to what they could do for that retake, I do see some potential with what T-Dog can offer here. The only problem is they're going to have to read into this duck play.
Both now have game round winning, half winning plays. Just mirrored, bro.
Angles covered on both ends.
But neither
here.
moves and Fly just wins, so something's gotta give.
I really don't think T-Dog's gonna read into this. Actually, okay, perfect timing on the information there.
I get down in the pit.
Which seemingly works out. Yeah, the pit is gonna be a bit distracting. I do have some hope, but unfortunately though, without the weapon drawn, it does make things a bit harder. But Riker getting a bit lucky. That 3K comes in, and Sorix manages to really take that 1v1. So we are closing things 6-6 half. These games today, Zoe, they've been pretty close.
Yeah, it's like day one, it's like your 1 versus your 8. Like it's like your top versus your bottom, and then it just like closes in. And yeah, this is a fun one for sure. And it's a little bit of a grudge match as well for GMD and Riker, if you think about it, right? They lost them pretty handily back in round 4 of stage 2. 9-13 on Bind and 2-13 on Haven, which, reminder, Haven, I believe, is our decider today. So definitely want this map to go their way. Do not want to be playing for the reverse sweep. And I think Real in the half as such after, again, a 3-0 start, gets a little shaken, and all in all, I don't know. Now you look at these comps and you're like, where do they put each other on the flip side? I think the presence of flashes should help on AXG so much.
We're looking to migrate back over towards A. You can kind of see some focus towards the backside. It does seem like they really are trying to get a little bit more space up on the extremity, but that sucks. The spike has been down. Now Tonza knows they have to keep the spike safe, or else they're gonna lose this. But even then, the pistol round's still looking in favor of FlyQuest. And originally, you know, a round that was won by AXG in that first round is now kind of going in favor to the opposing side.
It's like, Tonza, do what you want. Everyone else play grouped up. That's the idea. That's where they draw the line in the sand for winning versus good Valorant. And it's putting Yearn now in a 1v3 position.
Yearn walking back and forth, like pacing pretty much, thinking, what should I do right now? Which is a valid thought process. This is a pretty hard position to be in. You got 36 seconds left. The spike isn't even in anywhere of your vicinity.
30 seconds left.
And you got that smoke finally posing a threat to you as it goes down. 2 players just back to back. Net and Sorix up and down. Maybe they could get it, but they don't. Luckily enough, Net does manage to clutch up in those last moments.
I was hoping that debut buff would come out and that high low was gonna get a nice sheriff transfer to cut it down to size, but nope, the buddy system from Fly, very clean in how they regrouped with numbers in that situation around the spike, like you mentioned, which was deep between Pyramid, but it's Tonza that gifts them this round, right? Like crazy.
30 seconds
Re-swings of the confidence of that tailwind, and it gets pieced off by Yearn. It's like I mentioned, like Tonza can get off the leash, can play for the ones alone, and then everyone else play regrouped. And that's how they get the lead right back. Buy up as well.
Okay, Salada. The one way, oh, I like the smoke. It actually allows them to kind of spray through that one way to give them a bit more room. And now in that, it gives Sorix the opportunity to kind of wait, you know, on that defense, see what they can do. Unfortunately, they cannot do much. Sorix and Salada have been down.
I like the setup for this post-plant. Got the Guardian handed off to GMD. You have a Plague brewing. This could have some nice grounds for a Thrifty.
Lamb is in such a good position here if they time it correctly. And no, Tonza with a no-scope to make sure they're still left alive to assist with that firepower, and that they will do. Down indoors, T-Dog is looking for something, and they just can't get it. The power that Tonza has here.
Again, I don't know what's up. It's like AXG, again, just keep swinging and don't stop swinging. And even that post point where you're up numbers, you have a Slam timing, like, even a Slam just doesn't get the big bang for his buck on that backstab. It's like everyone else needed to play more tucked there, and instead you have, again, a solo swing from a backside player, solo swing from main, solo swing from door. And when the battle weapons are on Fly's side, that is not how you're going to win the eco. So it was a nice setup and gets the spike plant down, makes it costly for Fly, is not a round converted. That's gonna have to come from this 3rd round rifle buy. And again, they obliterated really a strong bonus on the Fly side. So not expecting too many grounds from it aside from the Tonza Blade Storm.
Yeah, actually setting the molly to stop that smoke from coming in. That spray down, that net unfortunately fell victim. Oh, sorry, not next. Sorex and Solana fell victim to before. But holding things back. They've lost out a lot of those early initial fights up towards A, so I'm glad they're taking a step back.
Yeah, but Fly, despite losing the opener, B side got them the information they needed to stack A here. And this could get bloody fast. Hard to call.
Oh yeah, Nets in good positioning too. They knew that smoke coming up maybe had meant that not a lot of players were watching and they could keep that backside stable, but you know, with Net there, unfortunately they go down. Solana's trying their absolute best to really keep this off. What? Through the pyramid. They got one. That is such a big clutch move for FlyQuest, and they will just continue off of that. They don't really see Yearn though. I mean, but with the aim that we saw, I'm surprised they didn't get any more than that. Solana absolutely destroying in those moments, but AXG, they run victorious.
Yeah, again, it was like that was one of the two Guardians and it's hitting its shots, but what happens after that fact? Great dart as well from Duck to set up that a frag out moment, but it's the backstab from Yearn that contained things. If that wasn't there, if they were all front side, I don't think we would have had that like distraction draw for GMD to pop off 18 and 10 right now. Win that rifle round, no matter how bloody it is, to keep things within contention. And we need a refresher of that crazy flick, but all in all, AXG back towards B. This sometimes not like hardcore scaling. It's just not on the good old-fashioned anchor.
Oh yeah, and anchor they will do actually, especially with Tanta now beyond kind of making those power moves. And a really quick response from AXG though. Tanta, they've lost out the last round. They know they need more to really make this work. I'm surprised that they had peaked in such a manner, very, very aggressively, holding no respects here to HG.
It's like Tanza's the one that doesn't have disrespect me, and Tanza's the only one allowed to solo swing. Even here, Solana, Duck side by side, but Yearn didn't see Duck, so don't know that they're grouped wall side for the time being. And that's that unfortunate timing there, Gompers. But yeah, net anchors. GMD again has been doing a great job individually forcing the agenda of AXG through, but again, the numbers, the rotations for Fly put so many retradable positions on the table.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of feeling nice too, especially with the amount of rounds won here. And the defense looking a lot stronger, I will say, on FlyQuest. Tanza definitely feeling a lot more comfortable with the op in hand here.
Yeah, it was a really nice double anchor. It's always fun to see like your anchor and your op on the same site. And I think that's the benefit of Breeze, is that it's mid, it's not too far away. And now that it's Nico, you bring on the sniper as well, and its sights are trained in front of B main.
Yeah, no, disappearing off that noise. They know the firepower that HG has had, so I'm glad they're not really initiating too far off of that, especially with the amount of smokes up. They could wait.
Hit though, to complicate this retake. You have to hope that T-Dog finds a great timing. That dart has already been expended. It's gonna be a while for it to come back.
Drone slowly making its way to allow a bit more room here for lurking potential. Nets doing insane work over in the back extremities of the site, but there it goes. Sorex now slowly making their way over, and no matter what, everyone is trying to make the lurk happen here for AXG, but they just get shut down.
And that's what I'm saying. They're looking for fights when they don't have to. You have your win con laid out right in front of you. That Viper Spit on site. Stack the numbers on the eco round in there. Close range stinger fights. The works. Maybe they were worried about the flush util that was going to be available. Maybe the Sorex ultimate. Who knows? But again, looking at it from a hedge, you're like, anything would have been better from what we just saw, where it's Sorex handling both of those on that mid elbow take. And again, it's not just those two elbow, but even Riker was playing outside of the ult. So
yeah,
frustrating one to say the least, and apparently enough as well for the coach. So second and final timeout taken on the earlier side, but it does feel like Fly are starting to pull ahead here.
Oh yeah, very far ahead for...
Yeah, it'll be 12 if AXG lose this round, so it's needed.
It really is. Its economy's kind of already dwindling. I mean, you already see a light shield coming through from Slammed. You know, with that ult coming through, I mean, there is a lot of potential, I will say, though. Zobi, the problem is you can't really rely on your ults every single round, which I feel like might be an occurrence. We're going to see the amount of a very, very drastic amount of ults come out this round. They're going to win the round, and then it's going to feel like we're just kind of going right back to the way things were with FlyQuest, you know, playing that retake game.
Yeah. And I don't think that is going to be longevity enough, but it depends on if the coach trusts in AXG, trusts in T-Dog calling, right? It's like, okay, do I give a call that is just how do we use these ults to get this round through? Or do I address the big picture issues and have less time to secure this next round for them? So it's again, circle back to coaching philosophy and where your sights align. But Fly did a good job towing that line of what's risky and worth it and what's risky enough. So this round, an example of that. Oh, great Cove timing.
Okay, Net, though. I like they made some noise over B, and they're actually not trying to make too much noise. I think they're more so waiting for that rotation to slowly take place on its own here, especially with a lot of taking out the Empress, waiting over towards mid. 3 players over there, and a collateral shot off Slammed, and T-Dog, 2 initiators down, and one of their duelists. So in such a good position here on the defense, already off the rip.
And that's 2 of the big ults gone off the table. I will say GMD, alive and with his own reckoning, could clutch this round up, but you gotta have a regroup with Yearn here. You've got to be on the same page of where to go. You know that at least one was on B. They were paired up right with the operator. Was taken down even seconds into the round. And I do like the mid to A call, but there's 2 question marks. Duck on the jiggle, and if they clear out A main. Oh, timing. I think he saw it. I don't know how he would have seen it on the angle. I'm not gonna.
No, I'm not sure, because I feel like Nat would have read into that now.
I thought he saw it. Why else would you get off the jiggle line, you know? But no, you're right. But that deep reposition here is nice when they eventually plant. There's not gonna be a time to react.
Ooh, yeah. No, they know. 9 seconds, 9 seconds. But I mean, all in all, nobody knows that Net is there. Such a weird, such a weird
perfect.
Stuff, but it does work. It closes out Net in majority of the angles here, which is, I mean, that's why I love the flexibility of the harbor. Your smokes can go wherever you want. It's almost like you have 5 of them in all reality. So they've closed themselves out. Net knows, you know, there's at least somebody on the site, but looking towards the right-hand side, I'm not sure they're prepared for it. That they are. And they have the distance for the spike. All they need to do is really get that diffusal up towards half and fight this fight, though. There is at least some sort of damage coming through. They don't know that Net is off it.
Oh, disrespect the snake fight.
And now, yeah, a great transition over towards that 8 to 10.
Yeah, I mean, that was a must-win for AXG. We framed it that way, right? And I think Yearn, the numbers and the hope looked lost for AXG, fighting through bridge into spawn was perfectly executed. Again, high risk, high reward, and that's after you already found that operator kill, or sorry, shut down the operator of Tanza. And it hurts, right? Now Stellatus had like 2 crazy mechanical rounds, and neither come away with Fly wins. It hurts the ego a bit, bruised, but not broken, as they still lead by 2 here. And it's like you mentioned, can they keep it up after the timeout round is won?
Okay, and that's in the same spot they've been before. They've been doing a really good job at kind of holding that push over towards A, so not much to change here.
Well, Tanza not being too aggro into main spaces as well. That's been starting to get punished, so playing the backside pyramid angle should prove them well, with most AXG members headed this direction. Aaron's running rampant though. Wow.
Okay. I do like the patience, although, you know, with AXG wide swing in the angle, I don't think they were really expecting the amount of firepower there, especially with Yearn now lurking up towards mid. But FlyQuest, they are responding in a pretty good amount of time, though. That rotation comes in. That wasn't, you know, their initial intention. I do like that rotation over towards mid there from Net, but it doesn't work out.
They thought they were going to be behind the rotate. That's an unfortunate call from Net, but let's see if Duck can find a multi-kill on the anchor, because a lot of can be walled off.
30 seconds
Duck
left.
in a good spot, for a shot. They know that they're there, so Duck is going to try to get at least some sort of decent repositioning. Solana has a blind to use, but they're not using it. And now it finally does come out, so it gives them some sort of clearing up towards the front-hand side. But in regards to what exactly AXG can work with, there are some sorts of utility that they could push through, right? We are seeing GMD get ready to apply that ultimate, but Salada can't see, so it leaves them in an awkward position, and the wide swing comes through. So GMD, they've clutched for AXG.
And now the last 2 rounds have been won by clutches. Like, that is how you stage a comeback, is getting in that mindset. And GMD has not stopped taking a fight whenever possible to secure these rounds, and that is no exception. I honestly thought the Salada had snuck out of that Reckoning's wake, but nope. Nelly gets clipped, and Doc again just not having the best standalone game either. Cannot finish out the scrappy 1-on-1, the head-to-head. So, first time out, I should say, from Fly.
Yeah.
Again, it's like when they needed a timeout in the first half, it's like happened to be when AXG took one too. So, but gonna be a question of if they buy or not, right? Like half of them can, half of them can't. Gompers.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a pretty big issue. You know, with obviously your buys lacking, but FlyQuest taking the timeout, I do think there's a plan for everything, right? We've seen Thrifties be handled in a pretty elegant manner. So I'm thinking, especially with I mean, everyone on this team has insane aim, so I'm not doubting their mechanics at all. I think now is the biggest time to really think about, you know, long-term goals. Obviously, you can't fully buy, so.
Yeah, and Tons is too far from that ult, right? You don't have like a neon or something else that could be a gimmicky ult to give you an eco, so.
Oh.
Just get only purely into the hero rifles. Make sure you can, I was gonna say, buy for next. Don't quite think Sorix and Salada would be there, but maybe they're okay with that kind of full house trade out round to round. Yeah. And they had the lead. And bit of a switch up in tempo from AXG. No Yearn Lurk. Instead, just Riker up mid door. Not even looking behind them.
Oh, I love this. They've heard repetitions up towards A, so they have 2 hero rifles standing here, waiting for this push and potential to actually give Doc something else as well. They were waiting for the Hunter's Fury to be able to be pushed out too, but it seems like actually no, they're not doing anything about it. AXG, they are dominating across the board against FlyQuest, and any sort of plan they had just completely gone.
I was a bit critical at Riker's timing, like being so reserved, but ends up working out on the fallback from Doc, and it's just the A main players that take care of the rest. So at this point, those hero rifles get neutralized. Net and Tanza, you got a Sheriff and a Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, the Harbor Util might let you scale up a little bit closer at least, but I don't know. I mean, I would still be trying to take some guns, or at least get a gun upgrade and get out, because you're not really going to give away game-winning ultimates with your deaths, it looks like.
No, not just yet. Yeah, Net and Tanza, I mean, they're not going to save. This definitely isn't the moment to do so, kind of just waiting to see if they can build up some of that ego. Oh gosh, yeah, Riker's got it in the bag, especially alongside Yearn, but I liked the vision, I do. I think Salada and Sorix kind of proactively taking up A was a good idea. The problem was the execution just really wasn't there.
Yeah, the Util was clean. I think it was GMD.
Yeah.
With the swirl and the reclear was really effective, so they kind of read the corner that Salada was tucked away into, broke up that cross, and neutralized it all. But tons with the op back. We've seen it break open around early on. We've also seen it just get dropped, so it's like coin toss of if it's gonna get them that much into 11th or not. They're following them into the mid space. Ooh,
crazy shot from Tanza. Already off in mid. This is good. So we see the op kind of back into the hands of Tanza. Economy is looking a lot better. Obviously not too severe in regards to what Salada and Sorix are looking like from the last round, which is good.
And that's the 2 AXG was rebuilt around, dropped from the get-go. It was like you're trying to re-challenge Tanza and Salada's there as backup, so slammed. Ooh. I feel like the 2 of them have just been mechanical powerhouses, like aiming at each other, hitting these crazy jiggle shots, and does make it a bit more feasible.
Yeah. Okay, another one, but this time FlyQuest are going to be the one to just get crazy headshots across the board. And with Yearn left alone with that spike, I mean, they should at least know that somebody is standing around me, but I don't think they know they're pushed up this far. Net is prepared for this peek from Yearn to come in, and they are ready. So finally, FlyQuest, they stopped that momentum from AXG.
Yeah, you didn't quite hear that pit drop just yet, so perfectly done timing by Net there to catch the rotate. And I was like, Aaron, where are you gonna go if you leave A? Like,
Yeah.
But it was that novelty factor, which we've kind of mentioned that when it's a last stint towards like OT or not, that op coming back out can just kind of shock the system a bit, remind you of the issues that you forgot about how to navigate it. And that's exactly what happened up against Riker and GMD. So that plus the Blades now and Hunter's Fury and Salada's one off. Feels like we're gearing up for Fly to seize momentum here. Okay. Fly playing super far back, right? You had Sorax, you had Salada, both deep spawn. Now pivoting off the early contact, which I'm not even sure what informed it, but they get the stat correct. There's just that confidence in the op of Tanza B side, and probably gonna work out for them.
Yeah, that flash a bit too early. You know, not so much for clearing. Luckily enough, having a second one that allows Riker to clear the backhand side of things. Salado was not prepared for that. Actually, not even listening to those cues. So, unfortunately, now it's gonna be a T-Dog and duck fight off here with the ultimate. But a lot of ultimate set down on the side of AXG. Shock darts not necessarily leading either.
Rogue shots, neither land, and now Net on the flank is your hope for kind of containing them within this pit. And this is where we go back to XG. They overfought outside the pit last time. Don't do it again.
Yep, it's coming back though. Net was very much ready for that. Net's been lurking the entirety of the game, which is pretty nice to see. I do feel like it's starting to get a bit prevalent though. AXG reading into it a bit more. And now looking for it. Here comes Slam. Net is better though, and now all that's left is Yearn sitting inside of the smoke with a spray down from Net and Tanza.
I mean, my eyes were drawn to GMD, right? Had such a nice position, and it gets hard red, and now the flank also comes flying in, like you mentioned, at the pivotal moment, and it did feel like everything kind of came together here, and that's after, right? Salada gets timing diffed by Riker, and after this dueling Hunter's Fury gets suspended so early on, it's just kind of unfortunate happenstance after unfortunate happenstance that Fly gets to map point on AXG's pick. Again, this was a 14-16 loss last stage in lower round 3. It wasn't like a blowout, and those reps serving them well, a new addition serving them well, and maybe the B stack not serving them well, Gompers. A is deserted right now. Oh, there they go. Okay, we're good.
It's crazy the amount of times we've seen A be hit by AXG, and I'm sure it's more so the security, because I do notice they tend to get on site a lot easier, and they have a better understanding as where positioning might be. Obviously, difference in smoke kind of coming down. They haven't used the harbor smoke just yet.
Kind of want them to use that to set up Riker on deeper space than just backside pyramid, backside box, and the regroup from GMD, and the wall just again secures close space, and it just really lets Fly play this how they want though.
Oh, and there's so much smoke going on that it's slightly overwhelming, right? At this point, you really have to, if you want to push in this very moment, you kind of have to rely on, yeah, especially on this blind as well that we're waiting to see come through from Salada, but it's not pushed out just yet. The Empress is out though. And maybe now we get to see something different. Okay, here's the opportunity. Salada slowly working themselves in alongside Sorax. Now they're working that back site, but they have to work the extremities. Two players waiting on the outskirts, potentially having, I mean, something to kind of work with, but the spike is out, the time is out as well, and it gives another opportunity for AXG to bring things to OT.
Yeah, I think Fly just showed a bit too much respect to that harbor util on the round. They waited for those walls to dissipate, the high tide to lower, and that just kind of didn't accelerate the agenda too well. And we talked about the stockpiling of those ultimates onto the second half, onto the double digits mark. Last one is going to be for OT or not. And again, they're lucky to have a buy. They're lucky to have the op back. So with no ultimates really on either side as well, it's a question mark of, okay, will Sorax find an opening and use that to close? You really can't plan around ults if you're AXG either for an execution. And it's like repeating a round right after you lost it on the same plan, like, okay, go A, go A. Do you do it a third time? Not quite, even after a timeout especially. So it makes me curious. Fly, again, have been playing this very disconnected start to the defensive round and then disperse immediately after.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's going to be the same look coming out of the timeout.
I mean, kind of a heavy expectancy on A. you know, I don't know. For FlyQuest right now, again, we've talked briefly about how this isn't a map that serves them very well. I think they're holding their own, you know, especially against a team that's done a lot of rework here. So it's quite difficult. There wasn't a lot of prep work coming into AXG and how exactly they could have played. Obviously playing together with T-Dog and a couple other players, but yeah.
Oh, we get what we asked for, a change up. It looks like Fly are going to fight for A main, and they're going to trust in these anchors B side. We've seen Net do really well in this position before.
Okay, not much elevation there on that drone, so doesn't get spotting on Net. Net can stay there, be pretty comfortable at that, but now with that slow workup from Riker, Net is unseen. Nobody knows where Net is. I was going to say that positioning was pretty good, but it does seem like it's not going to work for too long there, sitting on the outskirts, stuff waiting for that rotation.
Tough one. Numbers in favor of Fly. Ooh. You're on the flank. We've seen this before.
Yeah, great. Okay, you're literally just popped up and said you're gone. That's insane. The run-up is crazy, but I guess a run-up from FlyQuest is very well valid in response to that. But one player left standing, and it's going to be Tanza. I'm expecting them to get a little bit more here, though. Oh no, the hop-up.
They know they're off. They're not going to reswing.
The timing. Slammed is in such a weird position, but somehow with a Vandal, you're just going to do that and get another player out. I mean, that's insane. First of all, the updraft shot down, but now we're down to OT. Mistakes made on FlyQuest, and they're going to have to potentially face the consequences of that.
I mean, your number one has been so clutch. Maybe not flashy, but clutch in moments needed. I mean, that was an absurd way to send yourself to overtime. The rotate to peel back to window. And at first, we thought, like, AXG were going to be punished by the same mistakes creeping up, right? Of overfighting in the post. And then suddenly it felt like every single player from Fly was like, I'm playing my own game on this retake, right? There was no double swings. There was no compounding utility. And every single player was losing their ones, especially against T-Dog and that two-piece tucked away in Cubby. So, yeah, I think it's fairly certain that this should have gone to OT. The AXG timeout's a bit interesting, but when we mentioned how rough around the edges it was for even AXG to close out that round, I think it makes sense to a degree.
Yeah, they also suffered a lot, I'd say, on the attack, on the defense, I mean, for AXG. And it's been quite a while, so I do think a slight recap of what exactly that might look like here is good, because it has been 12 rounds since the last time we've really seen FlyQuest on that attacking side. But, you know, resolve. I like the resolve. I like the fact that we're still seeing them fight extremely hard on both ends. Obviously, GMD insane with that 25-17.
Absolutely insane. We talked about it, maybe the trust that Urine can clutch out these Romans, and T-Dog's doing a good job anchoring post. That maybe is why he feels okay going on these excursions solo. I feel like it's unexpected of a Harbor, too, because he's the one that usually primes those situations, but all in all, things to reflect on later, because we've got a OT round 1 on our hands, and something tells me it's gonna be pretty quickly decided with this A presence. They're baiting for GMD.
Oh, baiting, but kind of following into the footsteps of AXG and what they've done previously. I like this, though. GMD closing off the angle. There was a little more they could have done, but Solana kind of shuts that down on that peak there.
Yeah, I mean, that could have got a lot worse, a lot better even. The 3v3, though, Net's proactivity tips the scale, opens up the B site, and he's going to set a deep pillar to start hopefully stemming these rotations, but T-Dog could open up the entire round. Oh, the time missed.
Gosh. No, they hear it, but I think they want to play the slow, quiet game.
But they're going to get past Toxic screen, right?
Oh, that's great. You could kind of tell. I mean, Solana doesn't really know anybody's lurking on them, because they wouldn't have done something quite risky like that. Yep, so getting the shot, now able to kind of sandwich these players in as well.
I like this, though. Instead of taking wall side, playing for the backside space, looking for where Slammed is going to come from, not giving in to T-Dog's antics.
No, they could. They're not going to take fights as eagerly as I'd say AXG was on the attack, which is good. I like the actions that we're seeing. It's pretty different, but unfortunately, Nat isn't going to be able to hit the shot. It does come around, though. That duck had the moment. They could have run away with that, but they miss. So that mistake alone is going to cost them a potential match.
Yeah, Duck's just been nervous in his clutch positions today. It looks like most of those shots going awry, and it was a really nice stabilization after this 3v3 emerges from this aggro A fight, which is beautifully sold and compounded on around that harbor kits. It's again frustrating when rounds come this close and get stripped away. And that's where, to me, even though AXG play a bit on the aggressive end, they've looked more stable in the developments in this comeback to overtime. Where they lose it 14-16 again, right, Gompers? That'd be Fly, I'm referring to.
Hey, well, yeah, we could do a little bit more. Hey, I'm here all day when you think about it, so kind of excited. Oh, I was gonna say excited to see what Tons is gonna do here with that wide swing coming through, but unfortunately there wasn't really too much of an updraft or a side tailwind to kind of utilize in that moment. But the plant does come down. Like Solana does still have 2 blinds to use on the re-entry here onto site. I do like the smoke placement, but it makes it so difficult. Seem like it's going to go down in very, very quick duration. Nobody's moving, and time is of the essence. You still have 5 players left on site. Solana whiffs the shot, which leaves FlyQuest wondering, will I be able to clutch this up? Duck caught on the backhand. And GMD, they've solidified the route. So you're going to go 14-12 with Alliance Guardians taking that first map in.
And it's just Breeze and OTs, a sore history lesson for FlyQuest. It feels like at this point, history repeats itself, and they will require the reverse sweep to avoid the upset from AXG. The rebuild looking strong, GMD looking like he's returning to form. So many things working well for this team. We've pointed out our concerns, though, and a map like Split, I feel like can definitely be punished a bit more on that regard. I feel like we can hopefully see Fly have a little bit closer leash on some of those retakes as well, because again, sometimes they were like gorgeous, like everyone was perfectly in sync, and in other rounds it was like throw that out the window. It's like solo, miss, and yeah, the round goes south following it as well. So I don't know. I feel like again, both of these games felt like it was like a 50-50 over who could win, despite all the predictions for talent cursing one team or the other. And I'm excited to see that pan out here in what could be another 3-mapping series.
Potentially. Hey, listen, we've seen the last game, a team that felt like they would have been a little bit more of an underdog team did manage coming up and taking us to a 3rd map. So I do feel like this could be another one of those moments. Of course, all of us voted FlyQuest, guys. So maybe we also jinxed it. Who knows? It could be another caster jinx. But all in all, thank you guys for being here in this very moment. Please don't go anywhere. Or maybe you can grab a quick snack, because we're going to be right back with a little bit more Valorant.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, it took an overtime, but Alliance Guardians take their map pick of Breeze. Welcome or welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vancilia and Valina on the desk. And Vans, it was close. It looked for a hot second like FlyQuest was going to take it from Alliance Guardians for a hot second. And then Alliance Guardians did what I like to call Alliance Guardians things and just Alliance Guardianed, which is like some of these insane moments, whiffs from FlyQuest and hero plays from them. It was all over the place.
I think that's what it was, right? A little bit of Alliance Guardians versus a little bit of sleepers, because pretty much at that point, I'm gonna have to say we got pretty puggy in a lot of these rounds. I think, as I wanted to preface when we're looking at this game, the theory around the harbor on GMD or also on Sorex and see how that was gonna pan out. I actually am not the biggest fan of the theory that we kind of had from Alliance Guardians on defense over on A side, because it almost felt like you live and die by the sword of fighting into A main. If you're looking at this composition when it was picked by Energy and how good they were and what defined them to be so good on this map too on Breeze, was how the harbor was actually utilized to play more passively. Then you wall contain, and then you allow for your teammates to rotate. Then you initiate flashes, you fight, and then you code diffuse, right? You go into those type of layers of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 on a retake. But what they were trying to do here was throw the Storm Surge, try to swing out with the Jet, and then GMD, if you get a pick, you get a pick. If you don't get a pick, you lose a round, right? And thankfully for today, though, it was a day where GMD was red hot. You know, he could do no wrong, play around the util, even though it wasn't, again, fundamentally the best in my eyes. He still made it work around his selfish plays, around his own utility, and just going for that one, going for that two, so that his teammates, when it comes down to the rotates, they could try to win those 2v2s. So it worked out in that fashion. But you definitely saw the struggles of, like, if he's trying to throw back walls, or if it's not well executed in the first place, especially on their attack side, then FlyQuest had everything in their pockets to really try to fight back, because you have so many aimed crackers, cracked aimers rather, on the side of FlyQuest to be able to fight back.
I mean, Valina, to go to you next, you wondered about the Gimon Harbor, right? You had questions about it, and now that you've seen it, we've seen Harbor on the other side as well. Does that instill confidence? Or is that still kind of, this is the week one, we need to see more work on it?
I mean, I think I have the same opinion as Vance. Like, technically, it's not the best harbor, but definitely in terms of firepower, I did see Gimon a lot much better. Like, he was really, really confident, going towards those kills, having that aggression too, and also like being backed up by his team, right? I just think that definitely on that second side in attack, Alliance was not gaining map control enough. So at that point, FlyQuest, it was like really easy to move around the map and also not let them enter the sites. But definitely they were always pushing 5-0 one side, trying to gain some space by taking some fights they do not need to take, and they were losing those rounds. But then until like round 19, where we see Yearn infiltrates, they start pushing a little bit more, they start gaining a lot of map control, and that definitely before getting into that overtime was the thing that they needed to do.
Yeah, if anything though, you have to give praise for Yearn for sure, because I think even going into this game, Alliance, if you're looking at VLR, AXG didn't even have a fifth on the VLR page yet, right? So Yearn probably just joined here last minute, and you know, having played in a couple of teams that pass here in Challengers, he hasn't really had an opportunity to really show his potential. And I think he had some really good rounds playing as this controller, playing as the Viper, at least here for the team, where I would assume you'll see Yearn play a little bit more of a Senti role in the next couple of maps. But he did an excellent job as well to keep AXG in the game. I mean, there was a couple of anchor moments too from his side on defense that really helped AXG win a couple of these rounds.
I mean, yeah, looking at VLR, you can see that Yearn was a part of the Wild West fun hover that recently happened, but that's still not a lot of time playing together, right? You know, you're asking a lot from your players, kind of, especially a team that has two other new folks coming in, right? A new system. And so it is genuinely very impressive for them to come with this win. Scrappy, 29-18 on the side of GMD, but Tanza on the side of FlyQuest, 25 and I almost said 19. Looking at 7 first kills on the side of Tanza, and also that Reyna that we talked about a little bit. We were surprised about the Reyna, Valina. We were wondering how it was going to work. How did you see the application of the Reyna?
Yeah, I liked it. I would love to see the Reyna with Sky. Now, hear me out. I know a lot of people say, no, you cannot play Breeze without the Sova, but I just feel that with that Sky, you're able to break a lot of the walls that you have in this map. So you have Viper Wall, you have Harbor Wall, you have a lot of utility. And in my opinion, when you do have that Sky, specifically by the Reyna side, you can do a lot of micro plays where you can be supported by those type of flashes. So you can throw a really high Reyna flash, guided by also that Sky flash, and you have a free entry to a side where everyone's gonna be simply blind. So I would love to see that if that is an option, but definitely I think it's more of a comfort. I would love to see the also, like, if it's not a Reyna, a Neon Jet, because the Neon also gives you the advantage that you need for those fast rotations, and also to maybe do some things towards mid of the map and also gain some control. But definitely it was a really slow game for both teams, in my opinion, where the mid control was not that much. We sometimes saw a Sova, but it was not a lot of presence in that mid map, and definitely with another agent or even with the Reyna too, like advancing on that mid portion of the map would have been interesting.
Yeah, I like your theory actually around the Sky here with the Reyna. I think it'll combine quite well to really add that pressure against what they were trying to do for AXG. Especially Duck has that experience already playing Sky in the past. I think he plays on Split, which is the next map, but if not, also plays it very well on Bind, I think, in the past too. So I wouldn't be surprised for that, but I think that takes away a little bit of a scan. So that probably has to reshape your composition a bit and how you want to approach the map as well, and really probably be more aggressive if you don't have any scan opportunities here to get some mid-round information for the team.
New map pool, new meta, new agent composition. We love to see it, and we hope we can see it on the next map split. But we do have a Philips Mirko head-to-head for y'all, and it is the man of the hour, GMD, but also Net, the person we talked about in our pre-show, someone who has come over from NRG Academy, now leading FlyQuest, taking on that IGL role. It's kind of the new IGL versus the old IGL. GMD has IGL for years, Valina, and now him stepping down, we wondered about him not paying the IGL tax, right? What was that going to do? And having a 1.7 KD and a 306 ACS on Harbor is exactly what happened.
Definitely, it was crazy, and the amount of firepower that he gave to the team, and also the confidence pushing and going towards those kills, it was absolutely amazing. But I also want to highlight Ned, although they lost this map, his work was also really good and efficient. I think that efficiency is the word for Ned on this map. He was constantly closing the map. He was taking those fights. Usually I remember Ned when he was also playing in tier 1 and also played Ascension. I remember the rotations were really slow, and sometimes the timing was not there. But in this map, we saw him actually having a lot of impact towards closing the map, also having those timings really good, and giving a little bit of air and room for FlyQuest to play around.
And you definitely saw that he was a lot more comfortable, to calling on the CT side, right? On the defender side, you saw that the players were pushing at the right moments, getting some backstabs, especially when you kind of had like the slow start for one of these rounds for AXG over on A main, yet you start pushing towards B main and middle, and you get a couple of backstabs, and you even get the round at the end of the day. So I think understanding too, the round after round and the conditioning that was being displayed here by Alliance Guardians allowed Net to really get a good understanding on how they could play the defense as well. And it just got scrappy at the end, let's be honest with it, once we got to that OT, right? You saw T-Dog winning 2 fights where he shouldn't have won in the first place when he was playing Emo in front of that B site on a round that they won. So it really came down to a lot of these scrappy plays. I think that was the nature of this Breeze that we were expecting with the new comps coming out from both of these teams, or at least from AXG.
To be fair, that's how a lot of OTs go down. A lot of OTs are just like, who wants it more, who can keep it going at this point. But that was Breeze. That's the old map. We have a new map to go to, and it is FlyQuest's choice, and it is Split, my friend, with Alliance Guardians starting on the side of defense. I don't think we're going to see a Harbor, Vansili. I have a wild prediction, no Harbor coming out on Split. But there is a world where Alliance Guardians prove all of us wrong with our predictions and take this home 2-0 right here, right now.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see the Harbor either, to be honest with you. And I think even if you're going to old comps on the Waylay and a Jet for FlyQuest during stage 2, I think that could still very much work currently, because you're also seeing that with the shotgun nerfs and the way that you're trying to play around the Waylay, it's not just trying to dive, go for a bite, and then retract, right? It doesn't go to that Timo style anymore, but it's still very good to be able to get some good space for a team, especially if you have two now agents. I think you saw an example of it before where you had like the jet updraft and then you had a Reyna coming through, and like you're just trying to like break the crosshair placements. You have bigger opportunities to do that right now on an open map, like, well, open site on Split.
Well, here we are in Agent selectively. Now, you wanted a Sky at some point in some way.
I
We
did.
technically got it on the side of FlyQuest here.
I mean, we have our not old Sky, but at least the flash comes back with that cooldown. So it's definitely a really, really good option for this map specifically, where you have a lot of choke points. It's a really close map. You can also have a lot of like, you can break a little bit the rhythm with the racist also satchels. So I think it is a good companion for both of this duelists. Though I also think that it is a difficult agent to not burn out those resources. It is really, really important to have a good Sky that knows at which time it needs to resources, because then you have a 40-minute cooldown, a 40-second cooldown, sorry, and then you don't have a way to enter the site. So definitely, I like that Sky, but on the other side, we have a KO, and that is not that common on map Split, but it is definitely a good option also for those choke points.
Yeah, I'm questioning that one too. I'm not too sure how good it's going to be in terms of trying to set up Riker in the first place. If you're trying to be fast and double satchel on A ramp, for example, that flash can be seen coming or heard from miles away. So
Yes.
I wonder, especially with them starting on the defensive side, are you going to try to leverage the KO to fight a lot for that mid control? Because of a lot of these Split approaches on defaults is a lot of like these 2-3 smokes and try to fight through that these days. So I'm intrigued to see how Slam is going to initiate here for the team.
Well, folks, it could be egg on all of the Talon's face, saying Alliance Guardians wasn't going to win this, and they might just prove us wrong with 2-0, but it's up to them to take Split or FlyQuest to bring it to a map 3. I'm going to send it over to your casters, Gompers and Zobi.
All right, last time we saw Salada here, he was actually on the Waylay. So it is quite a significant change for FlyQuest to be put here, you know, and kind of change up what the composition is looking like. But I like it. I think it's a lot more enjoyable. It is quite odd, the change, but, you know, the game was super close against YFP. But I don't know. I want to hear your thoughts, Sobi. What's intriguing you right now?
I mean, about FlyQuest comp, nothing, because it's like the old style Split, really. Like, it makes sense. It's the safe bet. I think I'm excited to see the double duelist continue here. I think Duck as well had a rougher time on Breeze, so I think the Sky is going to be like more duel intensive, and I hope that he thrives in that environment. I was more confused like why Sorix wouldn't have been kept on Viper on Breeze if he's moving back the Viper over here, because then you switch from like lurk to non-lurk, or like non-lurk to lurk. Like, anyways, so some role questions on the FlyQuest side, but I'm excited to see the KO too that the desk was hyping up. I feel like it's not as prevalent on this map, and with it on its impact on Breeze, it makes sense here, but ooh.
Yeah, already off the rip, a flash, and now a pretty quick response rate from FlyQuest. So, you know, already starting off that second map, hoping they can get that pistol round win to kind of see what they can do. But there is a slight change, right? You know, Sorix obviously taking the role of a different smoke. We're kind of seeing Tons and Salada more so looking towards a more aggressive approach here to the Split instead of the Breeze, which feels a lot different tempo-wise.
And I'm glad we did the little GMD net head-to-head, because now both on the Omen, and
Last player standing.
at this point, looks like the pistol is going to be taken on by Fly in pretty easy fashion. Duck, nice little jiggle with the frenzy, and that's a nice way to seize back momentum considering the AXG sweep of a start they had over on Breeze. And yeah, just strong dismantling of that mid-fight in their favor. And even with the paranoia, like, Salada goes crazy, the Tanza backup goes crazy. Like, this is the well-oiled machine that we mentioned has been like a switch getting flipped round to round over on Breeze.
Yeah, big back and forth, but I'm liking this. I think obviously it's gonna be quite different. You know, Riker being the solo duelist on AXG here, with there being double duelists. So this right now in this attacking half, I do feel is a big potential for FlyQuest to get as much of a lead as possible before those side switch.
Well, I mean, keep it simple, right? Have the better weapons, dive right into the B site. Force even slammed back into alleyway. And set up. Oh, I don't know why we're waiting that long for the spike to come sailing in, but doesn't matter when you're fighting into alley, I guess.
Yeah, they know they have a lot of space here, which is good, but unfortunate because we're pushing a bit too far.
Is that a Vandal?
For us to have so much to work with. Yeah, Vandal and Phantom. They do have that.
No, I meant in alley that Slam just picked up.
Oh, no. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, they missed out on those fights. So Slam now is hero rifling it up, and Duck, though, is doing a lot better. In regards to making sure that things are looking better. Unfortunately enough, AXG is stuck in a really awkward spot, right? This 1v1, we've done the head-to-head, now we're gonna do the versus. Maybe this time GMD can kind of run away with it, and yes, they will. Their aim has been on the spot, but that shouldn't have happened. That was incredibly close. It was a super aggressive, actually, yeah, that shouldn't have happened at all. AXG winning that round, so it was super aggressive, the push that we saw coming up.
Fly had 3 rifles going into that round. They fight with one of them and the sniper into alley, hand it over, and it gets leveraged perfectly by GMD to clutch out this round. I mean, I thought GMD was scaled away and then realized the dark cover fades and still gets back on the line, and that's, again, that head-to-head with GMD and Nets, and GMD was more stable, more standout over on Breeze, and clutches out for the second round thrifty.
Cover going out.
Fly though. Got their start with thrifties on Breeze and are looking to sail into this one, complementing the rest of that buy up for 2 Vandals in this round.
Your dog moving up. Some sort of information up in tree. It gives a lot of some room to work with, especially as this rotation comes in from FlyQuest. But all in all, AXG, they've won the last round. They have a way bigger advantage than they've had before, especially with the amount of Vandals and Phantoms on the board.
Shadows traveling.
GMD feeling it after the clutch. Goes on the aggro line. Off the drop smoke. Unfortunately, declined.
And a big eruption. That could actually come through with a lot of util to actually utilize here. But that smoke and unfortunate timing from GMD does make them back off. And you could tell they were ready for that initiation. But now they have to kind of think another plan up.
Yeah, losing out on one of those rifles, not really collectible either, is difficult. Trying to rebound here when you know it's an Omen, you know it's a Viper anchoring B side. Question of where do they want to go? Uncollected. This could be huge. I kind of want the Seekers. Am I crazy for that, Compers? Even though there's 15 seconds?
I'm with you on that.
if there was more than 15 seconds,
yes,
I think it would have been worth it.
Yeah, I see potential in that one. It's a rough spot too, because you know Tanza's so far away from, and that it just felt like it was so.
Yeah.
It was easy to disrupt the tempo.
It's like the one time you were like, I also want an ult for like a crazy round. I think it was, what was the Steel Garden on Lotus?
Yeah, the Steel Garden.
We just believe in the 2v5s, the 2v4s.
Listen, I still stand by that one. The Steel Garden would have 100% won them that round.
Oh,
but...
just like the Seekers would have won this round.
Hey. You know what? Actually, maybe you're seeing something I'm not seeing. That could very well be it.
Anyways, I think it's smart, the save approach, right? Those are the 2 weapons you forced in. You should have a complete buy coming in the next. With the Seekers, that would be a great way to correct and tie us 2-2. Yeah. Despite all the crazy shenanigans that have gotten us to the current 2-1 scoreline preceding this tech pause. And we'll get an answer for you as soon as it becomes publicly available. And nice little breather here, right? It's a map 2. It's, again, Fly making changes in the last stint to stage 3 where they know they've been middle of the pack for playoffs. They're falling behind, right, in those points towards the path to champions if they don't win out the whole stage, right? They had high expectations and stumble right out the gate up against AXG. A full rebuild around GMD and Riker would be crazy.
They're looking for the perfect fit. To which I can kind of see how that's coming in, playing against FlyQuest, a team that, by the way, is a lot more solidified. They've only really switched out one player, so it does feel like the dynamic shouldn't be switched up too much. But AXG, right, 3 players coming in, that would have caused havoc, but I feel like it's actually meshing very, very well. But T-Dog actually knows how to handle, you know, a variety of teams.
In and out of so many rosters.
Yeah.
Just good, stable, like, dependable player, basically.
I've got your
and, GMD's now, his dependence is going to get tested. Full face exec out of Fly into the site. The 1-for-1 trade, the office Solana will secure things. And there's those Seekers we wanted to see, but AXG in position for a nice reflood here. The 4 players already here.
Yeah, Smoke's gonna actually dissipate soon too, so that gives way to Heaven. Torex takes out Slam, so that's good. No Flash is able to kind of get themselves back onto the site. The retake's looking slightly scattered as well, especially with T-Dog now just standing up towards top site. Tether manages to, I'm not quite sure if that got net.
I don't think so.
But, yeah.
Choosing pathing around the dark cover.
Yeah, slow work up too. With them not trying to make any noise. I'm sure they're really wanting to just keep this quiet, but yeah. You got too many players watching this same angle.
Like the switch was off, now it's back on. Gompers again. It's like just snap and it's fixed. So seamless in certain moments, in certain settings, and it does make you wonder then, okay, when did net come online? When has this scrims with this color been online? Like for how long in between stages? And that could be affecting where they look super strong in certain situations, but not others that they've run through dry runs of. And all in all, hey, that stabilizes things 2-2. And yeah, I mean, even the next round's not going to determine anything, right? Both are going to have a bye following that. And
yeah.
GMD, I know last time he didn't get disrespected, but Fly, double duelists now want to lead the charge here. They like their B exit, they like their B post, but they actually look like they were ready to fight this time, so Fly may be lucky to dodge that one. Slammed.
Things have gotten so incredibly slow too,
Pick
which
a minute.
is insane with Slam watching mid. I don't even. It's
committed.
crazy because the slowness does work. There's like a slight impatience with AXG that allows them to really isolate these fights. Obviously, with them flanking and having to back themselves all the way back to A. That's crazy. Yeah, they're just gonna try to keep this fight in hold. The Flash not really coming through in a good position. So yeah, all up to the utility here for Fly, which I feel like has been slightly lackluster in regards to getting themselves back onto site, but the aim has been working wonders here. T-Dog towards the left-hand side. All they have to do is peek the angle and maybe hit the shot, but unfortunately that's not going to happen this time around, and T-Dog absolutely destroying, but cannot continue that.
Not the util out, unfortunate. I thought there was a chance that was about to happen, but yeah, it felt like AXG like had ideas, right? They had fights, plans they wanted to go for, like the T-Dog flank and then the B main fight, and then it was just like 180 after 180 that left them scrambling, right, to contain Fly, who looked like they were on the same page the entire time in that B re-hit after the fallback, after the kill on a Slam, who was overcommitted a bit on the mid angle. And we talked about using the KO util to fight for mid space alongside teammates, so that is a bit worrying that he's alone a lot of the time. In this round, double in at A side should be good for figuring out that this is possibly a fake out.
No, definitely is. I mean, kind of waiting for, you know, what Slam is going to do here, because they do have like a slightly intriguing position that they could take on here, especially hearing that there are 2 players, but with 9 health left. And I mean, they could actually regen that shield, but 2 taken down here, and a site that is theirs for FlyQuest over towards the B site.
Oh, 2 players on flank could open things up before these rotations come through, but it'd have to be well timed, and Riker instead wants to cut out the rotates of the judge.
Okay, so Lotta actually coming in spawn. There's 2 players here. Sorex.
I don't think he's gonna be happy that it's just an outlaw.
Yeah, and it's such a shame that Sorex actually isn't here too to play with them, because that would have been such a good refrag. Nope, they managed to get it. That's good. So very, very reactive on the side of FlyQuest. They did manage to at least get the site here.
You think we get a little AXG timeout after this round? I'm feeling one.
Yeah.
We'll see if feeling our core is correct, but yeah, I feel like Fly are just contacting everywhere and winning those engagements. Like, it feels like AXG continue to get surprised almost when Fly show themselves, and when you're the one with a double initiator, that should not be what is happening. So again, the restructuring around this composition is a bit awkward in my mind right now. Not fully convinced just yet. Ah, there it is. It's like me and D1, we mind meld, I guess. But yeah, I don't know what those fix that is for that, right? About getting caught surprise from them contacting up, right? Do you need to split up the initiators and go for early info on both ends with the haunt and the 0 point, or do you need to go for more aggressive traps I could see either. I just want AXG to commit to one side of the spectrum or the other because it's lukewarm and anywhere near Goldilocks perfection.
Yeah, they're kind of. It's such a weird in between for me because I do see some moments in A where I don't feel like they should, like that last round. There was a fight there that I really don't think should have erupted that way. You know, with FlyQuest running away with 2. So for me, it just feels like they're not really allowing themselves to play as a unit. It almost feels very individual, which I know Split is a very, very weird map as to where there are going to be a lot of moments where you do have to kind of be a little more mechanically wise. But yeah, kind of hoping they kind of see more into that.
Well, big ult swing round as well. I think that's really where, in my mind, I actually like to take those timeouts is when you're coming into like a last ditch buy before you're broke, before Fly is too far in the lead to turn things around in the half. And when they have big ult potential, and conversion's been pretty decent out of them as well, so big expectations for what's to come. And with Raze and GMD primed on that B main, we're correct that they're sinking their teeth in just a bit. It's just unfortunate that it's while they're faking so much mid presence and silent scaling A side.
Careful here. Time to hunt.
I'm gonna be very careful too. I like the fake that we're kind of seeing here. Duck's life is lost, so they really have to initiate on this A side to try to take it, and that's disgusting. You know, we talked about the nerfs on the shotguns, but it really, okay, I was gonna say it doesn't feel like it, but now it actually does feel like it. That was not okay. The amount of damage made on GMD still kind of allows them to have some sort of opportunity to take. I mean, apologies, not GMD net. See, I keep doing this. Sometimes I feel like I need to relearn how to read.
Double compers, I guess.
I really am.
They're
Listen, we did the
head-to-head
head-to-head
names, you know. Both have one capital letter, you know.
It was the head-to-head. It really messed me up.
That one was nice. Again, they sunk their teeth and they committed to that B trap off the showstopper. And secondary was, I was a little nervous about T-Dog being so weak-sided with just the judge solo on A, but from the shadows from GMD perfectly timed to cut off the rest of the rotates off that kind of fake-out play that Fly had. So Fly saying, maybe we overcooked, let's simplify. Death ball into A, and my only concern is that Riker's here yet again.
Yep. Ooh, okay, the spray through the box was actually pretty good. The problem being, of course, though, that like Slammed has just been on top of it each and every time we do see that execution going up towards heaven.
Again, it's when Slammed is playing with someone else. It's stellar. And Fly now looking to try and pick up the pieces just a bit.
The smoke's gonna go down. So now FlyQuest, they can kind of act on that. I do feel like Slammed is such a good opportunity. Yep, and I like this. They're gonna corner Slammed out of that. They're gonna hear that drop. Yep, and information given away. But that spike needs to go down. Zobi, we got 57 seconds left.
Yeah, no deep-seated lurk either. Still have a null command. A lot to work with, but that's been stripped away. And Fly are okay playing down the clock, it seems.
And really up to T-Dog down in the backside. They have to try to shut this down or at least stall for time in all reality. They don't need to approach the situation in such an aggressive way, but it seems like T-Dog doesn't care, trying to get some of the damage down, not waiting for that rotation. And that's not a good idea, right? We have such a scattered play from GMD and Yearn.
Oh, they're regrouping though.
Yeah. Oh,
and Sorks was so low.
Nice. Hey, not much to work with though. Paranoia's gone, so Nat kind of has to just rely on their aim, solid foundation of mechanics, and now that timing's going to be fantastic. The wraparound that they have, it's not really even planted for them. And in this moment, right, you got that Viper's Pit that does get planted down. They have to try to figure out a way to make this work, and of course they do. They see the sprays come through the smoke, and in the Viper's Pit, a clutch from Net.
That was like, okay, I couldn't win the last 1v1 versus GMD. I'm gonna win the flashy one in the 1v2 with the Viper's Pit down. Sure, why not? And while Fly's been the one in the lead, and that would have been AXG's way back in, that is a battled 4-round through and through, right? This was beautiful ramp control off the Nightfall support from T-Dog. It fixed what we mentioned was a very kind of fragile pillar of a side anchor. And T-Dog, speaking of the anchoring, has been good for his one and done, and then some. Round after round, so speaking to stability, it's crazy that Fly one-dimensional plays are working, including the showstopper here towards B.
Ooh, they are so good at making sure that showstopper doesn't do as much damage as it should, and even then, like the entry onto site just gets almost shut down by AXG. FlyQuest are insane. They've managed to get themselves onto the site. They've absolutely shut down any source of utility from AXG. And now they have it, right? Up to Slam to see what they can do with the Sheriff. Unfortunately, T-Dog is down, so that hero rifle no longer available. And yeah, this might just be the game for FlyQuest here, going 6-3.
Yep, their map pick. Getting a weak one in the AXG pool as well. Was 1-3 last stage on it, and that was where we still had slammed on. Yeah, and this is the comp they were playing as well, though, in some of those MFH events with the new roster, so it's hard to call, but AXG now broken down to an eco, which probably will solidify, like we mentioned, Fly's control over this half, and leaving the Seekers to go for another A side. It's just like A, B, Gompers,
Yeah,
and we haven't seen a steadfast up from AXG, and Riker, T-Dog. Right place, right time.
Okay, that was nasty and disgusting and gross. FlyQuest off the choke point. Just absolutely know what to do. And they've been breeding so well into AXG. Even now, they are running them down like trucks.
Poison's off.
All right.
That was just pure aim.
Yeah, they're keeping it clean too. The rest of the half. Oh, GMD says no. Refrag. I talked about Doc and now hitting those shots. It could be just a breeze versus split thing too, right? I feel like there's those maps that you know you're better at, like crosshair placement wise, right? Just like the angles wise, and could be the difference we're seeing here as well. Nice transfer. And as the numbers as we thought would be leaning in Fly's favor, but this is that big round for AXG where it's like, okay, it's going to be a dominant blowout of a side, or can they utilize GMD once again with a nice from the shadows with a null command to wrestle it back?
I'm gonna have to say the null command would be such a good idea here, especially in this opening. But it's been hard because there hasn't been too much of an explosion of util really for FlyQuest. It's the amount of aggression we're seeing that almost pushes AXG back.
Seekers to pinch in the mid-vent.
Yeah, Slam can probably do something with this. It does seem like pop flash out towards mid, and there goes 2K to kind of keep things at bay here in mid. Like this are forced to kind of back themselves out. Yeah, there goes GMD. Now finally getting a headshot down, and it looks good, but they have to back themselves out of the corner that they're put in. And the sandwich is huge from AXG.
It was such a well-orchestrated round from AXG, right? Just like Fly feel like they have such a nice crunch play, and then AXG forces them into ping-pong between the stack, and it comes out of once again Slammed and Riker holding their ground. They may not be the flashiest kill-wise right now, but it buys enough time then for players like GMD to slip in and find those big picture moments. So nice play around also with the toxic screen, with the fragment. Again, you talked about util and compiling it. AXG put in a textbook level example, but again, Fly, even if they lose the next, we'll have the numbers at the half. Looking now for the 8th with maybe a delayed aggro exec, and I don't know how I feel about Riker's solo backside.
I think it'll be okay, just only because we still have T-Dog kind of watching up towards heaven.
Yeah.
Being proactive as well with what that's looking like.
Well, no one really in position to res Slammed here, but we'll get information. Ideally, that Fly is sticking around for now, and I'm gonna say could set up a T-Dog refight, or just wait for him to fall. And we're back to that less than a minute mark, but Fly, again, they don't really care about the time where it feels like the majority of these rounds.
You know, I see the vision for Riker to try to shut down that rotation outside of main, but no, they are fully committing. So FlyQuest, they feel like this might be the moment. Unfortunately for AXG, it doesn't seem like, you know, it's going to be the moment for them aim-wise. Mechanics a little bit too strong for FlyQuest, but they have the site, and it's unfortunate. The GMD and Urine are nowhere near each other to really make this work.
Yeah, it's going to be very solo endeavors, but these are the two clutch players for this team on Breeze. And, be a matter of timing.
One enemy remains.
Ooh, good shots off Sorix. That solidifies a pretty good round for FlyQuest here, especially now with Urine getting timing by Tanta and Sorix double swing.
Yeah, it's hard because, again, Fly have been going so back and forth when they've won the rounds between A and B that AXG really couldn't address the core root of the issues on specific sites. And the one time they did around the B space, it was, again, felt kind of individualized, and it was more so because Fly was defaulting than going for these kind of direct end game plays. So that adjustment serves Fly well. Gets them 8-4 half. No more 6-6s. No more close match series. We'll see if they can solidify the pistol to pull ahead here and send us to Haven, which is a rematch map between these two, and not very fun territory, we'll put it for AXG. Not fond memories, per se, Gompers.
No, not very good memories, unfortunately, for AXG. But I think there is, I'm going to say there's a lot of opportunity for them to pick it back up. You know, with attacking, I do think attacking half being a little bit easier to kind of digest. So, yeah, obviously, they're already on the site.
Yeah, I mean, you saw 4 in mid, of course you're going to, but this rotates just as fast, so you need to break through, and Riker's delivered that.
Yeah, no, within the shots right now, we're early on the pistol round. It does give way to AXG, but hey, they're feeling confident on the attacking half. They're obviously using their util to the best of their advantage, although they do have to get past Hanzo.
Yeah, it's planted for Heaven.
not.
We're good.
Oh, they are. Yeah. Down in the... they can really just stall for time here. There doesn't have to be too much really played into this pistol round. I do think Tons is put in a very high pressure environment right now. Yeah, they're just like, all right, maybe I can try to convince them I'm slowly walking up, and they have redirected their attention. But all in all, you know, not enough time or space to do anything.
Yeah. Really well called in that quick moment. Again, leveraging finally the double initiator and the information it gives to a strong late round call. I like the Fly refight Rams as well. I didn't like the secondary dash from Solana after this transfer, right? That isolates him from what would have been a really nice Sorex grouping, and Sorex followed it up with that Sheriff. It's just like, again, like what could have been kind of moment for sure. So, pistol loss, AXG, you mentioned it, can make this map competitive now with the buy up in the second, with what could follow after. And the only thing that could stop that would be a Gamble Snack succeeding here, Gumpers. Yep. These 5 players scaling into B main.
I really think they could get a couple off of this. My thing is, obviously, Dash comes in. They're just looking for some sort of right click. Round win. Very good.
Round win.
Epic summary.
I mean, sometimes that's how egos go, to be honest. I like the right click, tenacity, but the players that aren't Splash, the one that was tucked around the corner, and Urine support from mid wasn't quite deep-seated just yet into Ramen, so... all in all, yeah, stable round. Stable closeout there for AXG. But this is where things get spicy. Glass Cannon Operator, the full buy for Fly, and... it's where AXG are starting to default. Try and leverage the double init for maximum calling advantage.
Yeah, slight lurk in mid from Slammed. But they're you can tell AXG are really just waiting to have that information forthcoming. Oh, that's so unfortunate for them to make that move. Man, and the timing is so bad because nobody's there to really help out Slam. So all they can really do is hope for the best and trying to get themselves up towards having to maybe like some sort of you know, kill or weaponry here for Riker. But even then, with the transition up towards Heaven from GMD, there hasn't been a lot of smokes placed in advantage of that attacking side. And FlyQuest are able to get an insane flawless round to continue that streak.
Yeah, a little rare whiffage there from GMD, who had one of those hero rifles in hand. Would have been a nice opener, because then you could maybe regroup or refight out of Heaven alongside Riker, but all in all, again, better weapons, and Fly is not really drawn off that site by any degree, so with that, AXG, their first rifle round, their chance to keep Fly off of double digits, and again, put some respect on their name on the road to recovery towards a possible 2-0 here. After an OT win on Breeze. But they're going back towards A.
And the re-entry coming in a bit aggressively this time, which I like. I do feel like the slower pace of play hasn't been working out as well as they want it to, especially, I mean, I feel like taking advantage of Riker right now in this very moment has been working, but Sorex is stronger with a 3K placement here. And FlyQuest, they have dominated this round and taken things into a 10-6, and it's really looking like Zobi to me that maybe Breeze just really was not their map.
I mean, that little looks so bad for Sorix at first, and then it goes to like you forget about all the little like whiffs in the beginning, right? From AXG trying to bait out those swings of player after player, and yeah, the way in which Sorix wins that round definitely calls for a timeout, especially coming into a round where you're like, okay, are we forcing? Are we just respecting it and playing towards OT? I mean, I just want to see the Sorix clip again, and I feel like the timeout has robbed us of that, you know?
Yeah.
Can we see it? No.
I think momentum-wise, maybe just trying to, you know, put some tension. I mean, kind of cool the air, you know, separate the victory from the people, which would be a very, very good idea. But I'm seeing an Odin and an Op, money in the bank for FlyQuest. You know, best case scenario right now. It's going to be really hard to come back from this.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm very convinced on Odin on Split, so Duck will have to introduce me to what it means, I guess.
Oh, it's goated. It's goated.
Okay. Yay, the replay!
Well,
I love production.
Especially with the funnel. That's insane. I don't know.
Back into the last one after the reload. And I like that he reeled it in, right? He didn't overstay, he didn't overheat, he waited for Tanza, but...
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say about the Odin?
No.
Okay.
I was gonna say, like, the funnel towards A, I mean, you can obviously see they're kind of aiming towards that.
Yeah,
for
right?
Duck, but would have been cool to, I guess, to see it.
You're so right. They're trying to funnel it towards it, right? That's the weak side. You have 4 and the Op on B. They want them to leave as soon as possible and give Duck those opportunities.
Oh man, that's a lot of... Yeah.
You want the close fights, right? It's the stinger, right? So, it's the sheriffs, right?
And there it goes. Now Molly's kind of been placed down, so it isolates some of these fights, at least for Salada, to try to take out here with the... Oh, but they've missed the shot! Somehow they're not dead, though! And I mean, even then, the timing of this for Net has been brilliant. Yurn didn't even have the weapon to really look for anything, and GMD didn't take out Salada in enough time to make it worth the wait here for AXG to get onto site. So FlyQuest, no bueno, because we still got that Odin, guys, and you guys didn't even see the power, the full power of the Odin.
Didn't even see it. I mean, again, it's like an AXG eco. You have to write it off, like what you saw with Cilia, but it's sometimes what works out. I think that the most criminal one was, yeah, that Net versus Yurn timing, because Yurn had one of the bigger guns in that round for AXG. I believe it was a Stinger and a Guardian, right? And then that falls in that fashion, so... And Fly, just a space they can take on the defense serves them well, and they're trying to double it down on this B main fight off the Deep Omen smoke.
Yeah, and they kind of changed positions, too. Now the Odin over towards the B side.
Are they gonna flash out and fight? Oh, no. Speak for the gap,
no.
sure.
I mean, that's okay. It's... all in all, I think a valiant effort coming through from GMD. Unfortunately, I mean, you don't really expect the 3-person push.
Yeah, when you saw 3 people in B main too, I don't like the idea to go B heaven, so this backpedaling is nice. Spreading yourself thin though when you don't have numbers with Slam going B heaven, I also don't like.
No, I don't like it either. I think now we're getting a bit too risky, and we're willingly giving up fights when we don't have the economy to do so. Playing as a team right now feels a lot better. The A side obviously being cleared. It seems safe.
Yeah, they just redog it and they keep the numbers. They keep the op A side.
Oh, yeah, this is
pull
good.
The blades
Quartering out Salada. I agree. I would like to see the blades be pulled out, especially on this retake, which I think is going to happen. Now Duck actually trying to make some work. And guys, the Odin's coming out and it's working brilliantly. But the information, the marked and the decay now, kind of stopping the momentum of Salada and FlyQuest to get back onto the site, which is going to be quite unfortunate. AXG, though, responding very, very quickly to that choke point. And this is good. They've cornered them into a position where they really can't do much here. Every time I say something, FlyQuest are like, you're a liar. They continue to do the complete opposite anyway by getting themselves back onto the site. I thought originally, you know, being funneled like that would have given a bigger advantage to AXG, but they know how to work it.
I don't know, that really frustrates me again because AXG were doing a great job holding on to this site, and you saw Fly wait because they knew they needed to wait for the decay to fade, and they were waiting for Net to get in position on the flank because he was so far away in spawn that honestly, if AXG didn't re-swing screens, I think that Fly would have run out of time on that retake if we're being honest. And so again, it feels like AXG to get a bit too antsy over swing and then hand over the win conditions to Fly, and possibly this map 12-6, it would require 6 in a row to get to overtime, and that broken body isn't doing much for the believers. So with the C showstopper, with the Viper's pit probably in mid, like what do you do?
All you can do now is, oh man, I really like their aggressive approach, but it's quite hard because you know that the op is out, you know that Duck has the Odin, you know that they're putting a lot of firepower towards those choke points. Kind of hoping maybe we use a bit more of that flash potential.
Oh. Challenge. Rafters heavy. The smoke timing betrays them, Gompers.
Yeah, good recovery off Slam, though, to taking out Tonza, although it becomes unfortunate in this part. Now that we're waiting for them to peek, Slammed is doing amazing at keeping this team alive. And this is it, right? 2 players left for Fly, but it's not over. They win this, Obi. They they bring us to that 3rd map, so this is a dire moment for AXG.
Yeah, Urine needs to invest the pit, like, ASAP. Like, he's so far off in main that it's gonna give a chance for this Paranoia set play.
Yeah, and they've heard the noise, too. Now that slow work up towards A, they believe Sorix is there. And the peak kind of solidifies, okay, they've repositioned. They're going to go down towards screen. This gives T-Dog the go, though they just can't hit the shot. And even though it is a 2v2, now a 1v2, I mean, Net could do it. Net has the potential. They do have some smokes as well. The timing is insane. GMT, Net doesn't even know.
Yep, that was the entire game plan with the ramps pressure, with the main pressure, was like draw all these eyes away from GMT being on rafters, and that's where it's that moment of like, there was a chance where GMT just overswung instead of going for that silent wrap approach, and it would have completely broken the round, the numbers, and this played out perfectly from AXG, reeling themselves in, playing for those win conditions, and it's 1 of 6 needed to get to OT, 5 more in a row, and this is the difficulty. It's like you're about to hit 4 out of 5 ults on the FlyQuest side, and that's always that grand finale-esque round that it's like it's like hard to mess up, basically, Gompers. And if you do, it's we watch your VOD of you and say, oops, we lost them out because of that.
Yeah, there really is no room for mistakes right now. There's so many ultimates on the board for FlyQuest that it becomes almost concerning. You know, in a place where you're 7-12, hopefully kind of baiting out those ultimates would be good, because when you're playing on the defense, it's a lot harder to really navigate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, they're using ult command, it's already gone. Now you can use these ults on the retake to handle this Viper's pit, right? It's so constrained on this B site. You just send a blind rocket in from Tonza and it could possibly connect.
Oh yeah, now the ults come out. This is gonna be the first one coming through from Duck. Actually giving away some information, but they can't find anything, and lucky with it is Tonza. How did they manage to find a crazy clutch? And now up to Slam to really keep the game alive, but they can't. It was Tonza to open up the site in a 13-7 to keep FlyQuest in the game. That's going to be that 3rd map that we're going to head over to. Big congratulations to FlyQuest. Wow. And they didn't even see. They just cleared the angle.
And
that's insane.
No. I need to look back at that round because I feel like there had to be like a flush utility point, like whether it's like a paint shell or a flash that forced them out of the Viper's pit into pillar side, because there's no other reason why they should have been there where that showstopper was going. So that just feels like a procedural kind of set play for Fly that worked out off those ultimates. And that's where we mentioned, again, the usage of the KO ult felt a bit too early when they've been okay getting into sight. It's how the post plant closes out. So ultimately, Fly showing what they do best on their map pick. That double duelist was fun to see as well. The tag team, the operator, it all came together, and I feel like we got a bit more consistency than this switch flip, aside from the first few rounds of the first half. And all that now sends us to Haven, which we mentioned feels like it heavily favors Fly. But again, this is not the same Alliance Guardians that was in the last stage. Again, we're already seeing the players that even did stick around having lights out, like, day and night performance. And I think I would be disappointed again, kind of similar to the last series, if this ends in a one-sided map.
Yeah, I from the first map, you know, briefly discussing how that didn't necessarily work out because FlyQuest, they have had really, really bad iterations with obviously kind of the Reyna not working out as well as they had wanted it to, the double duelist not really faring out in terms of the attack, but it's looking better, and better is bad because momentum is real, guys. So on that note, though, please don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back to analyze some of the gameplay you just saw, so don't go anywhere.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Wake up, chat. We have a map 3. I know it's late. I know you want to watch the Spurs game. I need you to lock in. Put this game on your other monitor, put the other game on your other monitor, and lock in because we are going to a map 3. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vansili and DYNA on the desk. And if you're joining us just now, you missed a split that just could not go Alliance Guardians way. Every single plan Vansili FlyQuest had, it came to fruition. Anything AXG tried just could not move them over the line.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're looking at that matchup too, there was a great frag distribution across the board as well for FlyQuest. So it just showed here the state of the game, that they were really playing off each other quite well. On the attack side, I mean, we were talking about the double duelist going into the game where it was a Whaley before, but bringing up the raise on Tanza seemed to work quite well already with the double dive going like an old school style. Pain shells to push people out, and it really worked in their favor at the end of the day. It felt very one-sided too, because I don't want to harp on it too much. I think we got into the game question marking what the KO would bring necessarily here for AXG. And for me, like I said, it felt like it was going to be a lot of fight towards middle, or maybe just trying to leverage a lot of these right clicks so that they could pop through smokes and try to fight as a team. I think for most of it, around the theory of Slam on this KO, was trying to get a lot of early information with the KO knife, just to at least see where your opponents are starting. And I think once you figure out with the knife there's 2 or 3, it allows for you to set things up a little bit more for fights, but it was always still FlyQuest that really had the upper hand out of everything. And there was a lot of these moments too where I see Slam getting like 1 or 2 kills and also fighting with the team, but then still having 2 flashes green under the UI. So I haven't really seen that being utilized too much to like really set up, you know, their duelists in a winning condition here for Riker, or just in general for them to trade as a team, which allowed us, as you can see here, FlyQuest doing a lot of these individual like, damn, we freaking own. Look at Sorix just getting a 4K out of nowhere.
Yeah, I do support that KO conditions you to have a certain place up, right? You have the fade, and you can also have that support there, but definitely the fact of not having, like, for example, sky flashes, that you can direct them and maybe have a little bit of better support for your duelists. You are really conditioned to have really close fights, and as you said, Vance, like, fight a lot towards mid part, you know? I don't think it's the best option, definitely. And also considering that FlyQuest on their defense, they were playing really far away with the operator, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Solana, he was doing a great job with those first entries and also just hanging on that side with the operator. And if you don't have maybe the sky, you could also always like play to pop some smokes, but if you don't have the sky, I mean, it is a little bit difficult. And when you're obviously not using your flashes, it becomes a little bit more difficult. But we could see a little bit of the potential that KO has, especially on that pistol round after the halftime. We saw that for info that had on mid, but definitely I don't think it's the best option. And I'm generally like just questioning if it's strictly from comfort, or do they like don't know how to play the sky? Maybe I actually don't know, but definitely I do not think that was the win condition against, for example, AXG, but definitely it was a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and I also saw that FlyQuest were also doing a lot of like E-rep fights and stuff like that too, to maybe even avoid being able to get a lot of like mid fights against AXG. So it kind of worked out in their favor too in terms of how they want to approach the map. I think I wouldn't hate it if we actually had, like, especially if you're looking at the comp right now, you have on the attack side execs for AXG, you could seize nade, you could molly with the KO, you could molly with the Viper. It allows for you to flush a lot of players out and then try to leverage a second wave of util to really execute on sites. But unfortunately, I haven't seen that too much. They just made sure that they deathball as a team for AXG at least. I think that's the positive aspect out of it in terms of trying to fight as a team and trade as a team. But there wasn't enough utility support behind it if you're playing double initiator and not able to get the best positioning here for Riker.
And that's a shame, because I think we saw a lot of potential, right? We see kind of this team can play that scrappy style, but it just, nothing was coming to fruition on their side. Even like just little like micro things here and there that they absolutely should have had, that they just could not kind of get their act together. And that's okay. It's the first game of Swiss stage and you have one more map. But Belina, I believe you wanted to talk about round 16 of this map split.
We also have Sorix, our MVP for this map. And I just wanted to talk about the importance of anchoring sites and also doing conscious rotations, right? We see that FlyQuest here is not over-rotating, though they start with disadvantage here. Duck is not in the play, but we can see Sorix just hanging on with his claws to this side. And that is actually what gets them to win this round with this awesome 4K that he has. But definitely that was the thing that they were doing on the defense side. I really, really like how they were anchoring those sides and they were not over-rotating and maintaining their whole ground, also not getting scared like, oh, we have 4 here, but definitely just being conscious on where you can play, and the team also coming in a certain time to get him safe to CT and having also that play out really well. Definitely, I really like that type of play style that Sorix just gave us this round.
Yeah. I think that's what we highlighted Sorix for at the beginning of the series too, how good of a playmaker it could be. If it's on anchoring, it's also just turning rounds over in the favor of FlyQuest when he finds these perfect timings to play against. I mean, just like a head on the swivel. But I think most importantly, we had to highlight for Sorix because he's Chilean and Valina had to talk about him.
Yippee!
We love to say represent Chile here. I love it. Sorex, we love you, and keep it up on Haven, your last map, because it is a map I feel like, again, like we were talking about this yesterday, Belina, the quintessential Challengers map of Haven.
Yeah.
You see every single time. We did take a little sneak peek at AXG's comps, and there is a trend of them playing KO as well on Haven, with Slam playing KO specifically, that's silly. So that could be a pain point, or things that, you know, that in between maps we might have something different, but could be an issue.
Yeah, I feel like, again, the what they're trying to do here for FlyQuest is fairly similar to maybe an old style of double initiator in the past, when you want to play like Sova Fade, Sova Sky, Sova KO, something like that, right? You're just trying to scan for early information and try to adapt through that, because, you know, the Neon got nerfed, so you have an opportunity to try to open things up a little bit more. I think also, yes, from recency bias, Slam actually did have a good KO performance in the Funhaver tournament, but I think what's most important here is that the KO for me on this map is not that bad. I feel like now with this comp, you have an opportunity to KO flash, open flash, and also eye at the same time for the flood retakes. But it was also a match that was tough too, to allow for Riker to get good positioning off support. So maybe for me, I would probably say WinCon, put Riker on an op, put the other three like working together with double util, and try to trap with GMD's aggression.
Yeah, I do still think that it conditions you a lot to have a good timing, but not just on the KO, but also Gimon. He needs to have a good timing on those smokes too, so he can maybe abilitate also the KO that he can pop through smokes and stuff, and have also that resource in hand. But the other side in FlyQuest, we actually are gonna have Tonsa again playing with that Jet. We had seen him play this map with the Neon, right? Having a little bit of more that speed and stuff, but now definitely I think that his safe space is with this Jet, having a lot of that verticality that this map gives you, also with that operator. So it is really interesting what we're gonna see.
Well, folks, one last map for the day. Can Alliance Guardians take this home in a clean 2-1, proving all of us wrong, or can FlyQuest prove our predictions right, taking this home map 3? I'm sending it to for the last time to your casters, Gompers and Zobi. Friends, take it away.
All right, the last map, and we finally get to crown our victors, whether that be AXG or FlyQuest Zobi. It's looking quite similar composition-wise, I will say, for AXG. I do feel like, you know, in regards to maybe fixing some of those issues from before, you know, are we going to see that into this game?
That's my hope, right? You have the KO and the Fade, which I feel like we didn't tap into the full potential of over on Split. We mentioned them starting to fix some of those issues, but it just came a bit too late after not getting enough rounds on that attack side. So that plus the Urine Cypher kind of debut in VCL after we saw the Double Viper is going to be fun. And on the flip side, for FlyQuest, I feel like this is right up their alley. The Desk talked about it. The duelist change are logical. Solana, 3 different maps, 3 different duelists. Let's see it.
All right, excitement, guys. Get hype. I want you to stand up and then sit down. It's going to be a long game. Please don't stand up for too long. But we're getting into it, which is quite exciting. So FlyQuest, they've been pretty dominant. I'd say they really do change the pace of play. And they honestly control the tempo each and every time. So I'm hoping for AGX, you know, they can kind of figure out how to counter that this time around. But Tonsa already looking to get onto the A site. The tempo has been placed. It's going to be quick. It's going to be aggressive. And it's up to Riker to really shut it down. Unfortunately, not going to really happen. The wide swings are coming through. T-Dog and Riker kind of fighting these solo fights by themselves. Luckily enough, though, Slam does manage to get one. So there is a slight opening there.
Now do you have to wait for your Cypher to flank for Urine to get into position? That's the big question. And do you even have time for that patience? And will Dorix handle it first?
Yeah, just sitting inside the smoke. Oh! And it was a valiant effort. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too much, right? I do feel like the element of surprise did catch FlyQuest off guard. So, but timing really is not on your side unless you can really just run it down and gun it. Yeah, FlyQuest is going to be the ones to win that first round.
I mean, rightfully so. You talked about the element of surprise. I mean, that smoke is meant to reflood from CT. So the fact that both of them are from heaven jumping down is absolutely crazy. But again, it's confounding to me, Gompers, and you probably saw my disarray. Fly's still surprised, shocked it felt like those 2 side anchors on A when they have a double initiator, right? T-Dog got caught out on the reposition with util, and it's like, that should not be happening. And I know I'm getting worked up for just a pistol, Gompers, but again, if we're not seeing those fixes already and they're running this off meta composition again, then we've got to see those fixes early. For now, though, Yearn, pass it on the anchor. It's better weapons. It's Seaside. Name a better duo in Valorant compers, other than me and you, of course.
I know, everyone's jealous. Guys, stop chatting in the chat about how good we are. It's really ruining my vibe. But it seems like everybody on FlyQuest is trying to do even better this time around because they are really looking to close things out. When you think of how long the matches have been, that also kind of has a testament to how you're going to continue playing throughout the games, right? So, you know, obviously FlyQuest really stepping it up with their gameplay. Unfortunately, though, they don't really have too much of a buy for AXG here.
Okay. And at this point, it is just kind of trying to do damage. And Slam is doing a great job with that. Again, the Bandit. We've seen it get some action this series, but I was just trying to strip away that Guardian, that Vandal, those last few weapons. And I don't like Storks going for the aggro line, but if you win the fight, who cares how aggressive you're getting, how risky you're getting.
Yeah, confident, but scary. Too many players lost in that second round. You know, but for Haven, they can do what they please. This is, of course, a map that does feel a little bit more solidified on the side of FlyQuest. Comfort is there. And it's curious to me because, you know, we talked briefly about how maybe it's a comfort pick for AXG to pick Breeze. To which it probably could have been because now we're
a targeted pick against Fly in my mind. Right? They had only played it, I think, once and won it once last stage on the AXG side, but all in all that matters, throw that out the window, is here and now. It's Haven. And for an eco round, Fly having this many weapons and the run it back is a dangerous combination. Should go full swing into this AXG in my mind.
Yeah, they've been pretty aggressive. Solana also does have that run it back. And that is exactly what's going to come out. Unfortunately, can't use too much utility as they do have that null command, making a lot of that entry a lot harder. Now, it's up to Tanza, for some reason, couldn't say the name Tanza, to go down towards backside, and that they will. FlyQuest super aggressive, super confident with their pace of play. And yeah, I'm surprised, right, with that third round coming in.
Yeah, again, we're kind of snowballing a bit here already. I do think the save from Yearn and T-Dog might help stabilize a bit, but now it's a question of AXG. We mentioned they like the timeouts when they have some ults to work with, when it feels like big swing rounds. When you're down to 3, it feels a bit too early, but they do have the null command from Slam thanks to those Bandit plays. So that could be something to play around with. There's options, but not just Fly winning this round, but in flawless fashion. And again, it felt like we lined up all the dominoes of like what would lead to this third round getting won, and Fly comes and knocks them down in perfect sequencing. So it's a hard thing to counter for AXG when it is just momentum. And this is a very easy map to just like rep it out. And it's one of those unique maps as well where it did feel like a more 1-for-1 substitution. And that might also be the difference, Gompers, between Breeze and the last two maps is those were 1-for-1 substitutions for Net into Leo's role versus on Breeze, right? You thrust Sorks onto the Harbor and Net is playing the Viper when we've seen a lot more Omen, and I think that could be the difference. So we're seeing that again, the seamless execs, like the things that they've covered, they've played out in the scrims they've had between stages, and we'll see that it's a continuity factor or not, but no timeout taken. We'll see what exactly AXG have up their sleeve.
Hopefully, a win. That is exactly what AXG need right now. They need to pull a win out of their sleeve. And this might be the time where we do see Yearn and T-Dog with those hero rifles kind of doing a 2x3 play here with 3 sheriffs.
All right. And poking and prodding mentality for Fly. Served them well over on Split. Let's see if it does here.
Yeah, trying to get themselves onto site with that smoke. Maybe closing out that angle from Yearn, but Yearn and GMD working as a unit here on the C site. So that does result in a back off from Fly. But I like the respect they're kind of holding to it.
Yeah. I kind of want to see Tanza juggle this gun away because you can see, okay, you can bait it too. That works out. GMD really wanted to secure it for the teammate, but now that's the second rifle gone on their arsenal. And Fly, again, they know how to pick themselves up from the ground.
They're doing so good. And they're so patient too. It's not an immediate push onto site. It's kind of waiting for a reaction when that noise is heard, which I like. So FlyQuest, they have the B site. All they have to do is really just wait for the noise, really. It's just going to be that main indicator here.
Well, And it's a matter of save or contact, do damage, get ults. I mean, if you get the kills to begin with.
Yeah.
Dog. Might as well just save the, I was gonna say the util, and Duck will give him that luxury. And I will say as well, Duck, map 1, slow map, you know, or losing the pivotal clutches. Map 2, the Odin, I became a believer of it on split offers as he wanted. And here, I mean, he's taking these fights upon himself and doing well, 5-0 right now. The only one that hasn't died on that FlyQuest side. And now we're okay with the timeout coming through for AXG. I mean, you just utilized the no command with no conversion. Before, really, I would argue Fly were fully committed in that C exec, right? When you have 2 duelists, you got 1 to spare. Send them into garage, into C, like, lane, see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, AXG, a lot to fix here. So, I would say quite hard because it does feel majority of these rounds. It's a half and half for them. 2 rounds out of the other 2 were saves. So,
well, for now, AXG, difficult position to be in. You only get 1 off from the shadows. Again, it's not as much for D1 to work with, like his typical timeouts are early on, and I feel like I'm tired of having these 0-3, 0-4 starts, and then it's just like getting it back to like a respectable half. It happens so much right now. It's crazy. It's like, give me the standard flow of Val economy. And I'm not surprised to see Fly just headed back towards that C site. It's the easiest orb to pick up. Question mark is, do you want it for Solada's entry or for Duck's post plant?
oh, and definitely Solada's entry.
Oh yeah, then Duck just gets the plant and gets to both of them, right?
It's been working. We've seen Solada do some crazy numbers on site, even with you know, the running backs. I'm kind of hoping, but it does seem like running back is going to get over onto the site, trying to take out Urine. They know the location of it. And now with that newfound confidence from that running back, they do manage to get a couple. Riker getting very, very lucky on that exec. But all in all, it's going to be a lot harder. The flash comes out. Solada getting a 3K at that. Now another flash to 360. And they allow Sorix for some information, which is okay. They know the flash was there. They knew that they had one more, and Sorix played that on the anti-flash level.
It's like waited it out, and then it's like slammed over Gooks on the reposition there. It's like did a bit too much, and unfortunately still falters. Losing it out puts them in 0-5 territory. Another reset buy, and I mean, Riker was doing a great job anchoring after the initial site defenses fell from that run it back, but then Solada says, I don't even need the second life to frag out, right? Comes right back in to fill that space, that void, a gap, and yeah, it looks like Flagger not gonna do no wrong. Duck is upgraded to the Odin. It's like, all right, maybe aggro's the way. AXG scaling to grass, can get behind this, starts the exec. Again, C-Till fails the fly game right now.
Okay, ooh. It's curious because you can see their desperation with how far they're now pushing up on these chokes to try to get as many people as they can out. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. So AXG, they're put back into this weird corner. Oh, just gonna have to try to fight that back.
Okay. And again, they're on par for another flawless round. They're gonna have the blades and Hunter's Fury for a rainy day. And at this point, it's like, okay, Tito's probably gonna go hunting, but Riker and Slammed will play for the exits for the orb, but keep those weapons. And crazy not to see AXG getting any footing here. And I talked about the 213 in the history books. I'm like, hey, they rebuilt. It's only GMD and Riker here, but those demons are definitely pulling them under right now. When there's no way they don't get at least 2, right, Gompers? Right. We want improvement. Oh, you already pushed into a third map.
The 2 could come. The 2 could come. I believe in the 2 supremacy for AXG. Oh, I was gonna say odd save from T-Dog, but luckily enough, T-Dog does not save. So 6-0. This doesn't look like the comebacks we've seen, Zobi.
Does not at all.
No.
And yeah. I'll say it, Fly, like, they haven't necessarily, like, picked into Haven. Like, they're just more comfortable on it is the best way to phrase it. And, I kind of want it to be a primary pick after what we're seeing here. I would be curious to see, like, their Haven against, like, I don't say a good team, because AXG have shown they're a good team, but, like, up against, like, another playoffs team, right? That would be fun, but... Alright, here we go. Finally, straying from C. Felt like it got too predictable, and the gamble sack said so from AXG, but Mad Dash, the A site, should meet them for the head-on brawl.
Come on, let's go.
Okay, there it goes. I feel like it's coming out a lot here for Solana. The run it back is crazy, the amount of times that we've seen it so far in these 6 rounds. It's 3 times now. And actually, at this point, having 2 players left alive for AXG really just continues to be a quick diminish, unfortunately. So AXG left with Urine, now having to fight off swords. Does not work out the way that's planned, and it's complete domination across the board.
Yeah, 7-0, and in Gompers, I don't want to say that I'm a caster cursor, but I said I wanted this map to be close. I didn't want it to be a blowout. Like, I would even take in the 13-7 at this point that our first series of the day was Gompers, but this is what is the team that they wanted to come into this stage as, right? Not one that's dropping a map in OT, not the one that's in the danger of losing their opening round of the Swiss. This is a team that wants to make that run, to win out the stage, to get that bid to Path of Champions, but for now, AXG not backing down. In fact, stepping up aggro-wise, 2 players scaling down a short and slammed in the window. Ooh.
Okay, Odin's supremacy is back. Doc was like, okay, now's a pretty good time to do it, because I feel like we're dominating. I do see a lot of potential with GMD kind of waiting around the back. Unfortunately, though, that is terrible. The timing is odd. GMD in a really weird spot.
Well, first time I've had to see like numbers without Solana on the entry. This 4v4, but it's still Nico other than the glass. Opper Riker with the blades in the back pocket, so C is light. That's why they want to retake. I don't know how I feel about the refight. It always burns AXG Gompers.
Oh, but this is good. GMD. Oh, I was going to say GMD managed to TP themselves, you know, out of that trip, but they did get caught off. It's up to Riker now, down in this 1v3. A lot of potential. Again, I love saying that because it's true. It really is true. Anything can happen. We've seen clutch rounds, and I'm a liar. I'm a big fat liar. It's not going to happen this time.
Yeah.
Hopefully
if
next time.
If that wasn't in Garage, I would completely agree with you. But yeah, it's like Fly had that rotation so well timed out. Like they're playing now, preying off the AXG tendencies, right? Like, here it's like, okay, yeah, Solana gets like aim diffed, nice little flick from Slam, but Tonza being positioned here expects the reclear, expects them to go for these gun upgrades from their fallen teammates, and yeah, they're setting traps and they're getting executed every time. Fatalities on the rise, and AXG T-Dog's had enough. T-Dog's like, I have the Odin now, and I mean 2 off from the Nightfall would be a nice combination with it, but gotta get those kills first. And again, AXG don't want to use 2 timeouts this half, but you lose this, I might need one. It's the same thing. Lockdown, hope for contact, and now Fly's going for a different plan.
Yeah, Slam knows. Sitting on the top, but I like this, taking a wide approach, allowing them to slowly funnel themselves outside of the site, and now catching them by surprise. Nobody knows Slam is there, and the null command takes action. But Duck is far enough to where I really don't think they were put in a position where they cannot use the ultimate, which is good. They hear something happening. You're just exploded and decided now is the time for them to really do something good here. But the Odin's going to be a very, very dangerous thing. Actually not. Riker completely shuts that down. So AXG, the aim is now on point. I think something clicked. They've started to realize, guys, we are better than this.
It's like Yurt activated some sort of gene. That was a crazy flick, and yeah, it feels like there was a major timing gap there. Slam gets the ult online. The 100 Fury plan falls apart. That moment right there. And if they actually make this comeback, you look at that moment, you're like, wow, okay, Aaron. But 4 out of 5 ultimates, almost 5 out of 5 for Fly Gompers. Like, I love me an underdog. I love me a comeback. But with 5 ults, because they're probably going to farm that early orb again. Don't know.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, but they push up here for Fly. Not as aggressive as before. Obviously, AXG in that last round, insane aim, by the way, managed to...
Like, if you get a flick of the day, like, that one gets it.
Yeah, that one was insane. That definitely deserves a flick of the day. Oh, but yeah. Smoke dissipates. Okay, there's going to be a big entry coming through from Tonza. And it's the same thing over again now. We were actually seeing this push come through down towards the A site. They are dominating GMD, dominating actually at that. Net tries to respawn. So that's beautiful. 3v2. And potential for T-Dog to actually do something with it. They managed to get a lot of damage down. It's up to this 1v1, but Net disappears out of it.
If you cancel, right, the second ping would catch you.
Yeah, I kind of was expecting that the cancel to come through. Man, that sucks.
I gotta deal with the Cypher. You get still a minefield surrounding your spike plants.
And entering the smoke. Okay, great reaction time coming through from Net. That is the 9th round, but it's getting closer and closer. AXG, they're starting to step up with that mechanic skill.
Yeah, honestly, it was that backside fight. Sorry, I should say short side fight from GMD, who's had a quiet map, right? Was fine on map 1, great on map 1, fine on map 2, and then here it's like, and I thought it was going to be through and through after, again, they utilized the brunt of those ultimates on the A side, but Net coming in clutch again. That's kind of where Net's been, is clutch more than anything for this team. That's while calling from the background, so kind of what they wanted maybe with this pickup, but Fly again. And you can do no wrong. It feels like outside of some AXG heroics, you go where you please.
I mean, that's a huge shutdown. Tanta has not been shut down yet. I mean, upon the entry, they've gotten the space and then they were able to be taken down. So that's actually huge. FlyQuest don't know what to do, looking like deer in headlights, but they do have that lurk from Sorex that kind of does re-clear up some of that space over towards A.
I'll say it. Solada's lucky to be alive, and so is Yearn, right? I'm surprised when you see like a retaliatory like shock dart or something. His Duck Cutter used it. Or didn't buy it so he could afford the Odin? No, joking, they have enough money. But alright, little fake re-drone towards A, forces the unit over, but I'm expecting T-Dog just to re-haunt long, and then it becomes a mass exit back towards C, and Yearn will have the early contact, garage or C side, it does not matter. I don't want Slam to overswing this, Gompers.
No, I don't want it either. And this is a big worry of mine too, because if they wait too long, you know, it starts to get a bit suspicious. But there it goes. I mean, Net now actually being able to refrag that for FlyQuest.
Ew.
And you're in 17 health, so Solada's in a pretty good position, especially with that pop flash coming through and that rotation now on AXG, making its way towards C-site.
And still some narrow numbers then for AXG here. Gonna have Paranoia for the retake, gonna have the Fade Haunt. Lots to work with.
Yeah, this is the last round too, I think, right? No, it's not. It's not.
One more. Math is
One
hard
more.
this late. I agree.
Yeah, it feels crazy to me that it's still 9-1. So I feel like I'm slightly lost in regards to the numbers. But yeah, one more round. And that,
No
I mean, through the
way.
smoke was just like, hey, T-Dog, you're done, bud. And it's another one. The flicks have been insane so far from this team. They are just flying with the headshots. I guess in reality, it is demon hours, guys. Like, we finally reached demon hours. We're no longer in office
you gotta do a
hours.
survey. You gotta be like, okay, guys, are you on the east or west coast? It's important. But yeah, I mean, Slam here was a really good fight, right? It's off the spy cam. They're removing the dart. But it's the stabilization effect where they're just waiting. Instead of pushing out, they're not taking the initiative. It's like AXG overfight when they shouldn't, and then aren't fighting aggressively enough on these retakes. And I think that was because they were waiting on the GMD timing, but that got spoiled even before that little moment from Net and the dark cover. So I don't know. But Yearn, a player not afraid to get aggressive even on the C-side anchor. Guardian angle betrays him, unfortunately. So back to normal business operations, backside.
Ooh. Oh gosh, and I'm surprised. Yeah, that may be a bit of a wide swing there, especially off that flash. I'm not really expecting the anti-flash to be played, but in spawn now, the 1v1 coming through Sorex. Bro, they're literally just flying by with these shots. You cannot do anything about it. It's aimbot. It really is aimbot.
It's like you just watch this map and you're like, Flyer winning stage 3. Like, but map 1 and map 2 is totally very different story. And GMD, it's like, it's the last round, you gotta go for it, but you don't even have Paranoia, you have no Fade util, and again, double initiator, it's like, where is it? And Flyer okay throwing kills to them.
You know what? I have hope. T-Dog can do it. In the next half.
Yeah.
I felt like this map was, do you know the meme where he's like he's laughing and he's like, I can't laugh yet. I gotta hold it in. That's what I feel like right
Light Yagami from Death Note,
Yeah,
bro?
yeah. I feel like we're in that FlyQuest. We're waiting for this map to be brought out.
I don't know. I feel like I feel like Net could be the Light Yagami for FlyQuest as the new addition, as the brains behind the operation. Everyone else is too babyface, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, right now they are just as deadly for sure. 11-1. AXG heart attack would be the easy way out at this point instead of wrestling this comeback. And we said it, guys. We said it. 213 is the benchmark to pass. Pistol, the follow-up would get you improvement on Haven versus Fly. which is the entire goal of the rebuild, albeit maybe they lost some that wasn't their choice. Who knows?
No, they're different approach to C. It's still C, but it's different. And I like how Fly, you know, actually, apologies, AXG now coming onto the C side.
Already,
yeah,
I know it's been fast.
Guys,
Gompers.
it feels so crazy to me that we're still 11-1. It feels like we're still like on the same side. All right, FlyQuest. Different approach from AXG. They've decided Garage is the way to go, so I like
We
that.
just swapped, yeah.
Yeah, although all in all, it's up to Sorix to really keep the momentum going. It's a 2K off the rip, but I still believe, right? You got the paranoia coming through from GND, T-Dog to respond, and there it is. AXG, they have changed the pace of the game.
Your bullet.
And I'm not gonna say much anymore because Sorix is crazy. Maybe something could come through. All in all, though, yep, no, T-Dog's gonna absolutely shut that down. That's gonna be a great 2-11.
Good momentum shift. T-Dog still okay throwing insults at the enemy, and we're chilling. Oh, yeah, I like it. The Phantom Forces, you need that if you're going to snowball this comeback. You can't lose the third round bonus either. But then you're playing with no mistakes following up that fact, so... All in all, I like the way they took that garage fight, right? More so the refight after they already got the site, right? Because we got to see the full strength of the T-Dog util. We saw them compiling fighting around it, right? With that decay. It's, if you know you're getting out-aimed right now, because that's the easiest way to put what's happened with Fly, you need to frame yourself in advantageous fights. So that's exactly what they've done now. Coming into the second round with the bye. And they, Fly, I don't even want to call this a gamble stack, because, like, in what world on the second round, like, bye would AXG go B? Like, this is more just so they can play a super aggro retake, whether it's C or A, as fast as possible.
The smoke coming in a bit too late there, Nat, but I guess they could still, you know, regather. But yeah, I do like the approach on this. I completely agree with you. Just a quicker retake over, you know, towards whatever side
Or
it is
data
going to be
spike.
deciding at. Yeah.
I mean, T-Dog's already 2 off in the Nightfall. You don't want to give them the tools they need to make this comeback. Right, we mentioned it's getting late for the East Coasters, so want to put the series to bed. And we're looking for maybe that Extremity Lurk player to take a weapon off of their chances, chip off the block in the third, but we're gonna get some gun cycling. T-Dog, again, you don't want to lose a Phantom, but you still want him to go hunting for these ult orbs. It's classic, it's smart, it's forward thinking. But will it serve him any of these exit kills? That's the question.
Okay, now comes the time. Can we run away with something, maybe? Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Yeah, it was like you just needed one, you get the death. And I love the team dogpiling a T-Dog after the warning shots in the pistol round after the win. 11-3 here. I don't even think Fly saw is the issue. What weapons AXG are bringing into this next round. And that's the biggest issue of the strategy that they just went for, is they don't know that there's 3 rifles on that flip side on top of the Nightfall.
Even with rifles, though, like FlyQuest was pretty strong, right, in regards to their aim and their mechanics. So I obviously get a bit of a difference when AXG is playing onto the attacking side. I do feel like we've seen a lot more, you know, aggression and just accuracy come through with that. Now that trip has been kind of taken away from that display and that first-hand pick coming through from Slam. So that's going to be a really, really good opening from AXG onto the C site.
Ooh, GMD doesn't overheat here either. Just sits, pacifies the window position.
Jiggle peek to make sure they can maybe get themselves back onto the site. They don't know that Urn is waiting, though, on the outside of Garage. That could be really, really good depending on the timing and how Urn wants to play this. They're now, you know, kind of jiggle peeking windows. The extremities of the seaside are getting kind of aimed into. But unfortunately, Urn isn't with the team. So this is the perfect time for FlyQuest to push on to the site and allow themselves to take some of this damage that's gone on T-Dog. And maybe they can make it work. The pop flash that's moving up. And Tanza has now solidified. The extremity is gone. They just have to keep that power on it. And this 3v1, now 2, is looking great. The round win from FlyQuest to give them that match point.
Wow. And again, AXG is a very classical post-plant positions, right? You have your aggro players on the back line, a little bit forward. You have your Cypher on the lurk, ready for the backstab, but the nullification around the cages, around Sorix's ability to manage all those incoming inputs, right? Those retake avenues. It was impressive, to say the least. And that's the confidence we mentioned that was lacking on the AXG retake, right? The flashes were perfect, clearing out every nook and cranny, every sight line. And it's crazy that that wasn't the case on the flip side for AXG's defense on those retakes. So, all in all, Unfortunately, the bonus does not go their way despite the forced efforts, but obviously gonna have another rifles and just have to play flawless from here on out. 9 more rounds for OT, and hey, we passed the mark, the benchmark, Gompers. I said it with a pistol, they were probably guaranteed at least the 3, so improvement.
Improvement indeed. And I mean, maybe we'll be able to see a bit more come through from AXG. I don't feel like it's over just yet, especially with the take onto the C site. We haven't seen them really execute on this as aggressively as they have now, you know, with all these players on. It's like FlyQuest losing out on a pretty good amount of numbers with Salada feeling very, very confident, fully blinded, but still running away with some of these shots. And another one at that now. We've seen the run it back completely pulled out to keep them in the game and winning it at that. So they've managed to get that 13-3. And AXG, yes, they've reached the threshold, but FlyQuest, they've reached the W. And that's all you really need in life, folks. Like, that's gotta feel really good.
Bro is full blind off his own flash, running into hell. Riker whiffs, he gets the refrag, has 5 bullets, gets another kill to get the run it back, to get back to full HP. Like that is just like main character energy if I've ever seen a Gompers. Yeah, thank you for giving us the replay at least before jumping to cameras, because wow, that's when you need like to see our reactions, because jaws drop. That is how you finish out a series, the first game of stage 3, where you've made changes with the hopes of winning it all for your path to champions.
The path to champions is looking a little bit brighter, folks, for FlyQuest. I'm sure those of you who are FlyQuest fans were really, you know, holding the trust in your team. But that first map was looking dangerous. So all in all, it was a very valiant effort, I'd say, from AXG.
Yeah, again, just trying to flesh out the map pool with your new team, right? MFH events are great for those reps, but again, now you're going up consistently against the VCL teams in the Swiss stage. But the Swiss stage, that's my favorite part of it. It's forgiving, right? Both of the teams today, Alliance Guardians and Dynamo, we're expecting now great things out of them. And for AXG, it's always been like they're not in promo rally, but they're not in playoffs. So it's like, for them, it feels like there is a great way upwards. And Dynamo feel like we mentioned, the Division 1 style. Like, yes, they're coming out of Premier, but they have these young guns and are definitely going to carry that momentum sleeper style into maybe a Cinderella run on the path to champions.
Oh, absolutely. It's not over just yet. And again, a big rework for AXG too, guys, so don't forget. But we're going to get into it a little bit further with the analyst desk. Thank you guys so much for having me and Zoe. It's been an absolute blast. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have some big brain analysis for you guys when we come right back.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, folks, we have 3 camps here. That can only mean one thing. That is a FlyQuest win, 2-1, taking map 3 away from Alliance Guardians. For the final time, welcome and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers NA North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Vincilli and Melina on the desk. And we had questions about the Haven. We weren't sure how it was going to look. We didn't know where it was going to go. And Melina, FlyQuest said, we'll show you exactly where this is going to go, exactly the way we want it. Brilliant from FlyQuest.
I do definitely still have questions for Alliance. NT, big NT, they seemed really, really good on that Breeze map, but definitely this last Haven, I do still have questions about the KO. Like, I do not know what to say about it, but hard NT. It was FlyQuest that was absolutely owning round after round with just firepower, just having those entries like being really successful. And we saw those both entries, how they could work. Also, like, we also had the question, like, what's gonna happen with Neon now that Neon's not there, and what's gonna that Jet play out. Definitely was a really good pickup, because you can also have those entries when you have the Jet entering like with verticality, like out updrafting, and then you have the follow-up also with the Phoenix with the flash, so you don't know where to look at all. So definitely I think that composition really worked out in a good way for FlyQuest and Alliance. I mean, it's a new team. We have 3 new players, so it's fine. They're adapting. The hard part is that you actually don't have a lot of time to adapt.
Yeah, the thing is, okay, first off, I'll start with step 1. We were trying to find an answer. I still don't know the answer because I was watching that game with my eyes closed. I was just listening to audio because I was just feeling bad watching that game. Unfortunately, we had like Solana getting like 4 or 5 ults in one half, Net hitting flow state, and like just getting great openings and timings. They're always very good on crates for FlyQuest as well. And that's the step 1. Step 2, I understand here, Valina, that you're saying that yes, it's a new team, new roster, you're trying to fit things, but I think that you're trying to play the game a little bit too much to a hard mode. I think there's going to be a lot of people critiquing overall why a KO, and you know what? Props and respect to T-Dog, because there is always a method to the madness behind what he tries to bring up in terms of compositions and whatnot. There's a way that he sees the games that others don't see eye to eye, so props to them to try to make it work. But I think when it comes down to those moments where you're trying to really make things matter, it's a high risk, high reward kind of thing, you know? Or you have to come out with a brand new comp where people are not used to practicing against, which is, for example, granted, FlyQuest did very similar things back then when Corrode was out, and Rankers did very similar things, right? So you're trying to do similar things with AXG by coming out with your own comps. It works or it doesn't work. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for 2 maps, and now that's the turning point right now. Do you want to go back into the tried and true? Should we play some Jet Phoenix? Should we try to play to that type of style? But then I don't really see who could be the double duelist for this comp either, too. So there's going to have to be a little bit of a panic moment right now in my eyes for AXG to maybe bring out a Sova or something. Sova and Fade, or Raise Fade, something like that, right? Try to combine some util, because you know that T-Dog is good for these type of dressing up these type of plays.
I think also, like, sometimes it's like losses like this that are your biggest and best teachers, right? This is a 13-3. This is not the way you wanted any of these maps to go, and especially ending this way on such a sour note is never exciting nor fun nor encouraging. But sitting down with your team, having that talk, Freer talked about that, right? Like, having a long talk is something that we can look forward to, or they can look forward to kind of fixing those things and fixing everything that they need to do to make kind of see the Alliance Guardians that we knew last stage. And granted, that was a much different roster, right? But it is something that I think they can absolutely get back to with just a little bit of time and a little bit of tender love and care. We want to do a bit of a kind of a comparison head-to-head between, I know you guys were excited for him in chat, Salada and Hansa. Salada, Vance. Salada, and in case you didn't know who he was, and maybe this is your first time watching Challengers, Salada was like, let me introduce myself. These 2 duelists being just immaculate today on Haven.
Definitely. Like I said, they were just very, very quick, and just being able to play their own game kind of thing, and just understanding too what the spacing's like for each other as well. So they're always going to be very cerebral into finding their timings. I mean, look at how Salada plays sometimes, where he plays around his walls. He knows how to isolate fights. And when he's getting his one, and then he gets traded right after, at least another one's always falling behind. And if it's not Solana first, it's Tanza as a Jet, Tanza as a Raze, you know? So they have such good speed in terms of how they fight for these two players that it makes FlyQuest a very fun team to watch on stage.
Definitely. It doesn't seem like also a lot of fights are relying also on Tanza's entries, and sometimes like we were seeing Tanza just maybe the timing a little bit off Solana, but I do think that they do work really good together. But definitely just keeping an eye on that, because another team that could maybe punish a little more those first entries could be a bad part for FlyQuest, right? Tanza, he's really effective. He has a really good aim, but definitely sometimes the timing and the spacing was a little bit off. So just keeping that in mind.
Yes, and that is something we are looking forward to. And again, this is the first match of the Swiss stage, right? Both of these teams fixing those issues, fixing those little things here and there is exactly what we expect from them moving forward in Swiss stage, path to champions, and maybe even at champions. But friends, for our Philips Rico Game Face interview, I have two of my favorite people in the Valorant scene. It is Net and who from FlyQuest. Hello, hi guys.
Hello.
Hi, are you on your phone?
I'm on my phone. I don't have
Okay.
a webcam right now.
Oh no, I appreciate you being on your phone. Thank you for even doing this interview. I'm gonna go to you first. I want to talk about getting Net, because I think we saw him in NRG Academy, we saw him do well, you know, calling there, and then he comes on to your team. What was the process of bringing Net onto the team, and why did you choose Net to lead the team?
We just need an adult around, to be honest, and like Net's like an adult for us. And, I know like Slaughter mentioned, he was like, yo, we should get Net. I was like, okay, I'm down. And then it worked out really well. So yeah.
Yeah. So being the only adult Net, how does that make you feel? Like with you know, you and your 5 sons.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun experience for sure, because I'm just trying to lead them the best that I can, because I've been in their position before where you're a rookie in esports and you're part of like the sick org, you know what I mean? And you want to really prove yourself and do well, you know, and I feel like I know how to win, and I'm trying to teach them to just like how to do things the right way and how to just be a professional, if that makes sense, because they're all like great people and they're all great players and they're all super receptive to what I say. So it's been a great experience, to be honest.
Would you say that you've had to teach Hugh some things or no?
A little bit, you know, but he helps a lot, you know. He's been a great guy, a great figure for the team, and so we have a good dynamic with each other for sure.
Well, what have you taught Net? Anything that you can share with us that you've kind of like imparted onto Net?
My main job has been coalescing between, I love that word, coalescing.
Big word!
I know, right? Big friggin' word. It's been coalescing between like, you know, Net's kind of inherently experienced and complicated style of like, you know, kind of calling an approach to the game in our very like simple way, and figuring out what we want to keep and what we want to maintain simplicity in and what we actually want to like, you know, change and overcomplicate. And it's been a process, but we've honestly come a long way, and I think there's still a long way to go, so yeah.
I mean, you also come at a time where the meta is changing, right? The Neon nerf comes in, the Shotgun nerf comes in, you're going to have an Initiator nerf come in at a time, you know, whenever it may be down the line. How has it been adjusting to that? Because I mean, on our end, watching you guys play in terms of all of Challengers, we've seen you all adjust right away, right? And so how has that been adjusting to kind of this new Valorant that we have?
I think that the meta is really like flexible right now, and still, even though like, yeah, the changes have kind of like, you know, consistently been like against us in the past, like I think it would be hard for the meta to really diverge truly away from like double duels to the point where it's completely unviable. And it's just like, if you have the talent and the creativity to approach it the right way, I think you'll always be able to make it work. So yeah, not really a concern from us.
Net, how's it been calling in this sort of new meta?
It's been interesting, you know, because this is like my first year calling, so I'm trying to learn as I go. And luckily, having these like 4 guys on my team, like they're super talented and they make it easy for me, to be honest. Like I would say like we still have to work on a lot of things, you know, we're not perfect, but they definitely make it easier, and they make practice fun every day, and they're super hungry and they want to win. So it's like really nice to be a part and to just play with them, to be honest.
I mean, the cool thing about Challengers right now is that there's a literal path to champions, right? There is a world where we see FlyQuest at Champion Shanghai this year. If and when FlyQuest do make it there, I'd like to hear from both of you, starting with who exactly. Oh, cheers. Yeah, let's start with that. Cheers. Always got to drink up.
Sorry.
No, you're good. What about FlyQuest is going to make you guys make it to the path of champions and make it to, I'll lean into, you know, going to champions as FlyQuest?
I think that the main thing that kind of differentiates us from a lot of teams is that it's very hard to deal with our unorthodox style of play. Like, truthfully, I don't think a lot of teams know how to handle it, and I think it also tilts teams because it's not like a traditional style of Valorant. And truthfully, we do really play into that image where it's like, you know, we recognize that we're frustrating to play against, and we want teams to feel like frustrated playing against us. So I think that as far as like a path to champs goes, as long as we can continue to like hone in on our structure that we've been establishing with Net and this kind of newer identity we have, I really think we can do like a very good job at bringing that unorthodox style of play to a higher level and really giving some pretty solid teams some trouble.
Before I go to you, Net, do you think that's what happened today? Who against Alliance Guardians?
Like
that sort of unorthodox style play is something that frustrated with them, and they were just unable to kind of like figure out what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was more just like, it's kind of hard for them mechanically where it's like, you know, I think their fundamentals were decent, but like if they just can't shoot as well as us, it's going to be really hard. So, yeah.
Sometimes that is how the cookie crumbles. Net, same question to you about kind of what is it about FlyQuest? You leading FlyQuest, how are they going to get there, and how is it the Path of Champions going to work for FlyQuest?
I would just say that we're just a hungry group in general, and we're just looking to win, and we're gonna take it step by step and game by game. But I'm confident that if we take the right approach, and if we're confident, and if we trust each other, that we can be there for sure.
It's something you keep saying you guys are hungry, but you've been talking a lot about, you know, your teammates being hungry, right? You know, the boys you are now leading, but now you've been in the scene for a while. You've been to international events. You know, this would be an incredible return for you. What is that hunger like for you?
I mean, I'm definitely hungry. You know, I feel like I didn't have the greatest last year for sure, and I'm just someone that I just want to prove myself and prove that I just, you know, like last year just wasn't my year, but I want to just prove that I can come back and just play great, and I'm just going to do everything it takes to do that.
Well, I think you have the winning parts right here with both you and Hu. So congratulations. I'll let you go celebrate your win. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
I don't even know what coalesce means. Can I be super honest? He brought out that word and I was like, uh-oh. And I got a perfect score in the ACT section, vocab section.
Can I get a
I was there, and I was like,
definition of that word? Because English is not my first language, and I'm a little bit confused.
It means to come together to form one single mass, whole, or system.
Oh. Big word.
I like that.
That's a $10 word I'm going to take.
I'm going to seal that to my
vocabulary.
vocabulary.
Exactly. But friends, let's see how our Switch stage is shaking out right now. We're filling out those brackets, babes. We're filling them out. I know, Vans, that color coding is going to make you really, really upset right now looking at it. These matches aren't confirmed, but this could be where we are landing. Vans, I'll go to you.
Yeah, it's not that bad because at least it's not like still just EG on one side. You know, there's people joining other teams joining on one side, so there is a little bit of, you know, pattern. That said, though, before we continue to talk about this bracket, I just wanted to rewind real quick when we had the interview here with Coach Hu and Net. Net was saying he didn't have the best year last year and he wants to prove that he has. I gotta say, man, Net's gotta stop selling himself short, because to be honest with you, when he had to play in like the C9 role as a Viper and always stuck in Viper jail, it was a much different style that you needed from a Viper. You didn't need somebody to stay as active or be active, but more as an anchor player, and I think he did that perfectly. So I think right now, though, that he gets to IGL to activate himself too, and so he's able to do on Omen, I think at least there, he's starting to see that, at least for us, we get to see what Net is really what he's talking about, right? Why he's selling himself, or why he feels like he's hard on himself, rather, because he's not able to put numbers up. When you see that he's able to activate, there are the numbers that prove it.
Yeah, I think we always talk about, like, you know, stats don't tell the whole story. And when you watch Net, you can see how his calling has grown. You can see how he's worked with these group of boys, getting them more and more comfortable. Again, these matches on screen are not confirmed. As soon as they are confirmed, you will see them, you will know, and we'll let you know as soon as possible. But friends, that's going to be it for us today. But sadly, this is Valina's last day for now with us. Thank you for
having me.
I'm kidding.
Okay, I'm not coming back after that. No, I'm kidding. It was actually really, really good. I had a great time. Thank you, Vance. Thank you, Liz. Thank you to all the people also that were listening out there. I really had a great time, and I hope to be back sometime.
You killed it,
Valina. Now, Vance, say you're sorry.
Nope, but you killed it.
Well, I say sorry on behalf of Van Silly. I'm Van sorry. But it was wonderful to have you. You are so smart. You are so eloquent, and you are such a boon to have as a talent and as a friend to know you. So thank you so much for being here. But for everyone, on behalf of the casters, the desk, production, everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow. Be there.
I hate you, Vansili.
Good job, Valina.
Can just get some straight shooting shots, and that's where the young guns can start to thrive.
Already going towards the backside here, trying to at least recover. So they can get that spike down. This is looking even better though as D-Hawk does manage to get one down, but D1, they respond in a quick a bit easier if that's what anticipates, giving some space. Icy is getting saved every single time. I feel like it's going to the way of D1. Icy does disrupt it, and they might just be able to disrupt it again. Slowly moving into the smoke forward, is not playing around and just out of it. It's an ace for forward. They had no idea, other than maybe Icy can save himself if they manage to at least keep the round going. But Dynamic is down. Ice is still there. They're trying their best, and now the fire has been put. But Weeks and already flashes coming through that one way, making it easier maybe for D1 to try to really execute on this. But it's already looking good. That first shot coming from